See if that comes into play now as Paint Shell's out in being a
Halo
rough
semuanya,
position.
sorry
Takes another
gua
chunk of damage there, down to 36 now.
live-nya.
Orca tries to hold the site. Is he going to be able to find one? But Xpero comes up with two. NDG now trying to lurk his way across. Oh, get that headshot.
Jadi
Just get the
kira-kira
kill.
siapa nih yang bakal menang
Spike
di
being
pertandingan
held to half.
guys?
Here's the drop. Pulls off of that one. Tries to go for the jumping
VCT
right click.
Pacific.
A solid attempt there from NDG, but Xpero will be able to hold the line. Still,
Maaf banget ya
very
guys,
costly.
agak telat gua
Yes.
live-nya.
I mean, losing out on a lot there, but a good read from Xpero at the end as well, right? Here's a drop, so he's 6.5 and expects him to have to run up for the right click. Just goes for the pre-fire immediately.
Aman.
This goes here.
Now we'll see if they do try to just buy up. Not much. They will just want to stabilize for round 4, so as good of an opportunity as ever for Team Secret. Like you said, the pistol, I mean, they had a great setup and a good read even in the mid-rounding, so we'll see if they can regain themselves here with a full buy.
Kita live WP lagi
going
guys.
through. One of the things that we didn't really get the touch on because the pistol round ended up being so crazy, it's just straying away from using the Viper here. We see just about every single team in the world going for that Omen Viper, you know, maybe occasionally the Astra Viper set up here on this map. Team Secret doing something very different.
Well, it does feel like, you know, the way they're playing it so far, what they had for the pistol, you look at the comps, everything, you know, their interpretation of how do we make sure we gain more of an advantage on the attack. The paranoia, they're not checking for it yet, though.
Somehow Elmore, I mean, he does get rewarded for that aggressive rush out, finds Jeremy, does get punished as they weren't ready for Jesse Bash to be this far forward. He does manage to collect a second kill. It's knocked down 13 HP. For now, there will be a man advantage here for Team Secret as everybody just rotates out of Ramen, gets himself collected and ready to approach into Garage. Cam set up from Xpero, can try to spot for this one. He also has a neural theft available.
30 seconds left. Find you.
And we'll be able to get a weapon, it seems, as well. So 2 rifles, Jesse Vash very low, orb secured. I mean, RRQ already decent amount of value. Now, if they can take away a couple more weapons, that'd be huge. And in fact, Jesse's going to be alone. Low health. Bit of an off angle, though.
He can find the headshot, and he does. That'll keep him in this one. Identify the position of one. Suspect that the rest of the players are going to be here on the site itself as NV nearly peeking out from back pillar. Jimkin with 1 kill would give him a showstopper, but it still would be 3 more targets to try to play through. Straight up with the spot 1. Just going to be swapping out the weapons there, grabbing the Phantom up now. Backs away. Looks like widely. RQ ready and willing to concede this round. It's not going to go enough. That's going to send them out in towards Jemkin, so we'll be able to find those kills. Just looking to get as much value as they possibly can, as much hurt put on the Team Secret, but the round will be theirs all the same.
I mean, well played with what they had for RRQ, right? Obviously, the round had already crossed the line way long ago, but Estrella constantly putting pressure on, doesn't get spotted by any of the utility, doesn't go for the aggressive peeks off of the utility, and that forces them to decide, okay, we got to go somewhere else. These guys are set up outside of B main. Couple extra kills here for Jemkin. He's got that showstopper online now for round 4.
Nice one, boys.
And I mean, sure, seems great. They'll take whatever they can, and Jesse trying to get the team a little bit more energized. But
Still,
for now,
still feels a bit rough, a bit forced.
Exactly. On RRQ they're in good position to try to take back control of this first half, try to keep that lead.
Jimkin just playing it patiently here. Somewhat long gone are the days of the aggressive rush, but Jeremy's trying to do that. The opposite side had that judge in hand. Showstopper not going to find much. NDG get out in front of that one. He does catch Xpero off guard top ramp. Jimkin, though, continuing to try to hold the line. Paint Shell's up to try to further delay. The push forward, though. NDG gets in front of that one, finds himself a 3rd elimination. The neural depth now invested. Sends that out, gets the ping reveal here on the 2 remaining players, but everybody low HP, not even a single 100 HP bar between the 3 remaining players on Secret, but in with a chance to tie things up at 2-2.
One spotted, Borkum now having to be pushed out, and they decide just to ignore it. The Nightfall, they're aware of the location.
Prowler on the hunt. More having to look every which way. Trap wire now coming through the chase in. NDG now on for an ace. You can find this final limb. Drop down, hears it, swings it, gets it. NDG with the ace to get Secret tied up at 2-2.
An incredible ace from NDG. First of all, gets past all the way up through a ramp, despite the showstopper coming out. They take out the cam, and they're already one person ahead of it through the cyber cages. A great setup with the paranoia as well. That sets them up, goes past the paint shells, and he knows at this point he has to be the one opening the site. And just good positioning, good utility for post-plan as well.
Well, if you want to get
That goes there.
the rookie and the rest of the team jazzed up, that is certainly one way to do it. Huge round there from him. Xfero still holding on to his own mural theft. Two-man stack here in mid. Jemkin just staying tucked around the corner.
We'll catch them.
2 rifles here for RRQ.
Yeah,
Otherwise,
bit of a
Stinger, Sheriff, Ghost.
hard sell on that sound fake as well from Flip. So Team Secret still wary of it. Now, the real question is do they suspect Jemkin at any point? Or, obviously they don't even have to press it, right? Of course, it's going to be a weaker buy from RRQ. Team Secret rightfully choosing that they don't want to take the risk, that they just, you sense something fishy. It's just not worth it going into such a tight space like vents.
Even if, they don't necessarily have to read that Jemkin's going to be tucked there in the vent itself, but they could still suspect that there's going to be presence in mail. Just don't want to try to push into that one. Pull off the camera there. Xfero doesn't manage to get the dart across. Cam now going to be cleared out. So you will see the Lion Sheriff Team Secret making their way forward here onto the side trap wire. Try to slow him up, and Borkham does get taken down. Nice headshots found, but Shredder not quite ready for that forward elbow pressure. Main shells will not be able to deter the plant, so still does come through. Dash not eating too much damage as Estrella will fall on that swing out. That's one of the rifles now on the floor.
Yeah, and a good push out into screens as well, since they gave up full main control. Sure, the trip was there, but they didn't have heaven either. So Team Secret, instead of getting caught and having to cover too many angles, they decided to push out and eliminate portions of the site. Jeremy now taking the lead.
Pop flash, but Sheriff in hand. Bash down on the side itself had enough of an angle to go ahead and take out Elmi Moore. So staves off any further deaths here for the squad. And Secret now will take the lead.
Now they have Rolling Thunder as well with the showstopper, right? So it's another round where they can shut down the buy.
Ooh, a new turn special. Double blast pack into the push forward off the Rolling Thunder.
Man, that is some memories right there.
Back to 2021 Reykjavik.
Holy cow. I mean, if we see that, I give all the props to Secret.
Oh, sure. As long as he doesn't, as long as he gets some value out of it.
They're ready for it. It's definitely going to be an A hit, that's for sure. Clearing out close so that they can get set up. The breach trying to get in position afterwards. Showstopper's going to go forward.
Okay, and it will just be used to clear out Ellie Moore there on the close angle. Rolling Thunder now not going to come into play as Jemkin swoops in. Top ramp, finding 2. Bash and NDG both going to be taken down. Man advantage now here for the side of RQ, but quickly equalizes. Flip Shredder will fall moments before that neural theft does come in. They're on the Prowler, swing out, double face coming through as Jeremy gets himself 3, and yeah, the rest of the team just not able to do anything here for RRQ. Team Secret now 4 rounds in a row. Drop the pistol, drop the eco, but since then it has been clean.
And you saw the chemistry right there as well. Off of the Prowler, they hear the drop. It's just that double swing out from behind the screens and elbow as well. High-low setup still for the crouch as well on Envy. And Jeremy looks a lot more confident. He seems to be taking things by the rein here on Split for the attacking side. Perhaps just a little bit of that extra warm-up that they needed on Breeze, and they're able to strike back on RQ's pick of Split, even drawing out that first time out.
Yeah, I mean, I think this is certainly a position that RRQ, nor us, expected for them to be in. Just given, I mean, Secret, the win percentage on Split alone, not great, but this is also a map that they have not played a ton of. Aside from the newer maps such as Sunset and whatnot, this is one of their least played. I think it's like 17 times. This would be the 20th time all time that they played it. Team Secret has been an organization since the beginning of Valorant.
True, yeah, it goes way back. So obviously something they've avoided time and time again, and RRQ perhaps trying to identify the weakness in that, and maybe suspecting that, what are you going to do, right? The double duelist no longer an option. Obviously, we haven't seen it since NDG joined, and thinking that, okay, double duelist was kind of your go-to because you couldn't figure out what else you wanted to do with the meta. And now, what's going to be your option? But Team Secret, their own take on this aggressive setup. And of course, still a lot of trap play setup as well for the defense. So I like the flexibility. We'll see if RRQ's figured out the answer.
Now things going to be a bit slow. Is okay. Quick little swing out from Flips. Going to go unpunished, even though it was a fairly wide peak. Does manage to back away.
So one thing that we're noticing is RRQ, even after the timeout and before it as well, they don't want to give up mid control, right? Their positioning, their reactions are always about trying to keep mid control, but also their utility setup, etc. on the sides of the map aren't exactly being respected just because there's so much pushing power from Team Secret. So this time at least a quicker rotation as Secret being a bit more cautious post timeout.
Sparrow taking a very aggressive position here. So Rolling Thunder going to crash across. Not going to spot him though, and that's just going to be a double mowdown from Sparrow. We'll find him now. It's going to be full flash, but covering fire in from Jemkin keeps him protected as Vash will fall. V and NDG now in the blink of an eye, going to be the last two players remaining. They will clean up those Seekers. This round has very much gotten away from Team Secret.
So much patience from Xero in that. I mean, he was as close as you physically can get to that smoke. You saw the aura around it on his screen, cross it over to his weapon.
I don't think you're going to get that orb, Envy.
Yeah, that's just going to have to hope to
anything over top of this smoke, but they're not giving the sight lines. Now triple stack up. We'll just end up falling. NDG, last one now alive. As they go rushing forward, orb can be taken. That's going to be Xfair now getting the neural theft online.
Yeah, I mean these are just picked up guns here for our.
They didn't see him.
Not sure who's happier about that situation, but I mean RRQ definitely could have tried to go for the ults, right? I mean those are upgraded weapons, so maybe getting that ult online, but also all of them 1 point away is huge, and just the absolute patience, and then the cyber cage immediately afterwards to cover his escape. Meanwhile, his teammates are there. Not getting hit by the other utility. A single-handed setup from the Cypher brings RRQ back.
I mean, and look at the ult economy right now. The showstopper there, the Rolling Thunder was used by Jesse in the last rounds. They got that out of him. But no avail. Pit, even Estrella's ult. Nearly built up here for RRQ.
Once again, mid control as well. This time the Trips trying to help cover ramp on top of it. Because that toxic screen, again, hasn't been respected too much. Obviously, it still finds its use on retakes, but you've got to be alive for that. So,
got the spot on 2 there. Flip's just going to force them back with that snake bite and beat. Praying that he swings out a little bit wider. Instead, just off to play this a little bit more patiently. Continued smokes coming down.
Not much more utility to hold on to mid, though, unless you rotate some people over, right? All snake bites are now gone.
I'm thinking about what he wants to go for. Jeremy trying to get the drop down here, but this, again, covering fire. Jemkin's there. He's there to protect. Showstopper out. Xfair has already claimed that kill. Jemkin now on the drop down. Knows that there's going to be one in there. Can't quite flush him out. Pushing the corner. Shots flying. Jesse Vash going to be taken down. Xfair will be able to come away with that kill. Now Envy is all on his lonesome. Does manage to find Elby Moore despite the paranoia. Into the read there, but as he pushes back up on top of the rope, Jemkin will go ahead and finish him off. So now tied up 4-4. So who's going to be able to take the lead?
I mean, Flips is acting as some amazing bait. So many of these rounds, right? Obviously, sometimes he gets caught, but that's maybe second, third time now where he's been able to draw them in and just be prepared for it, this time with the help of Jemkin. Jemkin was sitting in vents that entire time until the aggression happened, and that's exactly what happened. They got baited for sure.
Jemkin's just playing bodyguard.
I mean, that's getting him 12 kills so far, so I'm sure he's happy to do it.
Yeah, hell of a glow up. It's very slow going. They didn't have to do as much on that jet in the past, but is looking damn good right now on this raise.
Now the pit to control mid as well. We'll see. I mean, Team Secret, especially with the weaponry now, and not too much, right? Sure, you got the Prowlers, but not too much to try to break through that, so they're going to have to find other ways. A great anchor, a guardian of A-side on Heaven. Getting a lot of value just knowing that they haven't pushed up into ramps just yet. And NDG not getting as much with his camera right now.
Jemkin at ramp has been big pain here for them. They got the spot on the one, but Envy counter spraying through. He does take an immense amount of damage. Manages to stay alive and get that opening kill here. Secret trying to get this Thrifty online for themselves.
So Secret's going to just stay in the site, right? Not much weaponry. They didn't want to risk pushing up through ramps.
They have this Nightfall. If they just send that over towards screens here, that could very much be a major deterrent against RRQ. Snake bite
So
down.
low.
Envy, yeah, he's so far in front of this one. Swing in, that's going to be Envy taken out. Chempkin able to find that
Ay,
kill.
tapi kayaknya nggak live Izza.
Going out
Iya,
wide.
soalnya BK
Get
bilang
Claude,
kemarin
NDG
semalam
flushed out.
tuh dia
Jeremy
nggak
still, however,
live
delivering.
dulu.
Finds himself
Terus,
breaking himself more.
selama lebaran
41
katanya.
HP, he holds on. As Secret will be
Aja
able to
yang
get the round
live kita
victory.
butuh tontonan nih pas
And
buka puasa.
NDG, even though
Ya
he's
ini,
not
Kel,
able to
ini
clean up the
kita
kills, the fact
WP
that he
nih,
peeks
kita
out and
WP,
draws across there two people
kita
completely
WP
ruins the pace that
VCT
RRQ had.
Pacific.
RRQ thought they had Team Secret absolutely trapped. All they had to do was spray and pray.
BK bilang
It's
katanya
going to
nggak
be
live
NDG
dulu.
that draws away some of the backup, and
nanti
that
live-nya
allows
kayaknya
Jeremy to
setelah
get the
lebaran.
picks. I mean, look at him
Atau
moving,
kapan?
weaving back and forth around the map.
Investment tayo.
I mean, it's actually it's a fun contrast, Jeremy versus Chempkin, right? The reactions are
Yeah.
somewhat similar, but also very different.
Oh, it's great. Chempkin though, deep push. Flash out, Jeremy full blind.
Set.
Elmore able to get that kill. Chempkin looking back over towards Robin, finds
man.
Envy. I mean, it is just a slaughter in mid. Elmore with 3.
Mantap RRQ.
As I love the call from RRQ. Just upping the pace, upping that presence in mid. Spikes now down, and they know exactly where NDG is, at least the vicinity,
Yeah.
as they hear that util getting used.
I mean, you know, they only pushed out once
Ntar
so
gua
far
main
in the
lava lo,
first 9
oke?
rounds, and that was just Elmore. They're kind of expecting
Akunya
that was
lagi
on their
dipakai dulu,
bonus.
dipinjam sama
Then they
teman.
just hold passively in mid for 6 more rounds, and then it's a triple stack. I mean, you always expect it to happen at least once on the defending half, but so far RQ's movement never led them to believe, and it was a good one, right? Crossfire already set up, the flashes in play as
Ini
well.
tontonannya di
Good
nanti.
cover from each other, and Elmore picks up the triple.
Oh, well, it's 30 seconds to
Mungkin main follow atau
think
enggak
about the next round for Team Secret.
game lain lah
Start
kalau
putting
nggak
the game
follow.
plan
Kayak
together.
CS
I mean,
gitu.
listen, you already have the 5 rounds. It's not exactly a bad half
Horror
so
pun nggak
far.
apa-apa Iza.
Sure.
And
Oke.
anything else from here is
Nanti
just a bit
lihat
of a bonus.
nanti ya.
Yes, exactly. And yes, you know, the competition, again, it has a lot of
Nonton
power that you
horror,
can utilize to
tambah nafsu
promote the attack
makan.
here on Split, right? Kind of cover some of the weaknesses that the map
Emang
offers.
kalau nggak-
But again,
Emang
if you
kalau
have
nggak
good
nonton-
reads against your opponents,
Emang kalau
the
nggak
trap
nonton horror
plays you
nggak
can set
nafsu
up with the
makan.
breach and the fade that
Kel nih
pairs along with the
benar-benar,
rage,
Cok.
even the paranoia to boot as well. There's a lot of ways that Team Secret can regain control of the map on the defending half.
I think that kind of surprised me the most is that RRQ are not really pursuing for this kill. They have an immense amount of money. They know that he already has the ult online, so I'm kind of surprised that they don't try to take that rifle out of his hands. I mean, this is just a fantastic crunch. Just everybody, you know, watching the corners that they need to be watching, watching the angles that they need to keep tabs on. And it works a treat for RRQ, so now in a position to maybe take the lead for themselves. Secret
This goes
by a
here.
little bit wonky once again. Stinger, Guardian, looks like Jeremy just going to be playing with a Sheriff and a Showstopper.
Oh, this is a nice spot.
You just got to watch out for that full send ultimate here on the side of RRQ. See if they're prepared for it. Just going to trade the snake bite for the Prowler, knowing that the weaponry is an advantage.
Ike lagi di mana
Here.
itu? Di rumah kah?
He's just going to try to set himself up. Bit of a miss on that snake bite. He'll have to take a tick.
I wanted to bank that off the wall
Mate.
rather than in towards mail, I believe.
Halo.
Let's just drift across that one. So repositions, and now we'll be keeping Secret guessing a bit.
Well, Secret, if they're able to take control of mid here, and then slow creep up with the cyber cages,
Iza
fault
merek
line,
mouse-nya
letting them know
apa?
that Vent's been
Aku
taken
mau
over.
beli
Now,
mouse
no
baru.
opposition. You sense
Ini
that this
Kel,
is going to be a far back defense from RRQ,
Gua
but when
pakai
does that
ini nih.
showstopper come out?
Logitech
Okay, well, there's the boom bot.
G304. Ini mouse
Down out,
wireless
bounce
Kel.
out onto the Raptors though. Jemkin, position for now, still masked.
Noise.
There's a round the ready, and there's the kill. Jemkin can't get away from it. Take it down, Jeremy. Knocked down to about 60 HP, but still fun in the valley.
Emang
Still fun
mau
to kill.
Kel kenapa?
Borgum just a lot
Udah
closer than
rusak kah?
Sparrow might have
Atau udah gak
registered
enak
there.
dipakai?
Ends up coming up with the elimination. Give them now the man advantage.
Atau mouse-nya kadang
Low on
suka
HP.
double
The
click
rest of the team
sendiri?
pretty healthy here for RRQ as they try to make their exit. It's just a little
Iya,
too whippy
Mikel
though
Logitech,
with the Sheriff shots.
betul.
Some damage found.
I
but
love
He'll get
Logitech.
traded back.
Yeah, they gotta
3v3
go
now.
through This choke point. They will get topped up a little bit by Elmore.
There's the first challenge for Borkum. Good for it. NDG now going to be noted, but Borkum continues to hold there. That elbow swings back around the
Mouse
opposite
lama.
side. Get
Emang
himself
mouse
a 4K
Mikel
and get Team
Logitech
Secret
juga?
up to 6.
A
Atau
big
apa?
round.
Before the
And
switch.
RRQ, I mean, I wasn't quite sure if Flips was maybe just trying to sell the idea of a fake that they went over to B because they heard the boombot come out from vents, so they knew there was presence from the showstopper. But the cam not exactly seeing anyone actually enter into heaven. Maybe they thought it was already a rotate over or the main forces were already set up on B. Whatever it was, Jemkin tries to get the pick, but the showstopper's already out in the air. And NDG once again just good, you know, kind of crosshair aggro there in the last bit, setting up Borkum for that third kill.
Last round of the opening half here. RRQ look to try to tie this up 6-6, but 7-5 for Team Secret on the attacking open would still be incredibly strong
Izza
from
kemarin
them,
menang siapa lawan Aan?
considering that they're playing an unorthodox comp.
Kenapa Made tahu?
See how they fare though. Nightfall still available from Envy.
Enggak,
And if
Made
they're-
ini
they'll
cuma
probably
salah paham
checkmate
doang.
with contact here. Well, Guiding
Blinded.
Light. might have to change that a
BK
bit, but I
ada
was
di
expecting they
sini.
might just
Halo
check ramp with
BK.
contact and then use it to
jangan
push
lupa
out of screens once
subscribe.
again.
Subscribe,
Now that they know
subscribe.
that there's presence.
Destroyed.
Quick clear on that Trailblazer,
mungkin
no way to
RRQ.
spot anything. Is okay, Jeremy swinging the corner, is able to find Jemkin, trades that back. Elmi Moore hearing the rotations as they push their way up forward into the site. Jeremy
Gua kira BK
lands
ikut.
right there next to
Ikut
Australia,
ini apa?
able to take him down.
Bubar.
That's going to be lost at the same time.
Sama
Elmi Moore
kakak.
finds one. Jeremy pushing back in, but it's that full flash from Elmi Moore top ramp. Repeats, he's whittled away at. Now Borkum going to be dead, and that should just about be the close up here. Scheider down to 30. Envy is now left all on his lonesome.
Mereknya
Spike in
balance
hand, but
post
he
gua.
turns back
Waduh.
towards the site. Experiment.
Kering aja.
Will take his head off. 6-6 RQ. They do manage to keep it neck and neck. in the half.
Aduh.
Team Secret, there was a good way that they could have tried
Mantap,
to
Made.
secure that last round as well. Sure, send the
Subscribe.
Nightfall,
BK
but
juga
they want to
sama.
take advantage of it because of the numbers, right? They didn't
Subscribe
quite
balik,
feel
Bek.
safe. They didn't have the spike planted just yet. So they want to take advantage of the fact that, okay, they don't have audio,
Dong,
they're on
sama
decay,
dong.
let's push back out and kind of
Yang
clean
bener
up the
aja.
surrounding area. Unfortunately for them, Elmimore not hit by the Nightfall. He's able to use a Guiding Light to buy time. Of course, he doesn't get the immediate trade because he flashes
Enggak,
himself
Izza,
a little bit
aku
on
mau
that
main
swing.
follow aja.
But it's
Oke.
enough to draw out even more of Team Secret
Tapi
away
nggak
from
live
the
ya,
site. That gives space back onto screens. Now it's tied 6-6. Of course, again, considering split overall, sure, Secret gonna be okay with that. A pretty
sure.
solid score line.
I mean, again, I wasn't expecting this comp. I
Subscribe,
wasn't expecting
guys.
the game to be this close
Iya,
at the
aku udah
moment. So I
jadi
think that this is still
moderator nih.
positive trends right now for the side of Team Secret. It's just a matter of whether or not they can get over that finish line.
Ya,
Because
eta
they
headset
have not
make
gotten a win
merek
on this
naon?
map since
Ini
they played against Paper X
Sami,
week 2 of
Logitech.
last season
Nih,
before something had joined the
Logitech G
team.
Pro X.
Yeah, where Jesse Vash gets that knife
Mic-nya
kill
di sini nih.
with the Cypher.
Bagus ya suaranya ya.
That was a long time ago. A
Tondo
long time
Gaming.
ago.
This should do.
And even then, you know, since then I think they've
Suara
maybe
Izza
only played
kecil
it 4
banget,
times.
gede
Yeah,
dikit
Most
Izza.
Izza.
recently,
Masa
you know, was
kekecilan?
versus Zeta in the LCQ.
OBS-nya udah gede gini.
Which, I mean, we saw
OBS-nya
right
udah
from the
udah
stats
gede
of
gini. Masa
RQ's win
masa
record so far.
kecil?
Even LCQ was a while ago. So Team Secret trying to turn a new page here in 2024.
Kalau nanti
And so
takutnya
far, I mean, I'm liking
takutnya
the
kegedean.
comment, the idea. We'll see
focused.
what reads
Hargana
they have. Because the way
sabaraha.
you got to play this on defense, you got to have a real good read on
Waduh,
RQ
hilang.
setups already.
Lupa
Yeah.
lagi.
Don't
Hargana
have that
sabaraha, Cok.
double control. You don't have that Viper to
Harganya
really try to
berapa?
slow up the other side of the
Udah
map.
lama ini
See
headsetnya.
what this approach ends up looking like.
Dibeliin
Just a couple
sama
straight shots
kakak
out.
gua.
Jemkin needs a little bit of damage. That will be fairly slow going. As camera's still there
Sabraha
on
hargana aja.
ramp.
Halus suaranya mah. Wah. Lupa harganya
Camera staying
Made.
alive, the trip staying alive. All
Kalah
of that
sama
is a
suaranya
lot of
Kes-
information for
Kalah sama
Secret.
suara
They
casternya.
already have main
Waduh.
control as well. And again, this is what you got to do, right? You got to be a little proactive.
Masa sih kalah sama suara
Yeah.
casternya?
So the pain shell
Suara
creates some
caster
spaces
juga
for himself. Only more in the
bagus.
meantime, rushing forward, just ready to
Masa
charge through
kalah?
that cage. But not still in a fully committed position. Still just lingering right here around mid. Do draw some additional attention over with Jesse Batch now running back through the spawn.
Here.
Pain shell will clear out Mail. That's going to make Secret a lot more confident this does end up going towards A. Only more on the drop down. Able to find that kill, swing it out. NDG just running and gunning, comes up with the goods.
Down A.
Elimination found. Jemkin. Here at elbow spots him. Right click will finish him off. No HP bars though. It's
Gede kan
okay.
atuh
That's
suarana.
Sphero dead.
Emang
That's
ini
a spike now
kecil?
straight up onto heaven.
I mean, if Jem can just stay alive, buy time for flips here. No, it's going to be split 180.
Now watching back in for this one though.
Ini cukup
The wall
nggak?
comes up.
Last
Yep, he's just
player
gonna get shot from
standing.
behind. Jeremy with a headshot. able to find it, and there's just
10
nothing
seconds
else
left.
that Jemkin can realistically do here. Push up the challenge, not ready for Jeremy in that position. That's going to be another pistol round going the way of Team Secret.
Oh,
Splitting 1-1 on the pistol so far on both maps. Jemkin, 17-8-1,
bukan
doing the
maksudnya
lion's share
sebesar suara
of the
casternya lebih
frags
gede dari
for
suara Izza.
RRQ, but they just couldn't.
Emang
I
iya?
love the way they played the map though, right? They drawed a lot of the util, they drew the fault line a second time. But at the end of the day, they just can't get into the site. It's going to be Envy and NDG bugging them up,
iya?
dunking up the entry from heaven. They'll take a little too much of that casualties.
It's like just going to be heavy stack and push here. Oh my god. Jemkin and Estrella taking quite a bit of damage there. Heal's not available
Kecilin
anymore.
suara
Does not have those
desktopnya,
purchases
desktop
coming into this
audionya
round, so
kecilin suara
can't try to
desktop
fix
audionya
any of
dikit.
that. Jeremy will be able to find one before getting taken out by
Ini
Jemkin.
pakai
Classic
audio
claims
output
him, but that's
capture.
going to be a judge picked up.
Down.
The HP bars continue to suffer as Xfero as well now whittled away at down to 56.
Jadi biar
Yeah,
lebih
if
enak
Jemkin at
gitu.
full health, sure. You can try to blast back with the judge, but right now things look a little dire.
Bash playing it stairs, sends out a flash to try to slow them up, but ultimately doesn't want to overstay. Rotate back around towards
Jadi
Ellie's
kan
side,
deh
get
Izza
himself
masih
maybe
kurang.
pushed up onto the side. Looks like he's going to play this one out patiently, wait for the approach to come in as the
Nanti
fault line now
kegedean,
goes across.
nanti
Swings
berisik.
out, finds one, Borkham as well.
One
Down
enemy
Estrella,
remaining.
Smash
Spike
will find a
down
second.
B.
Leaves just Xfero all on his lonesome, the weapons out of reach.
Yeah,
His
okay.
position noted. NDG will go ahead and finish it off. It's just one casualty here on the side of Team Secret as they now move up 8-6.
And a really good setup there on the double team between Jesse Vash and Borkham, right? Once Jesse Vash is back in position to help with the trades and the crossfire, you send the paranoia out to buy time as soon as you get an inkling, and then you're hiding, making them think that they can swarm you. Jesse Vash is there, immediately capitalizes on the
One enemy
paranoia,
remaining.
and then it's just a crossfire, clean and set up with better weaponry.
Suara mana?
So
Suara
once
aku.
again, RRQ, they do what they can
suara
to
aku
make
udah
sure they have a
gede.
numbers advantage, the weaponry, etc., the utility, all in favor of Secret. So far, we're seeing the positives
Ini
of
suaraku
this
udah
comp.
gede.
They're playing
Ini
it to
suaraku udah
perfection,
gede,
taking
Mick.
over this aggressive
suaraku udah
space,
gede,
basically
Kel.
denying any
Bukan
use and
stream
value of that
volume-nya.
toxic screen.
Ini suaraku udah gede, Kel.
Robbing that away from him. Judge now positioned right in front here.
Masa kekecilan?
They'll clear that out at range, but Flip Shutter, yeah, with a quick little peek in, does manage to find Borkham. Do not know about the judge around the corner, but it also looks like widely RQ have very little interest in playing in towards Garage. At least
Now,
for the time being.
yeah, no smokes remaining on the side of Team Secret, though. And that trip, they want to send them to B, right? They want to let them know we pushed out of A. You
There's the
gotta go
dog,
to B.
and there's the 1-2 pump.
Spike down B.
Oh, it's set up just too perfectly.
Satchel out.
Gets a weapon as well.
Jump peek across, spotting two, fault line sent there. As Xfero will catch NDG, trying to lurk his way out of vent. But this is a big spot of bother for the set of RRQ. But that being said, Vash does fall down. Now, blast packing over to the side. Jeremy trying to play elusive, swing around the corner, and Jemkin
Gak apa-apa Izza ntar.
plants his feet
30
firmly,
seconds.
Gak
finds the
apa-apa
kill.
Izza ntar
You
aja
know,
di setting.
alone to see what
Oke.
kind of damage he
Ntar
can
diatur
deal.
lagi.
Jemkin at 19 HP.
Sip.
Spectre in hand,
Yes,
full
yeah,
util available
mantap.
here to the fade. Some drift across, tries to get the jump, gets the headshot in. Xfero going to be taken down. Now the 1v2.
Where are
Sets the interrupt on the play, but they're running out of time. Haunt cleared. Jemkin out into the open, caught with a blast
10
pack.
seconds left.
Now the C's around the corner,
Spike
trying to get the catch.
planted.
Estrella able to dodge that, but Envy gets the headshot.
No
He's
time.
on his feet
Still
for damn
waiting.
good reason. What a hell of a clutch. His Team Secret now stretched the lead by 3.
Envy made every single decision
Ya, kapan live
perfectly.
bareng
Everything to
XCKT?
lead him one
Not
step
feeling
closer
sweat.
to that clutch win,
Kok
to
ada
that Red Bull
tahu?
clutch. Right, he first of all tries to isolate. He expects someone
live
else is still going to
gua
be
main
made to
follow
create that
sama
crossfire.
XCKT.
Takes out
One
Xfero.
enemy remaining.
Then he tries to delay, gets to the lane. Once it's on the second plant because of time. I mean, yeah, you got to shout.
Wah,
You know it's going to be a
jangan-jangan,
1v1.
lihat
He knows he's
replaynya
low.
nih.
And then the C's immediately after because now you have to stick the plant. All of it to perfection. Keeps the lead here in the second half. Gets that bonus for them. Showstopper online as well. On both sides, but it's full armor for everyone on Team Secret.
Grenade.
RQ this time taking a little bit of space there in Garage, not wanting to concede it. Will immediately drift away. As Flips continues to lurk forward. Jeremy, though, A little bit of an off angle. Not often that we see too many players up on top of box just in the exit of garage.
Kan aku moderator kamu, jadi
Turning
tahu
all
notif
into
live
position.
dia.
As
Iya
for now,
ya.
the smoke dissipating.
Mane kan udah
It's gonna be-
subscribe.
We'll tuck away there
Pasti
from
dinyalain
Flipside.
notifnya. Mantap.
Team Secret, they heard this. Obviously, the trip gets broken as well. Trying to weaken up ramp, and at a certain point, you're going to want to start to send Xfero to get value. Whether it's
Plus,
to A or
Mane.
B, that remains to be seen, but it looks like they just want to pressure them there. Expect that they've weakened the site. Now, this is all bait. It's for Jeremy.
Really?
Goes
Everyone's
down for- oh, he's
flash!
slowed up. The
Oh!
flash is in, but Jeremy recovers his vision just a little bit faster. Looks like they didn't quite read where he was. He gets himself a second kill before getting taken down. Now Borkum holding things firmly on the site. Went back out in NDG. Looks like Sphero just not ready for that one
Oh,
at all.
no.
Flash right into his face. He's still plus forwarding.
Oh,
And
no.
things are really starting to slip. RRQ not in control at all here in this second half.
We've seen a couple of these moments where Elmi Moore gets a little rushed with the guiding light. And he's gotten away with it a couple times, but when push comes to shove, I mean, first of all, that was going to be a hard round no matter what to
Live
clutch,
Big
but it's just
Marcel.
unfortunate that we're seeing
Gimana
these
tuh?
micro mistakes. If they're happening when you're getting pressured, even if it's not an impossible clutch
Mane
situation,
juga.
right, they're likely to come up.
Jadi tahu nih
So
Mane.
I was full expecting the timeout because a lot of panic starting to show. And
Itu cuma
probably something
kesalahan
that
pahaman
Coach Iwa's
aja
going to need to talk
tadi.
about is
Cuman
the
bercandaan
players in
aja.
the server,
Oh, itu
they might not
A.a.
have any idea what's going wrong. Because quite frankly, they
Tidak
feel like they're
bermaksud
taking the control of
apapun.
spaces that they wanted to, right? You're able to push them out of mid. Now that you've identified that they push early, they get early control of main and garage on B. You push them out of there. You have that control. You clear mid again. You have vents control. What is going wrong? We tied them up in ramps. What in the world is going wrong? And that's something that Coach Iwa's going to have to talk about. One of it is, of course, you're not drawing out all of the important util. You draw out a fault line, sure, but then there's still a Seize, still a Prowler, another Haunt, another Paranoia. There's just a lot in the bank that can be used at various ranges that they'll have to account for.
This goes here.
I mean, it's just in every single metric right now that Secret have control. Ult economy very much in their favor as well, as that Nightfall about to be online for Envy after the clutch. Is now Showstopper, Neural Theft, both ready to go. What's the game plan here? 4 Stingers and a Sheriff to see if they can try to find a thrifty win.
Take hold.
Paint Shells lead the way, but Trapwires for now still standing. Do get spotted out a bit by the Trailblazer.
They hear the Stingers. Know it's a weak buy.
Flash out.
Now just playing a long range. Still got that camp in heaven as well.
Jesse just basically about to just full util dump everything that he had, and does so.
I mean, but again, Team Secret, they don't mind if they get pushed away, if they push RQ away to me. In fact, they'll just get a double kill before that even happens. Because
They'd be playing off that so perfectly. And they know the TP back there from Estrella. As he does get knocked down about 51 HP. But jump up, Jemkin trying to open things up a little bit more, trying to find that catch, but Jesse Vash manages to stand his ground. Shadow in the meantime creeping forward, trying to get his way out over onto the site. NDG not necessarily reading this at the moment, but also not really in a position where he's going to get caught whatsoever by this Viper.
oh, look at Jeremy's position on the
Last
mini-map.
player
He
standing.
goes down. I mean,
Spike down mid.
And there you go. Finally sussed it out.
Time for a
Cleanup is going to be good. Just Envy lost in the fight. Team Secret now up to 11.
Find them. I kill them.
As it's again another 5-round win streak going into a second half.
yeah, 5-round lead as well off of that. Of course, tied 6-6, but a great position here for Secret. Not only do they get,
Enemy remaining.
you know, a happy amount of rounds in the first half, but everything coming to fruition. And we talked about, again, the kind of high risk, high reward that this kind of comp can bring to Split, but so far the reads are on point. And the way they're cycling a lot of their util, they always have kind of the ones that don't refresh, like the Paranoia. It's always in their back pocket.
Bomb buddy out.
So much util to spread out across these next 2 rounds. Very slow going here for RRQ. Showstopper at the ready, spots one, gets the cleanup. Elwin Moore going to be fast and traded back. So it's just going to be raises taken down on both squads.
Yeah, but the raise down on a single duelist for RRQ, and it's not,
Team
you know, anything else that can
Secret.
really force the site open either. It's just the sky right now for the initiator. things are looking rough. The only thing they can hope for is Xfero on the lurk, but he doesn't exactly have control of the site just yet.
Creeping their way over now.
Halo
Towards
Hansky.
this A site,
Selamat
trap wires still
datang.
there, still not dealt with. Trailblazer can try to spot him out, but just a couple shots in. That's Elmore down to 5 HP. He didn't even have the reveal on him. Just heard them moving forward.
Welcome to my live stream.
Trailblazer now trying to spot things out. They have identified that
30
NDG
seconds
is going to be back screen, but
Ui.
displacing him is still going to be a
One
completely
enemy
different task.
remaining.
Fast now arriving up into heaven. We'll be able to find the final 2 of the round is Secret. Looking absolutely
Secret.
dominant
Match
here on
Sakura.
Split.
A great showing. And I love it because they bring out their own interpretation of a composition and they're using it so well, right? It's not just that they're fragging out, but the way they're chaining their utility, the way they're understanding how to create space, how to take space, the way that they understand on defense. We're going to have to push out on the early rounds to take control of a portion of the map. I mean, all of it clearly shows us that this is not a result of, we don't know what else works, let's try this one. This is a result of a goal was met during the scrims. We came in with an idea, and it's time to show RRQ what it tastes like.
Can they hold on? Feels like 6 rounds in a row. Even though Secret have done just that. Right now for RRQ, feels like
Ini game
an
ketiga,
impossible
guys.
task.
I mean, look at the ults as well, right? Both
I've
Nightfall
got
and
your
Rolling
track.
Ini
Thunder
game ketiga
online.
nih, Cok.
These Seekers aren't going to mean too much.
Envy fishing around. Sparrow does get tagged up a little bit as Envy will be able to get the catch. Jemkin taken down, but not before NDG does fall. Util now taken away. After Shock will force flips away for a brief little moment. Envy swinging back around on the side itself is able to find Xfero and keep them very much in a winnable position. They look to close out this map. Flips about to be jumped here from behind. Fault line set. Finds one. Pulls off the angle, but does he realize that he's being hunted? 2 more players behind him. It's Borkum now.
Sosial
Oh,
media
this is
gua
a cheeky
ada di
spot.
deskripsi.
First line of defense. Here's the rope. Swings under the corner. Gets one. They can't calm it fast enough.
Spike down.
And we're taking down Borkum. He will be the closer. 3 kills for him as Secret run away with a map here on Split. 13-6. Absolute dominance.
Ya.
RRQ looked good on Breeze, but you can't count out Secret. They came in prepared, and quite frankly, again, I mean, both teams with some changes here, both in terms of kind of who's playing what agents, the compositions, things like that. So this is a fresh slate. So it's not even really the story about, well, Secret does well in the rematches. They come in prepared when they can ante. It wasn't about that. It was more so about the fact that Secret had full confidence in what they had prepared.
Well, we have a 3-map series here on our hands, but first, we'll go ahead and pass this back over to the analyst desk to break down all the craziness from Split.
And just when you thought it was going to be over, Team Secret said nope and took RRQ's map pick from them of Split.
Yeah, that's my job to say nope to
Yeah.
people, like keep them off the
Or
elevator.
nope.
But, but
I was
mean,
inspired.
a flawless defender side for them. An incredible performance. Their attacker side looked really good overall. Kind of similar ideas, I thought, to what we saw in Breeze with a lot of mid pressure. And in that last round, or the second to last round of the first half, RRQ found a way to deal with that, where there was a showstopper available for Jeremy. They get ahead of it. That was good, but then they get over to the defender side, and Team Secret just ran them over. I mean, it was crazy how strong they looked.
Yeah, it was pretty beautiful. I mean, the defenses they had on the top of A was just like, there was just no getting in for the side of RRQ. It was like, had every angle covered, and then on the opposite side, it just felt like the entries from the side of RRQ weren't that great. So kind of falling apart there. It was 6-6 half, but just the flawless one side was just too much for them to handle.
I think there were some little warning signs early on, Valdez, when you pointed out, too, when we saw the kill count, and it was a little bit too heavily skewed towards Jemkin and Elmi more very early on.
Yeah, I mean, the other 3 players had 2 kills apiece, and it was 12 and 11, respectfully, for those other 2 players. So definitely felt like there was a little bit of carrying going on even from the beginning, and then once they got to attackers, it was just kind of lights out for them. They had a decent amount of first kills, but look at the post plants, 0 out of 1. Like, they didn't have post plants.
Well, that just goes to what you're talking about, right? Like, just doing such a good job of controlling the pressure points on this map, not giving them the opportunity to get there. Envy really popping off here. Borkum had a great game. So some of the players who were, well, Borkum had a good breeze, but Envy in particular, who did not have a good breeze, showing up much more here on the fade. This double initiator really worked a treat, especially on the defender side and the attacker side, to be honest. The 6-6 attacker side is quite good on split generally. You'll take that most of the time. So really everybody stepping up big time. Yeah, Jesse may not put up huge numbers, but the breach util does a lot for delay. They did a great job. One thing that I really noticed with Team Secret, especially on their attacker side, was the way that they cycled their ults. They were staggering them. They were only using one at a time. Like, you know, the casters were talking about it. You could see when you have the Rolling Thunder and the Showstopper available at the same time, you could, you know, launch the Rays with the Rolling Thunder, but they didn't need to. They were just like, we're just going to use one or the other and then save the other one for the next round, then do that. So really smart game planning here from Team Secret.
I do like how Jeremy, you know, stepped up. He wasn't looking on his best form the other day. So and honestly, the last map. So seeing him on this map, starting to feel more comfortable. I mean, when you're on the Rays flying through split, you need to be confident with every decision that you make.
Yeah, it was kind of funny too because this map started off with RRQ. You know, they won the pistol. I think it was a 4K from Jemkin, just like lining them up. It was crazy. And then for some reason after that, it was, you know, it was very even in the first half. Obviously, it kind of went back and forth, but, you know, we had an ace from NEG who was looking pretty good, and, you know, there were some nice comeback moments for Team Secret, kept it close, and then really, you know, it just felt like a totally different map once we changed sides.
But you could see some of the ideas, like, with this double initiator comp, it puts this, like, kind of, like, pressure on you as RRQ to have to worry about being caught by it, getting tethered, because it's a lot easier on split sometimes to kind of like track those angles and deal with that. And then even, you know, throwing in the judge in there for Jeremy, you know, catching them right outside of B main. Just everything so well thought out with this composition for Team Secret. So, you know, we talked about earlier today that it's hard to come into this stage and know what teams are going to do, what maps are prepared, what agent picks are prepared. And now we're seeing that, you know, finally a team has come and cooked something and it's actually come out well done.
I like the whole cooking process there. I really just enjoy them.
I'm
Ooh, that
definitely
sounded
a chef,
delicious.
yeah.
He's not just an elevator guy, he's also a chef. Does this change your predictions at any point? I know, again, infamous flip-flopper here, just in case with how things going.
Yeah, I'm infamous for a reason. I do kind of feel, you know, before we started this segment, I'm like, maybe Team Secret take this actually. I mean, going in an Icebox, I think they should be pretty comfortable, and RRQ did look kind of flat in that second half. I think that was mostly just because Team Secret playing so well, and they really shut the door on them. So as long as Team Secret keep up this level of play, I mean, there is a pretty good chance they go into this map of Icebox and take it. So I'm not going to change my pred. You know, I've turned a new leaf for the new year.
New year,
I'm
new
stick
you.
with RRQ. We'll see what happens. But yeah, I'm not. You know, I'm willing to say that okay, there is a pretty good chance that Team Secret take this anyway.
Very happy with the Gross and Valdez. Definitely, you know, no more flip flopping. I'm gonna stick with RRQ, but I think it's gonna be really darn close on Icebox. I mean, obviously, you know, seeing it from both of these teams earlier this year, both of them had to play Gen G on it. They both pushed them basically to the limit. I mean, there was the overtime, right, with Team Secret. RRQ got close to the overtime, so I don't know. I still think RRQ probably has a little bit more firepower and those kind of things. That's where I'm going to lean. I'm going to stay with RRQ.
Okay. I will share my thoughts on that after we address the guess in game poll result. The question was, who's going to Thrifty first on map 2? And because there was no Thrifty, both of them managed their economies like actually really well. Nothing happens. We stay in gold. Forever gold,
Yeah.
Pony boy.
I should have bet on no Thrifties. Yeah.
Yeah.
I wish I could have bet on no Thrifties.
Yeah,
I was
then-
denied.
I know.
I think
you
all
did
of us
say
would
it.
have bet on that though. It's
Yeah,
not
right?
very common that you see a Thrifty, right? So.
We did have record of you saying that, so I think, you know, mentally we know. In terms of how this is gonna go for Icebox, it can go both ways, especially with a performance like this coming from both of these guys. I think if it was, because it's a 1-1 score, I know how strong Secret can be on Icebox, so I'm actually now completely up in the air, but I will stick to my prediction because it's a new year, like Felda said. We're just
Turn a
gonna,
new leaf. Yeah.
we're just gonna we're gonna commit.
So proud of the girls.
The year commitment.
So proud.
Yes. So here, Jeremy and Jemkin, I'm again, both of them performed phenomenally, but Jemkin just couldn't be the only person killing everyone.
Yeah, I mean, it comes down to, I think, you know, the defense we've talked about a lot on that second map, but it just feels like everybody's pulling their weight on the side of Team Secret, whereas even in the beginning of the map for RRQ, it just felt like kind of a two-man show from Jemkin and Xfero, and the rest of the guys eventually caught up, but yeah, it just felt like a better team performance from the side of Team Secret, so... And the fact that Jeremy also hit 333 ACS is pretty good, on top of everybody else performing really well, like a 31% FB percentage as well. So, yeah, I think they've got the hot hands right now, and I think this is going to be a very close match. Wouldn't even be surprised if we go to like overtime or something like that on Icebox.
Absolutely.
I think we're going to overtime.
Yeah.
Yeah. That is very highly likely. We are going to go to our agent picks now for the third and final map of this first series of today between Team Secret and RRQ.
I was going to say, Jesse's playing Sova, I can tell you that right now. Like, before that even came up, 100%. But, okay, Envy going to be on that KO. You're seeing teams kind of lean into this a little bit more with that extra space on B. It's a little easier to flash behind yellow and things like that. So teams are going into it. But that RRQ going with more of what we're seeing globally on this map now with the Gecko, some kind of double initiator, but it is the Sova, so you're seeing this kind of interchanged. It's either that or the KO usually, and it is going to be, interestingly enough, the Sova that RRQ is going to go with. But I think this has been kind of a story of, you know, who's been able to sort of have their full team come into the map and play their best. And we saw it on Breeze with RRQ, Team Secret on Split. Statistically, this should be very close.
Yeah, historically, even since last year, both these teams have kind of been neck and neck every step of the way throughout Pacific. So we really don't know what the outcome of this. This is going to be a very exciting third and final map. And to take us through it, we have our casters, Achilles and William.
Thank you very much. Yes, let's go into the action. Icebox to see who is going to be walking away with the win with that crucial championship point. Both teams have put up some strong performances on this map. Back at kickoff, RRQ playing it twice versus Gen G.
Yep.
10-13 score lines both times.
Yes, exactly. Getting very close to that overtime and potentially the win, but never quite. They didn't really have what it took to just keep up the round-to-round adjustments near the end. We'll see if that's a different story here. Of course, Team Secret, they were playing the Sage back then. They were experimenting with it. Now back to the KO for Envy. And honestly, Envy's KO on Icebox, it's one of the best highlights we've had through and through for Team Secret, all for the first season of Pacific last year.
Really shock dart out as, ooh, Jemkin, okay. Bit of wonky timing there. Ups off the angle moments before he would have had the lineup. Doesn't get punished for it, though. Just be drifting away and actually getting himself very much situated in mid. I mean, despite spotting out quite a many few people, it's widely the site conceded here by RRQ, looking to just play a full retake. As Team Secret themselves amassed here. Dart is going in, not going to find the connection there, but Jemkin able to find two. Envy and Jeremy both going to be taken down there by that Sheriff that gets traded back as Borkham and Jesse Vash get one apiece. More playing out at screen, seeing that Sova. Actually, with the help of Helms, we'll be able to just go ahead and flush him out, so just get that elimination.
Moore's quite low, but gonna support with the dart for the time being. They know the site itself has been cleared out, but you gotta clear out all the opponents if you wanna stick the defuse.
Oh, the second headshot from NDG is monstrous, and now it is all LB Moore up on the ropes, 9 HP. He is not ready for the forward positioning, and NDG will get Team Secret another pistol round win, 3-2 across the set now.
Great mid-rounding from both teams. Team Secret, they get the initial contact, they recognize that the Jet has given up pipe, so they immediately press the issue, try to push forward as a death ball. Now, meanwhile, RRQ, they're not able to stick with it anymore, but just so they can bring flips back over from B side, they decide to group and cover mid, right? Just to see if it's going to be a rotate, and that way they can still try to push the flank or at least put pressure on it. And initially it looked like it was going to work out, but the plant goes down. And then good positioning from Team Secret to make sure that they hold everyone at screen. Jesse Vash going over to the rafters. That was a big difference maker.
Rambut
Yep, just
sama kumis gua udah
zero investment for the most part here for the side of RRQ as Jemkin just pushes his way out of two.
Terus ini kumis juga udah agak masuk ke mulut
couple shots.
Jadi makanya gua cukur rambut sama kumis kalian. Karena Karena kalau anak
Got the
muda
outlaw
tapi
for Jesse Vash as
berantakan.
well, so
Jadi
everybody
kalau udah
in
cukur kan,
dire
wah.
danger here to both the Guardians and
Jadi
the
anak
Outlaw.
muda banget
Of
gitu.
course, buys across the board for Secret, trying
Kalau
to
kata orang mah
snowball
jadi
things
kayak
over
bapak-bapak.
for all the
Bapak-bapak
future
muda
rounds.
maksudnya.
And that's also
gitu.
kind of why they're playing a little cautiously, right? You can't just have someone on an aggressive lurk just with a pistol, anything like that. You want to be able to stick as
Right
5, keep as many of these weapons going forward.
Recon at the ready. Only more waiting patiently.
The timing of this will be so crucial.
See if he gets anything at all, any kind of inkling that they're moving forward. Catches a good timing on this one. Yes, okay, drone over the top.
30 seconds left.
No delay, does get darted there. It's push into the corner, into the instant headshot there on an X-Barrel. Flips, able to find 2. The reload, though, can't quite find a third, but Jemkin with covering fire will be able to take him down. So already, very bloody here. Secret suffering more losses than they certainly would like to have on this approach. Can they find more? The push up back, able to take
Tapi
him down.
kumis kamu
Gets
itu
both
bisa
kills
memikat
collected.
hati para
The
gadis-gadis,
Guardian and
Izza.
Bulldog held on to, maybe swap out
Gun
for
here.
different guns. The ping's down, but NDG can't get there in time, so it'll be the
Tapi
Outlaw
kan
picked
kumis
back
itu
up.
kan kalau udah mulai tumbuh lagi kan harus
Piece of damage dealt, but
cukur.
still a 2-0 start for Team Secret.
Karena
Yeah,
kan
I
nanti
mean, just because it was buys across the board, it's going to be a little
Berantakan.
costly, like you said.
Masa
And kind of
anak
the
muda
recon
ada
bolt was delayed
kumis.
thanks to the drone.
Ntar kalau gua
They just aren't
kerja
able
di
to
hotel,
check.
waduh.
4 flips, right? A little too distracted
Gimana tuh?
by Elmimore in the back of sight. And so a lot of
Kan
damage
kerja di
done
hotel
now. We
kan
saw
gak boleh ada
initially,
kumis.
considering a couple
Peraturannya itu.
half armors here and there, but eventually
Gak boleh
everyone
ada
will buy
kumis,
down to the full
ini,
armor. They'll give up
jenggot
one piece
segala
of utility
macem.
each to make sure that happens, recognizing that the Outlaw is still a threat on the other side from Team Secret.
Nanti kalau ada kumis, nanti
Checking, watching over
Diperiksa.
there. Pipes to see if anybody's
sama
going to
itu
poke their head out.
HRD-nya atau GM-nya. Nanti dimarahin.
Time, double push up. Jesse Vash, Borkum investigating over towards B. See if they can spot
Marahinnya
anything
nanti
out.
gini. Ini Izza kok belum cukur kumis sama jenggot?
Nothing
Gitu
seen.
dong.
We'll just go ahead and back away.
Yeah, but this alarm bot's getting so much value for RRQ as well, right? Able to just deny Kitchen, now the turret as well, so relatively safe in mid. Now they won't spot anything with the
I think
drone.
you saw his shoulder just a bit there.
Yeah, just a tag right at the end. Now, of course, they're also still holding on to green. You've still got that one way, so no reason to over-rotate from RRQ. But the question is can you hold on to the site? Because if the execute's good, it's a bit of a pain here on A.
Jemkin not wanting to reveal his position. Because Cesat allows for that knife to go off as DG able to find one, gets traded out. As Sparrow comes up with 2. Jemkin now presence noted. Jeremy gone. And it's going to be swift and clean here from the side of RRQ. Just losing out on Elmimore, as they will go ahead and get themselves online.
And that decision not to shoot out the 0 point, that made the difference, right? Not able to spot out Jemkin. He's able to cover for his teammates. Flips, got flashed, and then, of course, dashed on right from Jeremy, but Jemkin still there to cover all angles from above like a hawk in the sky. Buys enough time for Xfero as well. With the crossfire. And the energy's coming back up. Flips'
It is.
trash talk is back as well.
Well, that's just the bonus round, so now it's going to be full firepower, full shields on the opposite side of Jesse Vash. The Hunter's Fury as well.
Iya, kumis.
He's used
Wah,
2 so far and
memikat hati para
got kills off both of them.
gadis-gadis.
Got the ping there on the Jemkin, but given that it's the Jet, likely not
Emang
worth
kalau
trying
gua
to open up with
cukur,
that Hunter's Fury, so we'll just
ini
keep it
apa?
pocketed for now.
Gak memikat hati
Got
para
Thrash on the side of
gadis-gadis kalau gua
Flips.
cukur kumis.
Hasn't used it yet, so we'll see if it gets used at all this round. But they get spotted immediately, like you mentioned, so that means they have to give up pipes control. So no reason to try to push out for even more info. Trying to just hide the position of all teammates, just keep Team Secret guessing. They still got that alarm bot once again in mid, covering both parts around tube with the turret.
Still not fully committed here. Double creep up. Pushing their way now towards yellow. Like what they're seeing over here on this side of the map, it might just be able to rotate back around. It looks like that's going to be the call coming in from Jesse Vash. They're suspecting that the Viper is going to be alone, but quick to replace here is Xfero. Gets himself shifted over, and it looks like they're going to leave Jeremy in forward position over on this A site. See if he can come up with
30
any
seconds
kind of
left.
backstab. A little bit of damage there. Otherwise, spike now planted.
Oh, so well set up for Jeremy.
That turret obviously not going to spot him either. Just going to go creeping across, work his way. I mean, he can go snowman, he can go kitchen, whichever way he decides to first. It looks like he may just come across. Jemkin, yep, he does. Takes him down. Now this is such deep control here for the side of Team Secret, but NDG does end up falling.
Yeah, he goes above the grading as well.
The fuse held to half. Hunter's Fury across from Jesse Bash, looking for the tag, managing to find two. Would have gotten LB more, but Envy takes him down just a little bit faster. Flipshatter now on his lonesome, 24 HP. Not worth trying to play through this one, just has to hold on to the weapon. Will rotate out. Let's see if Jeremy can get the catches. Ready to swing his way in. Flip's thinking better about it. Not wanting to give him that line of sight, just stay tucked away. He'll hold on to the weapon, but Team Secret will continue moving up.
Yeah, ever so necessary save there from the rifle, just so you can make sure that you have some semblance of a stable economy, or at least a hope for one. Now, Estrella trying to abuse the kind of tip of that toxic screen against his opponents. He'll get the one kill, of course, the trade. But what was really smart from Team Secret is it's not an immediate over-rotate. They still use utility to tie them up in A, and then they still leave the lurk. That gives them that option that you will get the flank, right? I mean, Jeremy was able to move immediately as soon as the spike goes down, because that's when RRQ starts sprinting over. Just a kind of multi-step plan. And now he's online once again here in Icebox.
Certainly feeling it. He's lacking a bit on Breeze with the Jet. The Rays looking very much reinvigorated on Split, but now Jeremy is kicking things off gorgeously here for the team. Flipshatter looking forward, trying to avoid that drone. Does eventually get tagged, but before he finds the kill onto Borkum, he's still in a very rough position potentially, but Sphero finding one. Envy going to be taken down. Flips now trying to peel away, but Jesse Bash moving forward, finds Sphero. Flips still tucked in the corner though. Gets rid of the enemy Jet. Nope, that's just going to be the Dizzy connecting right as NDG tries to strike. Flips with 3, will get RRQ to 2.
So far, it's been A site every single time. Sure, I mean, they eventually rotated over to B, but it's been the A pressure every single time, and they don't stop at pipes. They will always try to get some form of control right up to the site. Now, I like what Team Secret's doing, right? They're denying pipes control. That's great. But at a certain point, perhaps, you know, maybe after this round, start to kind of slow things down, maybe gain a little bit of mid, maybe a little bit of green control. You don't have to commit to it, but you got to put pressure.
Get out of my way.
Knives pulled, looks like pressure looking to be applied. As first it will just be the clear out there on the turret. Jeremy drops down off the top of tube. Sphero in position. They're in kitchen, not really wanting to peek out, but you know, we'll get the mark. Note that the Jet is going to be rotating away from tube. RRQ can breathe a little bit more easily in regards to mid now, but it's A that's getting ready to receive an immense amount of pressure. Flipshatter set up here. By screens, all of his util still online, decides to pull back even more. And that movement right there could have very well saved his life.
I like it. It's a good timer right in the back of his mind because he's got that thrash. They already emptied the site anyway for a retake.
Spike planted.
But clear. Dizzy gone. Thrash now coming in, hunting for a target. Borkum still playing forward on top. Noted that, just given the trajectory of that snakebite coming through. Flash and drone searching for a target. Flips does get noted by that. Borkum now repositions just in front of the plant, and Flips is not ready. He was coming back to try to get that Dizzy. Gets punished for it. Off in, Chemkin a quick peek, trying to find the shot, can't make it happen. Borkum stays alive, does get pushed forward, does get flushed out as Estrella is able to find that kill now. Elmi Moore trading one back. Jesse Bash will fall. Times out, unable to find value as Jemkin will get that elimination, and now it is all on to Envy. The hold's coming through, but they're so damn low, but Jemkin will be able to keep him protected. Two members left standing, the op retained. RRQ tie it up at 3-3.
I mean, nice try from both teams, but RRQ comes out just a couple steps ahead. I mean, Xfero, I'm not quite sure what happened there, but it almost looked like he had found a way to get around that turret, maybe just found a timing. Didn't keep my eye on the lurk entirely, so I thought that was going to be the difference maker. NDG was wise about it, still checks it on a timing, takes out the lurk, but by that time, RRQ had just slow crept in one step at a time. Sure, trades all the way through, but they're able to approach the spike, and that's what mattered. Of course, they cleared a lot of that utility early as well. That was a big part of it, ruining some of that post plan.
Right there.
Jemkin posted up. Knows that he's going to be going up against a weaker buy, so can just go ahead and hold his ground. Gets the opening shot. Just waiting to see if anybody peeks their head out in towards the nest. Looks like it's just going to be a ground approach here. As Drone will stay low, will get the tag here. Flipshatter can back away. Ooh, wide peek out. Jemkin able to find the shot there. Sends another one moments before. Jesse Bash would have likely swung in to his crosshair. The shot's gone, but Wiley, it's just tags here onto the members
Guys,
of
start
RRQ.
dulu ya. Gua mau
Spike can get planted.
beli
Gotta play it a little bit safe. Yeah, wait for that retake.
Okay.
Jesse spotted, knows that he's going to be stranded forward now. Lockdown, even going to be committed.
You should run.
RRQ very much wanting the lead for themselves, and it's going to be a lockdown on the opposite side now. Invested. Xfero pushing forward. Jesse Vash unable to find the headshot. Does end up falling. Lockdown had been destroyed.
Okay.
Now in holding for the defuse. They get it up to half. They just think of the whole time.
Bentar ya,
Xfero with a
guys.
quick little second
I'll be
glance.
right back.
Spots Borkum, takes him down. Fragment from Envy will find one, but ultimately
sebentar ya.
it is going to be
I'll be
RRQ
right
coming
back.
away with this round victory. 3 in a row for the squad as they take the lead.
I mean, again, it's just that ace site over and over again, and yes, Secret is famous for doing that against certain opponents, and it's worked in the past.
It
But
was on Haven though.
it was on Haven, first of all, with 3 sites. And second, it's just, you know, the Killjoy setups in mid, they just haven't been disrupted much at all. And sure, you've been able to pressure B a little bit here and there, even in the first round, but for the most part, yeah, they can just kind of chill there with the one-way, right? a.k.a. can buy so much time knowing that he should be comfy. So perhaps after all these times, right, it's several things. RRQ, their retakes are now starting to work. They also know how to anchor depending on which utilities used first. You add the op now. So Team Secret, they're going to have to decide if they want to switch up the default at the start of the round.
Timeout called from Team Secret. Trying to get them right back into the driver's seat. Nothing that can't be undone quite just yet. Still just a single round separating the two squads. They can come out swinging as this is going to be a bye round for them.
Yeah, very
Go ahead and
neck
equalize very quickly.
See what the adjustment is, because of course after a timeout, surely the operator going to hold a different position here. Whether it's going to be green or mid, could be that push out from tube as well, but it looks like it's going to be a commitment over to the B site. I mean, this would be the round where Team Secret says, you know,
Keep going,
sure,
A.
yeah, surely we don't go A again another time, right? And then they go again.
And it looks like RRQ are kind of biting on that. It looks like it will be, okay, rather.
Yeah, and you got that pit ready from the Raptors as well. So RRQ, they've got things in place, right? They've got a little bit of mid control. They could go for the flank at any point if they wanted. They're still ready for the potential lurk. They have no reason to rush things out. Alarm bot's still alive on A. You'll have the pit, and you still have screens control.
I mean, they'll have the pit if they can avoid, okay, I was gonna say the null command, that is available here from Envy. So pit comes out first. Arrows popped. It's Jeremy just playing alongside this one here for now. Jemkin in the meantime gets the catch on the Borkum, who's lurking over outside of green.
Jeremy would just so love to try to get a pick through the pit here. Try to shut things down on Evan, but he can't. So they'll get the plant, but it's going to be a very tough post plant to hold. A lot of it comes down to Envy. Just holding.
But he finds Flipshider. Does manage to take him down. A couple other players getting blinded there by the Dizzies, and eventually he will be found as that wall drops. Jeremy can only find Jemkin. Otherwise, the cleanup will be swift. 2 kills there for Elmi Morris. Xfero will sprint to try to recover the operator. The defuse can now come in. RRQ will to counteract and not allow for that timeout to lead to a round win. So now they stretch the lead very slightly, just up by 2 rounds.
Yeah, I mean, the mind games are in place for sure after that timeout. Trying to guess where the op's going to go. Say that maybe this time is the time that it works, but didn't quite account for the pit. And of course, RQ, like you mentioned, it's not just the pit. I haven't heard Elmimore taken on after flips in a long time, but RQ's feeling the energy. We'll see if they can keep it up to the end, though.
Still a multitude of ults to work with there. Borkum's death does give him the pit. Vash with the Hunter's Fury. If he'll be able to work his magic, is assessing what they really want to go for here, and it's still a decent commitment as he does buy down to a Bulldog.
Not quite the read from NDG.
Clear on the turret. They're keeping that operator disguised for the moment. Borkum in a position where he may just end up getting caught. Try to rotate around, and he actually does manage to make it across unscathed. So now can get into position, drop this pit here for his squad.
Yeah, they'll have to get there fast. But the question is how do they hold the flank, right? Because the turret's no longer there, and that's a great double kill from Jeremy.
I mean, yeah. And Elmimore whittled down to 2 HP as well as they just sat there. I mean, Gunbarrel spotted, but Jemkin, they've got nothing to really flush him out into the open. Snakebite eventually will do it, but he's already low enough that it gets the kill itself. So 1 found, but still so much more to work with, and Vash is in a very disconnected position with a Hunter's Fury online.
Elmimore couldn't get the timing for the kill.
Away. Do they read this cubby hold? No, they do not. NDG takes down 2. Sheriff in hand. Now, we're trying to escape, but will not be able to do so. Team Secret, a great reply. Drop the round after the timeout, but come back in with a much more solid game plan. And love to see what exactly went down in mid, because it felt like Borkum should have been dead to rights, given that line that was being held by Jemkin.
Yeah, I mean, Jemkin might have been kind of peeking back and forth, perhaps through the tube, trying to make sure that he also doesn't get caught out. But all props to Jeremy here for making that happen. Opens up the site with the setup that he's received. And NDG holding a great close angle, able to turn things around on round 9, trying to tie things up again. And here's the scary part. So now RRQ has to focus on A side again, right? They tried to take some mid-control, it didn't work.
God.
As Seeker's ready for it.
I mean, he had the shot ready to go, but Jeremy just a bit faster. Flip shot now in a very committed position. The drone coming up over the top will spot him out. He just has to try to exit, but there's the Hunter's Fury. It won't even be necessary. Jeremy will be able to just go ahead and get the headshot. Ellie Moore now creeping forward, looking for more. Ends up getting taken down. 5v2. And a call to just completely abandon the site. Team Secret. Then we'll go ahead and get this plant, and we'll wait for that spike to detonate.
I don't know if he'll be able to carry over these weapons, though. We'll see. I mean, NDG might try to get a cheeky extra lockdown going here if he can try to find a couple extra kills.
Yeah, I mean, plenty of reasons to hunt. Xvero, the one person you probably don't want to come across, given that he's a little bit closer to having the lockdown, but only a few more rounds to play. Looks like widely Team Secret will just take this patiently, take this safely. We'll just hold on to all 5 as they get this flawless round and tie us up at 5-5. And Desk was talking about it, you know, they felt like it was going to be likely that this ends up going to overtime, and right now, given how inseparable the teams are being, it does seem like that could very well be the case, but we kind of thought the same thing on Split.
Well, and we also felt that way both times that RRQ played Genji, and they never quite made it to overtime.
That's a good point.
So we'll see. But right now, Secret right back in command of the round-to-round pacing. Because, you know, after the timeout, they go for it again. That time, RRQ reads it. But then they go for it again. RRQ thinks, surely not after that one.
And looking to just go ahead and, you know, burn some of the cash that they've been stocking up on, hoarding it like a dragon. Jeremy going to be bringing another attack operator into the mix here.
Yeah, with the Blade Storm as well, so might as well try to even things out. That'll make the tempo change a little bit unexpected for RRQ. But again, whether they go A or not, Secret has command because RRQ is the one left guessing. They're denied pipes control. They're denied some of their early util. And if they don't push out and clear that turret early, they're denied mid control as well.
Everything grinding to a halt. The silence filling the arena here. Both teams are making any noise. Stray sprays, 0 point, but otherwise just silence here. Secret thinking about what this approach is going to look like. Drift back across, full squad. Just join up now on this A side of the map.
Scanning ahead.
We're just sending that recon out. Does get cleared.
Yeah, that should give them a better idea of where things are going to be coming.
Over the top, knives now pulled. Jeremy rotating in, but doesn't read it, but flips. Not able to nail this shot, but eventually will be able to get it done. More in the meantime, finding NDG. Pit now invested. Throwing the double swing out. Borkum doesn't manage to find Elby Moore, but now he's all on his lonesome. The spike outside of the pit. Recovers it. Goes for the plant. He's got one snake bite left. Try to utilize. Does eat a little bit of damage there from Astraeus. Can he clutch this? For the rush in, and oh my god, right as he goes to exit the pit, he must have been able to see the gun barrel, but Jemkin is right clicks for the headshot. And RRQ, they will move up to 6.
Had to have been, because that's a crazy shot to take if it wasn't for it. But either way, great pacing there from the duo that remained alive from RRQ, not wanting to give Borkum a chance to reposition and play the mind games in his own Viper's Pit. They'll barely hang on to the lead. We'll see if they can catch on to it. Things look dicey from Flips. Eventually, though, he gets the jet. That's the important part, so it doesn't keep flying around the site.
Yep, just a tiny bit of gun.
Now RQ, once again, back to the op setup on B. And, you know, kind of hoping that it's not going to be that A hit. You know, they'll be prepared for the retake with the Thrash and the Hunter series. They can afford to play a bit of a weaker A site this time. And Team Secret, a bit of a change here, just allows for the dart to ping out. They want to get ready for a pinch on A.
Feels like for maybe the first time, and we've seen some sidelines drawn towards mid, but never really a push like this from Secret. So a bit of a change up here. Just how committed to this they're going to end up being is just eating a little tiny bit of damage there.
Gotta watch out on this window.
Placing sentry.
Heard the rotation across. Jemkin for now still just alone on that B side. He's gonna have to rotate over quickly as Flipshot are gonna be taken down. That's a Thrash now out of the equation. Elmore eventually is able to find Jeremy with the spray to try to equalize, but now Sparrow trading up. NDG gone. That interrupts and very much makes Jesse Vash second guess this plant position. Spraying through and Elmore finds it. Hunter's Fury not necessary.
Now it's a
Players are
deep
killed
lurk as
off.
well.
This very much changes up the game plan. Have to commit in for the stick, but that gives him the tag. Orcup trying to escape, but the final shot from Elmore will not be able to find its mark. And V, forward spot needs to open things up here for the team. In this 2v3, and it does. Gone, but Sparrow just lurking around the back. The wall drops, and Sparrow, his contributions not needed. RRQ, with 3 members left, will be able to close out this first half, 7-5.
Yeah, the mid kill onto NDG was huge because we saw that the Killjoy was nullified, so that turret wasn't going to have much value. It still gets taken down. NDG is trying to draw aggro out so his teammates can plant onto the site. But of course, that makes Xfero very well aware that he has to clear that flank before he's able to assist his teammates in any way, shape, or form. The lurk battle comes in favor of RRQ and that 7-5 lead for the Indonesian squad. See if they can get that first victory. It's been a long time, like the desk talked about as we were preparing for this match. And RRQ, a lot of people wondering what really was the true power level of RRQ at kickoff. Sure, Gen G, they looked like they continued to improve, but could that have been RRQ, right? So many questions on a lot of people's minds. And if they want to prove that the potential was there, they got to make sure that they can close out a best of 3 first of all.
Sure. I mean, like Ewok was saying during their interview on the analyst desk, you know, we consider that we're still in 7th place until proven otherwise. This would be the first step in proving that. Team Secret are certainly looking to test them and keep them as low in the standings as they possibly can. 7-5. Not much of a difference between these squads. Secret, 1 additional pistol round win so far. Let's see if they can add another one to the mix here. And just immediately cut that gap in half.
All right, Secret, see if they try to do a little bit of that aggressive push on the A site. You know, at the end of the day, the overall idea being the same for both of these teams as they both still have that Sova. It's not going to be super aggressive like the KO Geckos, but of course you can still get a little bit of that early info control. Try to set up your jets for success.
0 point forward. I believe it got the catch onto anyone. And B, we'll just move up, grab that orb. In the meantime, chasing from behind. We'll get the tag on him.
They haven't checked for Jeremy though. Still hidden on top of the screen.
And this could be a very unpleasant surprise here for RRQ. There you go, makes his presence known. Now they noted, but clearly not everybody getting the memo there. Flipshutter still gets taken down, but Jem's getting able to find 2 before getting traded out by NDG. On top, Xfero. The Sheriff is able to find Jeremy. Gets them into a better position. Swings back around the side for the headshot. Borkum now, the last one standing. Everybody low on health.
Spike planted.
The classic, can he manage to make it happen? Snake Bite gonna be thrown down. The wide swing coming across. He will be able to get the bite kill there onto Elmi Moore. Sheriff and a Ghost will be retained as RRQ. They tie it up 3-3 in pistols across this series, and they stretch the lead even further.
Yeah, this is as close as it gets. 3-3 on pistols is a crazy stat line. Really just goes to show, and I think everyone that was trying to predict this match all around the world, everyone agreed it was 50-50. It's just where you put a little bit more faith, right? What do you weight a little bit more? Is it just the stats that we saw at kickoff, or is it what you think is going to be the interpretation of the roles and the comps? And right now, I mean, both teams, I think, subverting some of those expectations on both fronts. But nonetheless, a very tight match. But maybe RQ can change that up now that they are on for the anti-eco.
Jeremy dropping down. Estrella certainly will have heard this as a couple shots go his way. Now he's going to look for the catch. He does find it. Nicely, patiently played out. Comes up with the goods. Gem, though, getting overwhelmed. Back yellow does end up falling, but Shredder will be able to take out Borkum there. As Jesse Bash still wanting to fight, pushing forward, gets the dink there. Auto Xfarrow, who can be finished off by NDG with a recovered Vandal. Things very scrappy, very dangerous here for RRQ. Selby Moore still far forward, getting hunted. Gets another weapon recovered.
That's what Elmi Moore wanted to protect, but yeah, now you don't really have a choice. Now your positions are good, right? You've got Defender spawn, you got the spike planted. So Elmi Moore just has to play for time.
Goes the challenge. Recon quickly cleared out, gets the headshot on the one. Can he find the second? Sends out a warning shot, but Envy continues the challenge. Finds the kill, but now he himself in a 1v2. Spike already planted. It's against two Bulldogs. Just quick little fake tap there on the rope. 0 point at the ready. Stop some of this post-plant util from coming through, but Bach already thrown down. Wingman going to be cleared out. He does get the suppress, so the snake bites can't come into play for the moment. Tap on the spike, swings out, finds one. Is he ready, though, for the approach on the bomb? And he is! 4 bullets, but no time! Such incredible efforts from the side of Envy, but Elmi Moore, like you said, had to play time. He bought enough of it, got that kill as a parting gift. And it just wasn't enough to work with. So RRQ, they do get the round win. They lose everything in the mix there. But Team Secret just knocked down another peg.
Yeah, and honestly, if you're an RRQ fan, though, I would say that that round starts to show a bit of the same concern, because that was a round where the team wasn't all on the same page. Were they going to back out or not? Are we going to stand fight or not? You have the rifles. You don't want to give that over. And that starts to spread you thin. It's going to cost you this bonus round. You do have the Soul Vandal. We'll see if they can make a miracle out of it to try to keep the lead.
Oh my God.
Oh goodness.
Jeremy very much lucky to get away with his life there. Jesse Bash does find Elmi Moore for his trouble.
Yeah, basically says, don't bother my son. Shuts him down.
Now just flush against the wall. Envy right there alongside him. Triple threat crossfire set up there on that A site. RRQ though, not going out of the same playbook as Team Secret. They will inch towards the B site this time. The wall goes up.
They can get the plant down. Will be the Thrash available, whether it's this round or the next. Now they've got mid control as well, trying to back out from the utility.
I like this though. It's just a tap on the spike. Try to draw out what util they can get. So bite down. Borkum revealing that he is going to be playing back at Snowman.
So they have mid control, so they're considering rotating over because of the time, which I don't mind that in and of itself. But will they have the leisure to clear out the site? Because Jeremy is still there.
Yeah, could still very much shut down all hopes and dreams of getting that spike planted as Estrella not going to be noted by the drone, but by the 0 points. So they know that there's still some forward presence here.
Yeah, I mean, this is a lot of assumptions for RQ. They're hoping that their movement out has kind of made this site a little bit weaker. It's not going to be the truth.
Okay, well, Flipshed are going to be taken down as the spike interrupted. Plant not through. 10 seconds now remaining. In the hands here of Xfarrow, but now Estrella finding NDG. Push forward. Borkum is able to get Estrella. That's the spike planted. Or it seemed like it shouldn't have been possible for them to have that one come through. Playing together now.
Not checking for mid.
No, they're not. Turn back, look towards kitchen. Jeremy now just on the opposite side of this wall, and as Jemkin swings back through, he will fall. Team Secret able to close out this round. Bonus not converted here from RRQ. Only 2 members lost, so overall could have been worse for wear.
Yeah, I mean, on both sides, right? Things could have gotten a lot worse for RQ as well. You could have just not gotten anything, quite frankly, on this round, given how the anti-eco went. Still got the plant down, still got the Thrash online. Got a couple of kills, forced Team Secret to have to buy up once again, making sure they can't just start banking up all the way to infinity.
Just the instant made
yeah. The thing that Team Secret will also have to recognize is they're also getting a little antsy, right? Trying to just shut down the plant and then giving up an extra kill here and there. So hopefully the players discussing that and coaches hopefully liking what they're hearing in the comms. Gonna be that forward control. The ping won't happen as that dart's a little bit too deep.
Yeah, not quite on the corner of the wall, so Jeremy can go unnoted for now, given the noise made earlier. Got a decent idea. 0 point just to cancel the rest of the drone there.
Well, that means
That's
that
had
they
to drop off.
Yeah, now they have to respect that thrash as well, right? They have to respect the space they gave all the way up to the front of pipes. So Team Secret, it's either empty the site entirely or try to flood it. And that has left mid entirely open for Jemkin, no matter where they go.
There's a ping down on tube, but I'm not necessarily sure if it was under tube or on tube itself. Either way, they have to be aware that there could be somebody in kitchen. Thrash now going to be coming through. For any kind of target, we'll just go back around over towards Flip so he can get the quick recovery.
Oh, the drone and the turret to clear him out.
Okay, he'll just go ahead and clear both. Xfero take it down in the meantime, trying to go on that deep forward push in towards the A side, but Jeremy very much privy to it. He's able to find that elimination.
Can't do it.
An advantage there for Secret. As widely, I think they just have to wait for the ult to come back up here for Flips, which it is now available. Wingman gets the plant across. They have a chance at this post plant, but oh, Jeremy makes it that much more difficult for him. Jemkin taken down. No command now going to be invested here.
Oh, that no command is going to be huge. The thrash can't be used. You just have to hold on to yellow with your guns.
Envy on the floor. Flipsider trying to rotate around, get himself across the side of that fragment, but he just ends up dying to it, and it's a catastrophic mistake. As the res was in, and in the end, it's still 4 players alive retaining their weapons here for the side of Team Secret. Just not able to get across that. There's no safety on that side.
Yeah, I mean, just trying to decide which way he wants to peek out for an extra kill, but like you said, that means he stays in the middle way longer as well. Takes too many hits. Elmimore a little shaky on that last fight as well. So surely, okay, it's going to be a timeout. Got to imagine from RRQ. Because you're probably hearing a little bit of that breakdown, right? A little bit of the discrepancy on what the call is, a little bit of discrepancy on, you know, what value do we hold right now? Do we want to hold on to yellow? We still have mid control from Jemkin, things like that.
Haven't seen any intervention from Ewok on this map quite just yet, but they're back within touching distance, only 2 rounds separating. Yeah, wants to get in here and clean up whatever is going wrong on stage. So a moment of reprieve, perhaps, here for Team Secret. 2 rounds picked up in a row for themselves to make this just about neck and neck once more. We'll take a look as we get ready to go back into this, what the economy looks like at the moment here for RRQ, because, you know, going into the second half, even with the wins, they have not been clean. And as we can see, the buy isn't either.
Yeah, it's just going to be a full half buy here, or yeah, just a half buy, I guess is a better phrasing for that. And the thing is sure, you've got mid control a couple times, but it hasn't really meant much in the grand scheme of things. Team Secret is very well aware of how much space they have given in mid. And curious to see if RRQ continues to try to utilize it, if they think they have better ways to utilize it, or if they start to just stack the numbers a bit more in their favor on the execute. Now this time we will see a turret ready. So NDG going to position himself to cover both B site and mid. Allows everyone to be ready for a hit onto A. They recognize the half buy coming in.
I hear that dash. Heal out onto 1 there, but for now it's just blind spraying through walls. Looking for any kind of straight connections they can get. Fragment out to try to interrupt, but Plant has already come through. Just a moment too late, that util there, but more ability still going to be found. Flips and Estrella both peeking so damn low, and yeah, that's just going to be a very swift and dominant retake here from the side of Team Secret. Not losing a single player. It'd be, sure, down to 1 HP, but unless you're dead, doesn't count. So that's going to be Secret now, closing this gap even further. 9-8. We have to suspect that this is the round that the timeout is for. RRQ, get ready to come back in with a purchase.
See what value they can get out of it. Both sides, 1 away from the lockdown. Bladestorm's available as well. So you can't really rely on the ult cycles to be in your favor at any point. They're always going to match up against each other. So it has to be the reads from round to round. Now that one, sure, you know, it's off the timeout. You expect the half buy on both sides. So you can chalk it up to Team Secret just having a good read on the econ. Now it's going to be that early push onto green. No lurk on the side of A, mind you. So a big commitment here.
Drone cleared. Jeremy noted up on top of yellow. There's a recon dart from Jesse all the way at top mid. Does get the ping out onto 2. So they know that there is a decent amount of players on this side. Scheider getting tucked away. Play safe here is Elmimore eating even more damage. Knocking to 75 and Flips. Oh boy.
Jeez.
What a wild jump out.
What in the world?
The man is just an absolute lunatic between the fragment and this.
I mean, the fact that he has more health than Elmimore as well. Elmimore just took all those shots into the toxic screen the entire time.
Just getting absolutely destroyed, and that is not how you want your round to start.
Team Secret should be fairly prepared for this. They'll go ahead. Of course, the orb having been taken, the lockdown at the pit as well. So RRQ just wanting to try to keep the lead. Surely they use the pit. Is the lockdown not quite available just yet for NDG?
But not being sent, but Wingman in a very odd position. Does end up getting taken out. Tap onto the plant there from Flips. I mean, he's just so damn low, but it's going to be Jesse Bash. Somehow that falls first here in this round. Estrella able to find that kill. We're out on the nanos, but Spike still not committed here.
The pit doesn't give you too much room to work with for the plant. Now
Okay, well,
finally they're dwindling the numbers though.
That'll certainly help. Yeah, Envy going to be taken out. They could just try to go ahead and flood retake this one. They're going to try to swing their way forward into the pit, but it's just an absolute shooting gallery. As RRQ, I mean, just about every disadvantage they could have been handed early on in the round without somebody dying. You managed to scrape by with that victory. They keep Team Secret at arm's length distance at the moment. So once again, moving up by 2 to get themselves to 10-round wins.
Yeah, overall, kind of a good idea from both sides, right? Team Secret, sure, their econ's fine, so they wait for that last attempt to plant. If you can just take out the spike, then that should give you the round win. Meanwhile, RQ using that against them. Make sure that they dwindle the numbers first, and then you just spam through pre-fire on that potential retake for the challenge.
I mean,
now the op online.
Elmimore, that's the second time he's gotten wall banged in that position while doing that same drone. Now he's down to 54 HP.
Gotta be careful where you activate those. Well, for now, at the very least, he's still alive. The utility can assist. Now, cutting noise for the time being, but nothing sighted in mid. So, Team Secret, they've already shifted the op over to A. That side's well covered. Still 2 members on B to delay.
Alarm bot triggered there. Quite going to be sent in. Wingman going for the plant, however. Quite a little bit too deep to actually get the kill. So, plant is in. A full 5v5 for the retake. NDG with the lockdown, though, could cause some chaos. Elmimore still 2 away from having that Hunter's Fury, so they do not have an easy clear on this.
All right, the double flank around mid, though. They've always only sent 1. Going for the double, and it's planted for mid as well. So if they can just get by.
Flips. He's giving his life for the cause. Pushes forward far enough to be able to find that one, but now Elmimore going to be finished off. And Xpero caught NDG, so cognizant of that flank coming in from mid. Strikes him down, swing out back yellow. As Jemkin's the last one standing, but not for very long. Only the singular kill onto Borkum. It's a fairly decisive and quick retake. Team Secret will continue to hang in there.
NDG gets both on the lurk. I mean, they try to send a failsafe there, and he just understands my job is to make sure that there is no flank. I mean, surely after they see the spike plant location as well, somewhat aware of it, but how does he read the second?
1 enemy remaining.
Just incredible.
Nice, boys.
So, very clean here. As there you go, another timeout now. Only 3 rounds separated here from RRQ. The pressure heating up now.
You have to imagine if you're on the side of Secret, though, it feels good to draw out these timeouts so close to each other. You know that the pressure's getting to them. You see how they're playing in the round, and now you got to imagine that they're probably a bit flustered during the timeout. I mean, one of the things that we got to talk about with the coaches during some of the timeout episodes, didn't quite make it into the final cut, but was also about just how precious the timer is in a timeout, right? You don't get to just sit around and discuss things. It's about just sending a message, getting maybe one piece of feedback back and forth, and then you got to move on with a couple extra steps of plans and really set up your players for the mid-rounding, the round-to-round adjustments, everything in just a span of 60 seconds. So curious to see if Ewok's going to be happy with the message he was able to share.
It's a hell of a lot easier when all you need to tell your players is turn your brains off. So.
Some teams just have it easier, man.
Let's see if any of it's lost in translation here from Ewok to the rest of RRQ. As, again, I mean, Alt Economy is swinging back around here for Secret at the moment. A couple crucial ones nearly there for RRQ. That Hunter's Fury, that Thrash, just single charge away for both those players. As, I mean, Jeremy, he's like, well, where's the drone? The wall goes up and then the drone comes out. Where's the drone?
Well, then 0 point also only tagging the 2 members. So RRQ, it looked like their original plan was to try to pressure the operator, then send the main forces into A, then kind of rotate back around, but gets spotted out early, so you have to reset. Now it's just death ball into A site. Now no command available for the retake, and the pit too if they want to use it for the defuse. So RRQ, they got to decide before they go in, are we pushing out or not? Because you're not going to have much time to decide afterwards.
Invested bite goes down, and DG just out of range of that Mosh. So just tucked away here at backside. Like to have one tap on the champion. Does get flushed out there as Flipshider's able to find the kill, but Borkum quick to reply. Laying up on the back Raptors. Gets that headshot now. Drops down, looks to take a much more aggressive position. Swings back out. Is able to find Xpero. Finds Selby more, and that is the cleanup. Timeout be damned. Team Secret once again just swoop back in onto the site. The fuse is theirs. One player lost. Cash aplenty. And now we are tied up at 10-10.
Once again, I mean, Team Secret, right? They had the things like the null command. Sure, you have the operator on the side, but you have the blade storm. Everything is there for a potential retake.
Oh, my God.
I mean, that was kind of the deal breaker, because otherwise Jemkin's position was pretty good to give them time for a good post-play scenario. NDG making sure that he becomes the wild card for Team Secret, and now they've tied it back 10-10.
Caution here.
I mean, the first time that they've had the lead since round 5 here, Team Secret.
Oh, Jeremy. Couple shots across, straight down to 85, but still alive. Noting a multitude of players there.
Take flight.
Hit now, just invested Borkum, wanting to make this B side of the map completely unassailable for them unless they go under tube.
I really like this pit.
He's lurking through this one.
Oh no!
And this could be catastrophic. 2 players already down. Sparrow jumping back, answering spray, trying to find anything that he could possibly get, but for whatever reason, the spike now stranded. Does get picked up. Jeremy aware of this, sends out some shots, and Borkum, he'll find him in the end right as he exits.
Here.
Flipshider on the other side. Jeremy would love to try and confirm as to whether or not that spike is still on the ground or if it's been recovered. They just know that Flipshider was in the radius of that 0 point. In the garage here for now.
Flips is just waiting for someone to peek out, but again, there's no reason to. So it looks like it's just going to be a save here if they can help it for RRQ, but not exactly a safe position for it either.
Not at all. Jemkin now sat back here in the attacker spawn. See, spots ahead of 1. He's able to go ahead and take that down. But I don't think he has. Maybe he has no idea that Envy is just on the opposite side. And VC now getting ready to push. There's the swing out. Shot goes a little bit wide. Jemkin will be able to find Envy, but Borkum will get himself a third as Team Secret regained the lead 11-10. Game plans here for RQ just not coming to fruition. You know, we've seen teams in the past, you know, a pit comes down. It's like, okay, well, they won't expect us to try to flush him out of this one. Team Secret, they expected it. They were absolutely ready.
Yeah, I love the extra touch to keep Jeremy in there. Right, that way the Viper's pit can still be safe. You can still make sure that you hold a cheeky spot. And overall, they still had the Killjoy set up all on A. They were ready to stack A if there was a rotate. Team Secret is looking better and better round to round. Multi-step flowcharts here for the defending half.
Results still not coming through quite just yet. There's one. Thrash try to lead the charge. I mean, yeah, just bringing it back around for the quick recovery. Take a couple extra steps forward here. But I mean, this is right now a game of inches by RRQ.
Yeah, doesn't give you much though. Sure, Hunter's here on both sides, but you have so much to clear. Shock Dart's not clearing any of it.
Yep, still 2 nanos available, but just on the outskirts is that wingman with a Hunter's Fury as well as that Sync Bite lobbed in. Plant cannot come through, so now going to be scooped up. Flipshider be able to put the spike down. 5v5. RQ look to try to retie things here at 11-11.
Jemkin was spotted when he tried to push out of Raptor, so we'll see. TS is wise about his position once again. It's going to be the same spot. The flash is good.
Flash is in, but Borkum doesn't manage to stay alive. It's a little bit of damage, but then also comes back around, finds Estrella. Elmimore catching the lurk forward, gets rid of Jeremy.
Last player
Should
standing.
absolutely have heard NDG. Yep, they know exactly where he is. The drop down, it's a matter of whether or not he can try to clutch this one out, but time is going to be dwindling. Have to get himself onto that spike pretty much right here, right now. Can still do some significant damage, though, as he finds flips. Nick Sparrow will bring that one to an end. 11-11, we are tied up once more. Make a wish. So once again, have no idea who is going to be taking this map win, who's going to be winning this series. Both teams just fighting tooth and nail for it.
Yeah, absolutely. Team Secret, I mean, they seem to have a couple extra steps to try. I mean, of course, they have to come a longer way here to try to retake the lead, or at least keep it tied up. So a couple extra rounds, right, where they're one step ahead, but not enough to stay ahead fully in the half. Now, Hunter's Fury still online for Elmimore. That's going to be huge here for RRQ. They're also just 1 point ahead in terms of getting close to that lockdown. Now, if you're RRQ, I would love to see them still send the Hunter's Fury, as I was saying that, regardless of waiting for a potential lockdown in the next round.
Not the way that you want to start things off.
Deploying drone.
Flips dead. So much of your util, your corner checks gone. Your quote-unquote easy plant.
Now, something we haven't seen either team really do is try to clear out the util on B, get the plant, and aggressively push into B. Now, part of it, of course, it's not the KO Gecko. You don't have as much aggression, but that has made it difficult for both teams to try to hold on to this B side in a very stable manner.
Scanning ahead.
Dart out, wall goes up. Will come again.
Early lurk from Estrella.
Sends that as Sparrow moves forward, does get the plan across, and NDG going to be taken down. Estrella with that lurk, as you were mentioning, does come up with a huge pick-off. DG's been the one keeping the team honest. Oh, he saw the gun barrel, but Jeremy still just continuing to swing out. Finds the punish. That's the Viper now gone. Lockdown does buy space and time here for RRQ, but now a 3v4 to try to keep this defended. They don't have very much post-plant utility aside from Elmimore with this Hunter's Fury.
You got to rely on that. You just have to get to that match point.
Nowhere to run.
0 point out, there's Hunter's Fury on the back and held to half in Be Gone. Jemkin able to pick off Jeremy moments before. Sparrow goes in through this time. No NDG to keep tabs on this. He finds the kills in RRQ. They get themselves up to match point.
Despite the situation, one of the more calm rounds we've seen from RRQ. Very just cold-hearted in terms of what they needed to do for the win condition. First of all, an earlier lurk, they know that they've been getting picked off if it's late. Second, they go for the Hunter's Fury. Jemkin still covering the Sova as well, but understanding that the half could have been done, they send the flank once again. And now finally, that counter timeout from Team Secret. But it almost looks like it's Ewok's timeout. He's going at it on his screen.
Oh, I mean, at this point, both teams going to be giving it everything that they have. RRQ, a good recovery despite the very rough beginning of that one, losing out on Flipscheider. Seemed like maybe that was going to cost them dearly. But that alert from Estrella, even though he doesn't get the, he does get taken down by Jeremy, he can try to keep that off a little bit more honest. Pick on the NDG, he's been the one that's been responsible for keeping track of those flanks coming through. Allows for Sparrow to find an immense amount of value there right at the end of the round. Now Secret needed this one here to push us into overtime. The desk was talking about how likely it is, but ults, none available for either team.
All of it used up. NDG just about the closest one. Of course, Flip's close to the Thrash as well, but 2 points, not something that you can really bank on within the round, not something you want to greed for sure.
Yeah.
Placing swarm grenade.
Lockdown from NDG could be there if he finds some solid impact. And now it's just going to be playing back, like you said, going aggressive, trying to hunt to be able to get those charges online. Could very well be your undoing, so see if they just come to him naturally.
The early Nano Swarm used in mid towards Boiler, but the turret this time sitting in kitchen, right? That's plagued them a couple times. So Team Secret just trying to make sure that they're not caught off guard. This way they can focus a little bit more on the site, only worry about under tube. This time, a very classic 4-1 setup. Still a full minute on the clock. This is exactly where RRQ wants to be as the attackers. Meanwhile, on Team Secret, starting to get a pretty decent read given the utility usage.
Dizzy up over the top. Rotation's not yet beginning here for Secret. As they are going to be, they're very wary about this potential lurk forwards. They actually have double coverage. Watching out for Xfero, but he is playing so far back.
Yeah, a lot of utility still in the hands of Team Secret to delay the plant. I think that's what they're banking on.
Nomimore has now dumped everything. There's Amashi into the back here, trying to flush them forward. Well, flushes them forward enough that they can get an angle there on that wingman, and Jeremy's patience has paid off. Xfero dead. Flash out, drop down off top of yellow. See that position, but the spike gets planted all the same. But the man advantage is there for Team Secret.
Thrash online. That's the biggest hope right now because you can't go for another lurk after Jeremy stays alive.
Flashes out, Flip Shatter going to be taken down. No chance at using that one again. Fragment down, Envy finding the kill, the swing out. Jesse Bash gets the headshot. We are tied up once again, 12-12. The disc prophesized it. The teams have delivered overtime here in our opening series of the day.
What patience from Jeremy. Just the fact that you have full faith that it has to be this, because if it was a death ball, if it was a 5-man, surely there is more action. Surely there's something more going on B. That there just wasn't. They stopped at yellow. They didn't attempt the plant. They didn't attempt to draw out more utility. So I will still stick around. My teammates still have utility to delay, and it pays off. Tenfold for Secret, now bringing it back to overtime.
Overtime to settle it all. Another timeout awarded to both of these squads. Let's see who has to pull the trigger on that first.
Another round to go A for Team Secret. Yeah. Looks like that's going to be the plan.
So I got 4 players from RRQ on that side of the map right now. It's Jemkin. See the flash, quick clear out on the dart. Won't note him, but with a 0 point, they have a pretty good idea.
Team Secret's been very good about denying any access to pipes. RRQ, I don't think there's a single round where they were really able to hold on to it. They've tried to contest for it a couple times, but they've always had to kind of go to their next step B. This time it's going to be that mid-hold. Xfero has found some success with this during kickoff as well.
They very much want to make sure that they got rid of this alarm button, but it was recalled by Xfero. Very nicely timed. And figures, well, if I place it again, yep, they'll hear that, but maybe I can draw even more utility out of them.
And now with the alarm bot, he can try to stay focused up on the window, trying to play anti, it looks like.
DG just going to be creeping back, and now this does lead Borkum over towards that piece side of the map. And DG gets the headshot in the end. Straight up at top mid, pushing up over, trying to see if he can get a spot, but he's already dipped out of there. Kill cannot be found. Flash is now dumped, and that is drawing all the attention from RRQ back over onto the A site, including Flipscheider.
Oh, what a fake. What a sell. The mosh, it's not going to be enough.
Not deep enough.
Oh.
Doesn't even find the angle. Even on the back end. An alarm bot would have gotten taken down, but yeah, just didn't throw it far enough. Now RRQ. How did they get themselves out of this hole? Team Secret in such a strong position. Kurt set up, Dizzy up over the top, not finding much. You get the ping across there, NDG and Jeremy both being revealed, and Jemkin able to find 2. Borkum answering back, finds Flipscheider. Jemkin, so much more work to be done. Drone at the ready. Gets one, pulls out the knives, finds Borkum, KDAs, he absolutely does! Jemkin bails them out of such an absolutely horrific position to get the opening round win in overtime. Show me again. These two, okay.
But, and from there it's just absolute focus.
Unbelievable.
The fuck?
Send that out, let it be heard.
We were all thinking it. He's just the one who said it.
Wow.
Well,
I mean, what a bailout for sure, because they got played on the map. They just absolutely got handled on map control. But Jemkin, that might have been the round that everyone's been waiting for since they heard the announcement of Jemkin being signed. Things like that.
Secret, can they continue to push back and persevere? tying this up once again, or will RRQ finally be able to break away from them and get that first win here of the season, of the year? They're on the dartboard. I'm still going to be noted, though.
Poison's off.
Backs away. For now, still no forward presence. This time, though, RRQ, they're playing this one out patiently, and that does keep Jeremy tied to that A site. He's suspecting that there's going to be that lurk once again. Now they all start working their way forward as NDG nearly caught with util in hand. Drops down, but it's Pharaoh still finding him. Borkum dead. The plant now in. A 3v5 to keep themselves in this matchup, in this overtime. Otherwise, RRQ, they're looking to close out the series right here, right now.
Team Secret, they feel pressured. There's always been alert, so they want to push it fast.
They know that Jeremy's far forward. In the Cloudburst here, the swing out. Jemkin puts him down. Astray going to be traded. Jesse Bash able to find Elmi Moore. 2v3. Spray to the box. Bash, a great read. Finds it. Now he's in onto the spike. Slipshiner, the last one standing. Forces him off of it, and he gets the headshot to put him down. RRQ.
Nice job,
14 to
RRQ.
12. Pushed to the absolute limit, but still standing
Let's
tall.
go.
They get the victory here. Their opening series of stage one.
Very different opponent for sure, but it's been a long time coming since RRQ's felt the confidence that they can close out a best of 3. And while it took overtime, today they do it. A couple of rounds where sure, the overheating comes through again, a little bit of turmoil in the game plan, but they calm things down. I mean, everything that you hoped for when this roster was announced, the rebuild, Jemkin, that amazing ace to really bail them out and keep them in the lead in overtime. And then a great call, a great finish by the IGL as well. From Flips, RRQ put one on the board.
What a series between these two teams. I mean, all the credit to Team Secret, playing that one close, you know, if not dominantly there, on split as well. The map that we thought, you know, once we went over there with RRQ out in front, this was just going to be a 2-0. They managed to show that, yep, they can, you know, reinvent themselves on that map. They can find wins after so many I mean, at this point, years. You know, it's been basically a year since they had a victory on that one. They managed to make it happen, and they just never really gave up. But fortunately for them, is RRQ standing just a bit taller here today with that win on Icebox. But there's plenty to break down, so we're going to go ahead and pass this back over to the analyst desk.
After 260 days over that, RRQ finally have their first victory, and much deserved. We went into overtime, but Jemkin ended it all with an ace. And Valdez, will you join me in praising Paperthin a little bit here in his predictions?
It's pretty smart.
Heck yeah.
Yes. The overtime, the RRQ victory, he saw the lines, and it actually happened. I mean, Team Secret, they really showed up today. I really have to give them credit, especially, you know, through 3 maps. They got it really, really close here on Icebox, but RRQ, I think, you know, you're talking about the Jemkin ace. It's just a little bit of the, you know, the nail in the coffin right at the end there for the side of RRQ. When it mattered most, he was able to step up, and so many of these rounds were so close. I mean, it easily could have gone either way, but man, RRQ just barely able to clutch it out at the end.
Yeah, this was an insanely great map. I mean, these two teams always go back and forth. It feels like every match RRQ plays is extremely tight. And once again, you know, in overtime, just like kind of what we saw in LCQ last year against Zeta, it doesn't go nearly as long, of course, and they actually come out on the other side of it. But a lot of good things in some ways, but I still a lot to work on for RRQ. I'm very happy for Team Secret in the sense that they bounced back really nicely here after a difficult first map, had a great second map, kind of lost a little bit of their grip coming into the tail end of this one. But my concern now is that after such a rough week for Team Secret, like, how are they going to bounce back after this? Because it's been a really, really challenging week for them.
Yeah, that's a great question, but we did see exactly that happen in kickoff too, and they do manage to find a way to bounce back, and they did with a vengeance. And I think the real question is, like, how do they get over that finish line? They do bounce back, but it's not quite enough to cross over, and I could say the same for RRQ.
Yeah, no, I'm right there with you. I think there's a lot to work on for both of these teams. Yes, it's very close. They know each other very well, but there's still a lot of mistakes that I'm seeing that need to be cleaned up on both ends.
Yeah, it wasn't the cleanest match, to be honest, from both sides. I mean, even for RRQ on that second map, which was their choice, it was like really rough on the attacker side. They really couldn't get anything going, and Team Secret really shut it down. That felt like the first moment that Team Secret were, you know, hopping into the lead, taking control, and we really thought going into this ice box that they were going to have a chance to pull this one back. Kind of happy that I didn't flip-flop, even though it was so close. You know, new me here for the new year still. And yeah, I think that it's still early on, still the beginning of stage one, and you know, we have a lot of hope for honestly both of these rosters, but at the end of the day, RRQ wins this one, but it was a really close match.
Yeah, RRQ does also continue the trend. They did not let their team down in the championship point build up. So Omega team gets another point towards championships. And here, if we go into overtime, RRQ loves their overtimes. I feel like this is just a little trend for them.
They do. And part of the problem that we end up seeing is that, like, post plants were really a struggle for both sides. Like, RRQ is doing a good job against Team Secret. Team Secret is doing a good job against them. And that means that's a good thing. That means that they kind of have an understanding of how both teams want to get themselves into place. They're finding good timings, good flanks, able to kind of get ahead of ultimates or utility and stuff like that. That's fantastic. But that also means that, like, post plants need to be a lot cleaner on both sides. Because usually if you get that plant down, like, that's the advantage now on your side. And neither team really able to fully capitalize on that.
Yeah, there were certainly a lot of messy moments in the post plant on the A site, even when Team Secret were going there over and over and over again. Sometimes they would hold it down and it would be easy, but sometimes it was just like all over the place. So you can see the MVPs here, both the Jet players, Jeremy and Jemkin. And yeah, I think Jemkin really did a good job to top it all off with a cheeky little ace there with his ultimate, and just did a great job.
I like how Jeremy
Hello,
overall has
Bocil
been
the
stepping up.
Forest.
You mentioned this the last map.
Buka
We
dulu
see it again
sebentar.
here on Icebox. This is the performance we want to see from Jeremy moving forward. And, you know, just the rest of the team synergy. Really, they just need to keep their energy up. We've remarked on this in the past, that Secret can be a little bit of a emotionally impacted team. You know, I think this applies to all teams, but we've seen it from Secret. When they're feeling down, it really shows in their gameplay. When they're feeling great, well, you know, all the numbers go straight up.
It's hard to find an emotional leader because in IGLs, for the most part, in Valorant, you're going to have guys who are pretty even-keeled, right? And that's what you want. I mean, John QT, FNS, like all these names that you think of. Boaster's probably the exception to that rule, right?
Yeah.
The guy who's got a lot of personality. But when he's playing, he's different. You see it when he's in the server. So that's what you want. So you need another guy like we saw with Zelsis, you know, Sentinels, that someone who can boast you up. And Envy can do that, but he has to be popping off. And today was kind of an up and down day for him. So Jeremy, though, really solid. I'm really happy for Jeremy. I want to talk about him just a little bit because I was really worried about him coming into this year. He was a little shaky at times last year, and he tweeted something before this year that made me really concerned. He was in like Diamond in his rank games or something,
Oh,
and
yes,
I was
that's
like,
right.
oh no! I was like, what's going on? But he's looking great. He looks fantastic. I mean, he is a really shining light for this Team Secret team so far this year.
Yeah, and with that, though, we are going to go to the RRQ side, their duelist, and a couple words from him together with their interviewer, Jen.
Thank you guys, and RRQ and their long wait for the win as they land 2-1 W against Team Secret today. I'm standing here with RRQ's Jemkin now. Massive congrats, Jemkin. The team really wanted this win and needed this win, and it surely is nice to win, right? How do you feel?
It feels really good because in kickoff we had like 2 really close games, so we finally win. Even it was close, but still we're happy it's our first win as a disaster, so yeah.
I want to talk about that ace on the OT because, you know, you're usually very stoic, but even you got excited after that ace. What was on your mind as you were popping people's head?
I don't know what happened. I think I killed 2 or 3 and I popped knives and I just killed 2 the smoke. 2 more and I don't know, and it just happened.
Right, you just shoot what you see and that's ace. Okay. Now, Ewok actually earlier today said, I'm tired of saying that we've been unlucky and it's time for us to pick up the consistency when it comes to communication and, you know, we need to win. And I guess that you guys put in great effort into grabbing and maintaining that consistency. So what have the players specifically worked on to make sure that that consistency is there and you guys are communicating through thick and thin?
I think it just in scrims you're trying to focus on it specifically, so if you're gonna practice it, it's gonna pay off, of course, in officials. And in officials, they always try to remind each other that we need to communicate, and yeah.
So practice makes it perfect when it comes to communication as well. Now, Xfero and Elmimore, they had a role swap, but they were on the opposite side of the spectrum when it comes to the changes that they made. So whose idea was it initially to have that role swap, and what were you guys expecting from implementing this change?
It was player idea because I think they're gonna be more comfortable on the first. Of course, we tried it first, and yeah, I think we're gonna be even better with it.
All right, and you guys also have that match coming up with Bleed on Sunday. What's your mindset heading into that matchup?
Just perfect, and you know how much.
Okay. All right, I love the confidence. Congratulations once again, Jemkin, and thank you for the interview. And that was Jemkin with the post-match interview. I'm going to toss it off to a quick break, but don't go anywhere because when we come back, we have Global Esports taking on DRX.
I just want you to be more efficient because these guys just play contact. So
Okay, Team Supreme, we need you guys on the stage now. Come on, let's go.
let's go.
Let's go.
Tara. Let's go.
Red Bull gives you wings.
立ちグループ100周年。私たちは愛する立川にかつてないワクワクや感動に出会う場所を作ってきました。そして今大きな夢の実現に挑戦しています。立川と世界を文化、芸術、スポーツでつなぐ。私たちが愛する立川を世界に愛される都市に。立川と世界をつなぐ。立ちグループ。
Red Bull gives you wings.
Welcome back to VCT Pacific 2024. It was a really close series between RRQ and Team Secret going into overtime on map 3 Icebox, but RRQ closes it out for their very first victory in over 260 days. And, you know, honestly, that might have been just like bad luck with the draw. But let's talk about this next matchup. It's going to be super exciting. We got Global Esports here, and I think they're getting ready for an interview with Jen.
Lightning Fast, I'm going to talk to you for a second. Hello. Tough loss against Zeta, but no time to be sad. You guys are going up against DRX today. What's the game plan?
Oh, can't reveal the game plan now, right? I mean, it's just stay confident in ourselves and also just follow the game plan.
All right.
Yeah.
GE fighting.
Yeah, always fighting.
All right. Winning. Okay.
All right, first of all, I like their jerseys more this year, and Lightning Fast will not reveal the strategy just yet. But
How could he?
Yeah, I know. Why wouldn't he
Unbelievable.
share them? But he was fantastic as a Sage the other day when they were playing against Zeta Division. We saw a promising Global Esports.
Yeah, no doubt. I mean, we saw good moments from just about everybody on the team at some point. I mean, I know Blaze King tweeted afterwards that he was disappointed, but I thought he had some pretty strong showings. Lightning Fast, probably the best we've seen him in VCT Pacific so far. So a lot to be hopeful for. If you're a GE fan, we may actually see them challenge DRX today. I know you talked about it earlier that DRX is in fact, taking them like very seriously. They're very worried about their opponent today. That's how highly they rate them.
Yeah, Lightning Fast was great. Russ was also fantastic. I think that might need a little bit more of a well-rounded kind of performance from everybody in that fact. I think that those two were kind of the standouts, but definitely I think they have more in store than they have shown so far.
Oh, absolutely. I think this is a good first showing. There's a lot more to work on, but let's hear a few words from DRX.
Hello, Buzz. Just a quick question. Great game against Team Secret. Would you say percentage-wise, that's DRX that it's 100%?
On the script, maybe 50%.
50%, okay.
Yeah.
What about today?
And today, probably 49%.
Well, you only need 49 to beat GE. All right.
Maybe for GE, 50% is too much.
Okay, all right, spicy. Well, good luck and thank you.
Oh, Buzz does not mince his words. But here is DRX's roster. Now, this was a bit of a surprise showing for us. Bane joined the roster and did quite well on the Omen.
I was very impressed. I mean, the game plan, especially on Sunset, was not super aggressive with him or anything. It was very conservative, where they were just saying, stick in the back, make sure your util's good, back us up, play for trades, and he was perfect with all of that. But then on Lotus, he started to get aggressive with Buzz, trying to take space on A Rubble. So really, that's about all you can ask for in a debut from a player like this. You know, he's played in other regions and stuff, of course, as well, but he really stepped up.
Yeah, also I think in terms of debuts, it's really nice to get a performance like that under your belt where you're like, hey, I can play on a big stage in front of a lot of fans, and I did my job well. I wasn't, amazing. He was great, but he was, just kind of doing his job, and everybody else also having a great performance here on the side of DRX. Maybe we didn't give them enough credit, but definitely look like a very strong team right now.
And we do have to mention Foxy9. He played the Sentinel role the other day, and that was a bit of a surprise also how well he did as a Sentinel.
Yeah, I mean, I think this seems to be a little bit more comfortable for him overall. You've seen him bounce around a couple different roles, of course, playing some KO in kickoff as well. So I liked it. It felt like he was able to kind of play for himself. He's able to make his own decisions a little bit more, kind of trust his natural instinct, something that, you know, led him to some level of success as a duelist. Eventually that started to kind of fall apart as DRX tried to integrate more and more with him. But as a Sentinel, you're a little more free to kind of do what you want, to control the map, and take the space as you please for the most part, and that seemed to suit him nicely.
Yeah, he had a lot of really lovely multi-Ks, to be quite frank. Together with Bane, a lot of us were not sure how DRX was going to perform. You could see it in our own talent predictions. A lot of us had question marks, and it's not because we think DRX has, you know, fallen from the graces of one of the best performing teams here in Pacific, but rather there were just so many changes happening. We weren't sure if they were going to adjust in time, but they completely proved us wrong in a 2-0.
Yeah, I mean, I think, you know, you keep the core together, and the guys that are being called up, they played well, so it's kind of like a win-win situation, right? So the guys you expect to play well are playing well, and then you have the other guys to back them up and do just that, as we're seeing some of the highlights over the course of their last matchups. DRX getting the better of them back then. We can take a look here at the stats between Lightning Fast and Bane as well. You can see Bane, you know, in a couple of map wins, of course, he's going to have pretty high KD, but overall, I'd say a good start for him.
Yeah, and you can see that, you know, Lightning Fast is really putting up some good numbers as well. That average damage per round is pretty solid. So both players kind of stepping up into their roles, having solid starts to the year. Yeah, it didn't go GE's way compared to DRX, but I don't think anyone should be super, like, concerned about GE after seeing that first match against Zeta. Zeta's still a really good team, even with 2 rookies on that squad. We know what they're capable of. They won LCQ in Pacific last year. You know, certainly with GE kind of completely changing most of their roster and everything, yeah, it's going to take a little bit more time, but definitely progression, and that's what you need to see after kickoff.
Absolutely. Both of these teams have progressed, and yes, is this so different than last year when we saw Global Esports facing against DRX? We still have question marks about this. It's not a sure win for DRX, who was nearly undefeatable early on in Pacific last year. And now we're looking at the data only from kickoff between these two teams.
Well, I think, you know, it should be really interesting. It's, I think, a decently favorable map pool here for DRX. They've been perma-banning Icebox so far. Well, the one time, I guess perma-ban is a over, like that's a bit, it's a bit early to be saying that, but they banned Icebox, so that seems to be, if they're the DRX that we know and love, they're just going to keep banning the same map the whole split anyway. So probably going to ban Icebox, which is GE's map that they won over Zeta.
Yeah, and I guess the other question is, do we see the Lotus coming out again? Do Global Esports, you know, give them the benefit of the doubt and say, okay, well, they're pretty good on this map now, and try to take it away? It's going to be another one of those maps that we will have to see, especially as one of the maps that Global Esports has banned out a lot so far.
I mean, Paper Thin, you also bring up a good point that maybe DRX just follows DRX things and continues to pick and ban the same maps, use similar comps. Maybe this is what they need to change up. And now we're going to go into our map ban picks here. We got Coach Termi and Coach Spin.
Kind of curious if Sunset's going to come through again. Looked pretty solid overall for DRX. So look at this. Termi is not wearing a suit jacket. Mark this day on your calendars.
Yeah.
He's here to
it's
play.
Happening. Yeah.
Just looks
I never thought I'd see the day.
Just looks, you know, I don't know. It's not what you would expect.
This is awkward now. I don't know how to feel.
Exactly.
Yeah.
It's like a glitch in the Matrix.
I can see his elbows now. What?
Oh, there's that Icebox fan.
Yep. Okay, so, Ascent. Okay, so GE, you know, kept it close with Zeta on this map, but that's pretty interesting that they're going to want to lean into this again to try to go up against DRX. Who's, look, nobody's like blowing everybody away on Ascent in Pacific, but I'm curious.
Yeah, they choose the attacker side, and then DRX are going to go back to Lotus as the ban was bind from Global Esports. We saw they were pretty strong on this map against Team Secret, and they're going to give it another go on this one. So not too surprising there either.
Yeah, and I'm not shocked that you get rid of Sunset here. You saw what DRX is capable of on it. You don't really want to mess around with it. DRX doesn't want to deal with split either, and it's going to be Breeze. It's that last map. Really interesting one. You don't get to see it all the time with these two teams, so pretty curious if we can get there.
Ascent is an interesting pick for this first map, and it's by Global Esports. This was map 3 that they played against Zeta the other day, and they lost, but it was close until something went wrong with Global Esports, and it's almost like they're kicking themselves and they just want to redo, because they had that potential. They had that potential to win that match against Zeta, so maybe they're thinking, you know, look, we need to fix that mistake last time on Ascent. And the last time DRX played, it was in kickoff against Talon, and that was a classic comp, and they did end up winning. So
yeah, like they're good at the map. Like it's a map that we've seen them so many times throughout the years play. It's just the real question to me is it just going to be the standard comp that we always see with DRX on that map? Are they going to try something a little crazy again? You know, in the past, of course, you know, triple initiator and things like that, but that's a long time ago. Doesn't seem to be the DRX. The modern DRX doesn't really do that kind of stuff.
Yeah, so as you can see here, it's a very
mirror matchup, right? Like
mirror matchup with the comp that we all know, the Ascent comp.
It's the Ascent comp, right? I mean, it's an old map. The teams have kind of figured it out. Unless they really want to do something crazy, as Paper Them was talking about, you're not pressured into really doing anything crazy. But I do want to say that for Global Esports, this is going to be incredibly important because, you know, you got to get it started off strong on your map pick. You leave the Ascent, you go for it here as the first map, and maybe they're the ones to kind of mix it up. Or maybe, you know, as you mentioned before, Victoria, maybe they just want to go back and kind of get revenge for losing on this one where they felt like they were in a good spot. And, I mean, we're just going to have to wait and see how they do look on this one against DRX, who are coming off a hot win up against Team Secret.
Yeah, that's right. And in fact, it's so interesting now because during that DRX Team Secret match, a few of us actually had predicted Team Secret.
Yeah.
And we saw the performance today. We saw their performance 2 days ago. I think I don't know if it's just Team Secret or if it's DRX stepping up, some combination of both.
Yeah, it has to be a little bit of both. I mean, I think all of us were more of the what Team Secret showed us at the end of kickoff looked really damn good. So we were banking on them to improve on that during their time off. Not necessarily that DRX had slid. It didn't help DRX that, you know, Flashback had an issue and had to leave the team for a brief period of time. And you have to bring in Bane with literally just a couple days of practice. That plays a part in it, of course, as well. But you got to credit the DRX coaching staff. I mean, I think they get a lot of flack online that, frankly, I don't think they deserve. I think they're pretty darn good. They do a good job, especially with new players, getting them integrated into rosters. Yeah, sometimes it's up and down, and yeah, you want to see them do better at international events. I get it, I do too. But you know, they're still a really good team, and they still have really good fundamentals.
Yes. They do need some time to rebuild, and like you mentioned with Bane, only a couple days ago, he was just, or maybe a week, 2 max, that he was inserted into this team, and that could come into play, even though they did well the other day. This could come well into play here against Global Esports. With that, we are going to go into our second series of today, DRX and Global Esports. Let's go over to our casters, Achilleos and William.
All right, thank you guys very much for setting the stage for us here going into the second series of the day already. Kicking things off, a 3-mapper. Will we get that one in this series? I do not know, but I hope so.
Yeah, I mean, we'll see, because obviously DRX, a great showing as Des talked about coming out, but the question marks are still there, right? Obviously, you know, Bane having to come in last minute, it could work both ways, but it definitely can be a double-edged sword, especially when you go to maps like Ascent, right, that are just age-old, and you really have to have everything drilled in. Whereas GE, I mean, if you're picking Ascent voluntarily against DRX, surely you feel like you've actually had a lot to learn from that match against Zeta Division. You want to clean that up a little bit more and see how much you can prove.
Yeah, I think one of the big things that I want to see from GE coming into this is a bit more assistance alongside Polvi, because we know that this guy has the firepower. He has the ability to go in and just shake things up. But what we were seeing a lot from them versus Zeta was him just kind of going in by himself, unassisted, no flashes, no nothing really to try to back him up. I think that if you just simply start giving him some more tools to work around with, to really empower him, that is where you can see Polvi start to take over. But obviously for Global, the odds are stacked against them. The desk talking about it. DRX, with the iterations that we've seen here, the changes in the team, they have always remained a constant near the top. This was the first time that we get to see them, basically excluded from an international event. And, having spoken to the team, that they took personally.
I mean, I'm sure, right? Obviously, when we had kickoff, Stax was in that interview saying, for all the Korean teams, don't even think about doing anything as long as DRX is in Valorant. And then Genji thought about doing something, and they went in and did it.
Yeah.
And obviously, it's not a great feeling for a squad that was so storied in Korea and pretty much untouchable since the very first Masters Reykjavik. So GE, again, they're going to have to battle against Titans, but of course, GE, squad full of a lot of veterans. So they've met each other before in various capacities. We'll have to see what they've gathered, because here was what I took away from their opening match against Zeta Division. While sure, Zeta came out even stronger, GE, first of all, looked a lot more organized than they did at kickoff. They were at least able to prove to us what they wanted to do, what the ideas were. Again, maybe a little bit of that execution, like you mentioned, especially in terms of setting up their star duelist, Polvi. Let's see if that comes into play.
And I was talking, of course, I always run into Kanyang. He seems to seek me out, but saying, last year, one of the toughest matches that we had was against Global. And we are not taking any chances coming into this. I was like, well, it is a very different looking team, but it's good to have that approach, to have that mindset. So they'll be taking a couple extra moments here on stage in the huddle. Make sure that everybody is prepped up, vibed up, and ready to go.
Yeah, and you mentioned the setup for Polvi, but I think it goes both ways. I think also important for Polvi to kind of recognize what the tempo for the rest of the team is, right?
Sure.
Even if you think it's the right call, if the comms aren't quite there, you can't just rush in and say, I'll create space, because sometimes, especially a squad like DRX, where they know exactly what angles to cover, things like that, going in alone isn't going to work. Even Paper X, they used to not be able to do that against DRX. It was only when they started working as a team that they took down the Giants of Korea.
Let's see how they do fare into this one. As I think what we can safely anticipate coming into our opening map, which is Ascent, is that Polvi's going to be back over onto that jet, going head-to-head alongside Buzz. Could very well be an explosive matchup to keep our eyes on as we go into this, but I'm curious to see if there's going to be any kind of differentiation.
I do hope one of these days that Stax will bring back the Phoenix, now that Phoenix is starting to show up here and there, but
it's been like twice.
I know, but for the time being, it's going to be the age-old compositions. Obviously, a lot of kind of new highlights just because of the roster and the role swaps here for DRX, and Bane will be picking up that Sova, so that was a big question as well. He picked up the Omen because he wanted to play double controller on both of the maps that they played in their first match against Secret, but now that it's just going to be the one Omen, Mako will stick to that. And Bane, Sova's the next role that he's played a lot of, so it's definitely not a completely foreign concept. We'll see how well he's tuned in terms of timings, though.
I'm sure that Stax is more than happy to not have to go for the Sova. Was looking all right at the back end of kickoff, but everything before that was definitely rough around the edges. But here we go. We are ready to jump into the action for map number 1 in our second series of the evening. Global Esports versus DRX. DRX going to be first here on the attack.
Wow, yeah.
As the fans are here in the audience.
They've definitely filled up. We saw a lot of people filing in during that break. Now, one thing I also want to mention is Bane was playing quite actively, quite aggressively on that Omen. And sure, while it wasn't all 100% clean, it helped create a lot of space. It helped create a lot of combos, draw a lot of aggro for DRX when they were playing the double controller. Now, when you're playing that Sova, you can't do that. It's not going to be as beneficial, especially on a map like Ascent. So curious to see if just the extra couple days was enough to get their comms in order.
Now, just flying down, looking to try to clear out any kind of KJ util that would be here in mid. Polvi, the Owen popped, wants to go on a bit of an exploration mission here as smoke dissipating back over here on Cat. That's going to be Buzz taking down to Russ. Russ finds that opening kill, gets himself a second. Polvi now striking, also finds Stax. He's going to be taken down suddenly. It is just Mako. Does manage to find one. Ghost, very long range. Spike now stranded. Let's see if Mako got a magic he can potentially work here. As does just only have that one paranoia right now as far as util is concerned.
Yeah, the positioning's pretty good for Global Esports. They've got, you know, a double stack. They've got the cross right now. Lightning Fast is very low, so if he gets taken out instantly.
Yeah, stiff breeze.
Yeah.
All that it would
Spotted,
take, but yep, just giving information to his squad. Mako now, I'm not sure if he saw both, but also they're right here around the corner. There's the paranoia. Tries to bait him out, gets the headshot. It's Lightning Fast gone, but now this is where things become a little bit more complex. Smoke down. Reload, the push out, there it is. Noted and taken down. Global will find themselves a pistol round win, starting off Ascent with a nice little victory.
So DRX, I mean, they try to pressure mid, try to make sure that they're clearing any potential Killjoy util. They pressure it to make it look like they're going mid. That means that defenders have to back out of market, and that gives them time to push up all the way up through CAD, near to tree. They even had the Sova on the lurk ready to send an arrow in, a dart in as well. But the call is just too fast, right? You hear a little bit of that utility, the paranoia is huge. The energy's there for Global Esports. And Polvi, he was calm this time. Didn't overheat, waited until Bane showed himself, provided a little bit of extra damage. Very good pistol.
All right, well, I mean, 0 point out. Buzz able to find one with Lightning Fast claiming 3 for himself. Will end up falling, and Stack's just going to be scooping up that spike, but weapons, getting that proved to be a little bit difficult, but we'll just
Here.
taking an inch off of him there. Shots just moments behind Stacks. Lucky to still be alive here as Polvi goes for the reload. Jump shotting. Scoops back in. Does eat a little bit of damage there from the recovered Bulldog. Stacks is just going to be looking to make the most out of this opportunity. Grabs that orb. What they do from here, that is the question. It's still a bit of a rough position to be in. Surprisingly passes the weapon over to Foxy despite the fact that he is lower on HP. Granted, I guess going into the Outlaw. Yeah, wants him to be able to swing off the flash. 0 point won't get the catch. Scope in, kill, and there's the second.
And that's what the Outlaw is built for. All in all, I mean, DRX, you know, on their end, not necessarily doing a lot of damage to Global Esports, but they were able to take away a couple things, right? A couple kills. You get the ult point as well for Stacks, trying to get close halfway there for the null command. So considering the round, not the end of the world, but Global Esports, the aggression that they have in mind, going for these hard reads off the bat, the round start, it's good for now. But again, you cannot go through a full map of Ascent with just plays like that. You have to start getting ready for those mid-round calls.
When we go to the bonus, let's see what Global can get done for themselves. As Lightning Fast, Stinger in hand on a very far forward push. Russ there to try to back him up and spray across. That's 2 kills found. Buzz and Mako both taken down. Looking for a little bit more. Stack's going to eat some damage there and doesn't offer that much else up in reply. Lightning Fast going to be there at 85.
I mean, this is kind of disastrous already for DRX, to be quite frank.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, you don't really have any control of the map. Of course, you've given up mid entirely. There's the Outlaw. Now, Foxy 9 does have full armor, so he won't get taken down in a single shot, but he will be at risk as he can't trust that turret just yet.
0 point out, landing, checking over towards market, nothing spotted. Polvi, not able to scope it fast enough. Great swing from Bane, gets the headshot, does take him down, and that brings it now an equal count, 3v3, and well, now the advantage there for DRX as Foxy gets a very clean headshot. Lightning Fast having built up the ult, get himself situated over here on the B site. Now Swarm still in play.
Paranoia as well.
Benkai grabs that Outlaw. Still wary about somebody pushing up into mid. In the meantime, everybody's just working their way past that Nano Swarm, and Lightning Fast kind of slipped the net here. He's going to find out very soon. Spike does get planted. Swing in. Foxy
player standing.
will find that kill, but Spike needs to be planted now. Just a second to spare as it does go down. Now try to force him off the corner. Foxy eating a bit of damage. Down to 62, but Benkai not reading the timing. Solid round from Foxy 9, but still an even more solid one from Global Esports. Yes, they cannot convert that bonus, but they still do a decent amount of damage.
Yeah, 3 guns down, armor off of 1 extra member as well. Sure, you give up the plant, so the creds flow in for DRX just enough to try to have another shot at stabilizing. But overall, Global Esports, they should feel good about the default that they had, the ideas that they had. Lightning Fast going right up close against that one-way. It's just these kind of mini trap plays that they have prepared, and now they'll finally start to back off. You've got that alarm bot in market. You've got Polvi just peeking out at mid. Still sticking with the Outlaw. Be a bit of a mystery there, though. DRX going to be wary of that. 4 members with full armor.
Weaponry-wise, though, or it's just, kit-wise, DRX still with a decent advantage here. I mean, half armor on everybody aside from Polvi. See if that comes back to bite them as Stacks will command online. Everybody from Global shifting over towards Cat. See warning pings coming down, aware that there could be some kind of deep lurk getting set up here from Global Esports. Smoke will come in. That'll be an overman buzz. If you can get that tailwind off just in time. Checks the rest of the site. Nothing going to be spotted. Door now shut. As Fragment denies any potential peeks, and Stacks is just going to be planting right here outside of Hell. Double pump. Oh, the jump. Polvi. Lucky to be alive. Void's getting taken down there. They very much have Buzz noted. And yeah, spray through on the Odin. Bane in the meantime also down to 10 HP.
The lurk from Foxy9 is going to be a crucial one as soon as that door gets broken.
Flash is sent up and over the top. Polvi does manage to entry for 1. Takes out Stacks. Benkai now finding Bane as well, just spraying into the smoke. He himself low on health. Buzz finding 1. Gets that kill. Swings back out. Is able to stabilize the spray. To find Benkai and tie things up at 2-2.
Polvi, a heroic attempt and a good setup here for the retake. They break the door, send the utility, and Polvi flies high. He's able to land on Jen and pick up 1 kill, but after that, of course, right by the door, it's still enough members of DRX to stabilize and Foxy9. He starts swinging as soon as that door gets broken, and that means that Lightning Fast can't come in for the extra support.
See, though, it's, a scrappier buy into yet another one. Marshall picked up here by Polvi. The call is Wiley, just try not to buy down too low. Russ will invest, leaving himself with about 1,000.
Lightning Fast getting picked far back means they should feel a little bit safer close, but they know that he could have crept up. And that's one of the things, while they don't have to use that play every time, it's done enough to force DRX to respect this one way a lot, buying them quite a bit of time at the early part of the round.
Flash in, nothing spotted there on the peak. Looks like Windley. DRX just looking to pull away and maybe just see if they can set up a trap. It looks like they really just want to continue to play this ambiguously and allow for Lightning Fast to try to scale up and gain some space here, but it's not biting on it. It's playing back here within the site. Yeah, patiently and allowing for DRX to come to them.
Creeping out now just to try to gain space on a on a broken round like this would kind of be the death sentence for you. So I love the patience from Global Esports. They do have the stack going on A.
Oh, what a shot. Russ, that investment so far paying off. Does find that instant dump onto Buzz, taking him down. Jet out. Sand does need a bit of damage from the fragment though. Yeah, picks himself up a bit, but now TP across the map. Polvi trying to get there in time to be able to intercept this one, but looks like he's just gonna miss the angle. Could have put that spike down on the floor, but the rest of the team very disconnected. Plant now coming through. Bane in the meantime. Very big lurk. Back over on that A site, hearing these rotations coming through is Foxy9. Tagged, taken out. Polvi pumps there on that Marshall, able to find the kill, but now Bane looks to strike. Finds 1. Hunter's Fury coming through. Fishing, but I'm not sure if he's going to be rewarded for it. Will won't even try to go for that final shot. Will just go ahead, put the bow away. Stacks in the meantime. Going around in main. Around the sides of that smoke. Paranoia flying Mako's way. Manages to dodge on that one. Lightning Fast with a quick 180. Turns back. Gets a headshot there to take down Stacks. Mako now finds 1. Finds the other. A 3K for him in the round for DRX to move up.
Ooh, DRX. They're able to stabilize. I mean, the multi-layered lurks there, they're able to use it from the shadows. And of course, Stacks still going the far way around the rotate. Bane still sticks around. And while it can feel like it's a little bit haphazard at times, they even had things like the Hunter's Fury coming online with the kill. So all things part of the plan at the end of the day. Even if Mako had been taken out, Bane, of course, arrives in time on stairs. So each of them understanding the win condition. But overall, I mean, GE, the reads they're having are correct. That should be the scary part for DRX. A couple more of these, and this could be, again, similar to that split that these teams faced off on last year, where it went to just so many overtimes.
Flash in. Russ doing all of that, has to back away. Again, you can see, DRX very much just fighting to stop these peaks from coming out of main now, since those first 2 rounds. Lockdown at the ready.
Yeah, B's been cleared out with the drone, so they know that the ult door was taken. Should be wary of the lockdown, so starting to empty the site. I like that they're trying to pinch onto mid.
Polvi dead. Buzz will strike a little bit faster. Oh, onto the corner. Finds Russ as well. Lightning fast out trying to hold his ground. Does manage to get Buzz there on the tailwind forward. And Stacks will get picked off. Benkai rushing out. Does manage to find him. It's going to be a 2v2. Spray across. Spike in the hands here of Foxy. Will be able to get that planted just behind the gen. Benkai looking forward, but Mako privy to this, expecting it, now having it confirmed. Blaze King, what can he get done?
Trying to wait for Mako to refill the site. That's
but head has been spotted.
Oh!
The spray down comes through. Blaze King, keep them in with an advantage. Mako now, see if he can try to clutch this one out. Blaze King at 34, Benkai full HP. There's a push forward though, the headshot comes through. Mako just standing tall.
Oh!
Snappy with the follow-up. A clutch here again from Mako. 4-2 now as DRX starts stretching a lead.
You know what you see though at the end of that round is this is the power that players like Mako have, is the opponents start to play scared. They know the clutch is such a real possibility. It's a 2v1, and sure, one of you is low health, but you just send the full health guy to try to clear everything first. I mean, I get it. I get exactly what's going through their head, but that's just what happens when you've got a player like Mako who's able to clutch up any situation. They start to play into his hands just a little bit.
Feels like it's been a while since we've had this.
Yes.
Mako. You know, we got some glimpses of it at kickoff, and widely I'd say last year, we didn't have that same clutch prowess that we had come to anticipate from him in the past. This is a very hot start for the gentle giant of DRX.
To be fair, also Ascent, no comp changes, right? The map hasn't changed. It's the same style through and through, so it could just be that regardless of which players are on the stage, Mako knows exactly what his job is. It's a comfort zone for him at this point. And as the Des talked about, very still awkward to see Termi in a jersey.
Yeah, I can only assume that he spilled coffee or something on his clothes.
Oh,
or the dry cleaning wasn't ready, something like that.
Could be, could be.
Either way.
Although Termi feels like the guy who would have like 10 of the same suit jackets and shirts lined up.
Yeah. Oh, which one do I go today? Beige or cream?
Well, GE, again, the round-around reads have been fairly good. Just, you know, the last 2%, 5% on the execution making the difference here. Once again, early mid control. Now a little bit greedy on this one, but they've already taken their positions. That's the good news.
Russ sat ready, play anti-flash. Now turns his sights back over here towards tiles. Does he decide to strike?
Oh,
Polvi's
the bait.
Drawing the attention. Does he get the transfer? Yes, he does. Russ able to find two, but on Foxy 9 find one apiece as well. Now Stacks wins out the fight versus Benkai. Like you said, the reads looking good overall here for the side of Global. There was a solid gameplay in here, but the counter swings in from the Omen and the Killjoy here from DRX. It's a bit too good. Blaze King now, 200 credits. The noted in hand. He's just going to be keeping it that way. Sat back now on the B site. We'll wait for that spike to go off.
The other thing to consider here is the fact that all of the good reads that they've had, the solution has been kind of these curveball plays, right? The bit of aggression, kind of these trap plays where as best as you can get them here on Ascent with the compositions that you have. And at this point, DRX, they're building a tolerance towards it. And of course, this is a team that is used to playing against things like that and knowing how to overcome it with basic fundamentals. We're starting to see the consistency come through for DRX. So I would love to see GE have a little bit more depth because, again, the reads are good. The game plan overall in the right direction, but maybe just a bit more variation. That's what could bring them home a couple more rounds here in the first half.
Well, now up by 3, DRX. Looking to start running away with this one. Global Esports, something else to try to slow this down. The attempts are good, the ideas are there. Execution just been slightly lacking, like you said. I think building up a tolerance is one of the best ways that you could describe it here for DRX. Step by step, getting an idea of what GE's priorities are round over round.
Now another null command in the pocket for Stacks, so This is a round where, again, they can play it slowly, check every corner, and then once they're ready to go, pop that KO ultimate.
Oh. A little whoopsie on the shock dart from Bane. This Blaze King. No ambiguity here.
Just trying to push him away from here.
Will be dash at the ready. Got the reveal. Other one swings out. Gets some decent damage across it. Bane now down to 35. Oh, Russ. Nearly caught out in the open. That could have been catastrophic. Still has an immense amount of util to try to offer up, and even a null command, should they be able to find some kind of pick, get a recovered weapon, and think that they can win out the round from there. He does stay alive for the time being. Wraps all the way back around and towards mid as Polvi. Just pivoting back and forth, watching main, watching towards tree, but there's the pull.
Pitch ready.
Mako, turn, finds one, for the other. Polvi with a nice headshot is going to be able to take him down, and he will recover that weapon. Blaze King sat here in the sight, does find one, gets the dink across, it's 3 HP remaining here on this Sova. Can they risk trying to get the res? Looks like they are going to do it. Bane pick him up. Buzz, knowing that Polvi was going to be grabbing that Vandal, just watches for it, takes him down. Benkai now last man standing versus 4 with a Stinger in hand to see if he can do any damage.
It's going to be a rough one, but if he can get the kill onto Bane or Foxy9, get the rifle, that'd be the best start. It's Crossfire's there.
Yeah, Crossfire is set up, and Foxy will be able to hound him down. The 6-2. Global, couple decent picks, getting rid of Mako there. Putting stacks down, but given the ult, just can't confirm that as a kill.
Okay, Operator online, which means, for the most part, the types of plays that G's been doing, not going to be part of the playbook anymore. This, by the way, great heads-up play from Bane.
Nice!
But we'll see. Do they set up for the op and then try to shift their weight to the other side, or is it much more going to be kind of the standard spread out defaults with the op helping cover one portion of mid? For now, it looks like that's the answer. I mean, look at this though, right? DRX once again, they just want to make sure Lightning Fast never ever considers pushing up on A main. They want A main control every single remaining round of the first half.
Have they considered this? Tuck in. Buzz spotted him on the drop down. Polvi aware of it, does go ahead, dash away, keeps himself safe and elusive for the time being, but Foxy9 in the meantime will find Russ. Still just holding down, making sure that Benkai cannot try to push out of B main. The buy committed, but DRX in such an entrenched position. It's one of those tough moments where they may just have to make the call to go for the save early.
But look at this, Foxy says no saving for you. I mean, he's gone all the way through the B site. They're going to commit the lockdown to this, and they are going to have no idea that Foxy has made it all the way through their own spawn.
But DRX, they're not moving. Buzz is still sat here. He's waiting to see if he can take somebody down on the entry. He is going to be able to find one, but Blaze King will then clean him up. Mako in the meantime finds Lightning Fast. So everybody else tucks back away. Foxy9 now getting ready to strike. The reveal out, swings down, finds him. Benkai already trying to hightail it out to safety. He will be able to do so. Foxy9, I think, got to die. Yep, he gives his life to the cause there to pull up that flank.
I mean, you're so rich right now. DRX really just trying to ruin GE's first half for sure. I loved that call from Foxy because the thing is he got that kill early on against Russ, so you know they're well aware of your lurk. So rather than just playing for the chances, he wants to absolutely ruin any hopes that GE will have of trying to climb back on the defense.
7-2.
7 rounds in a row.
Yeah, 7 rounds in a row, as you say. Ever since the bonus. And GE need to find something. Need to find some wins before we switch sides. I think about Pacific Ascent. I think about the defending side. I also, a lot of times, think about DRX, their flood retakes.
It's not going to be an easy one, even if they have to work with Bane getting used to the team right now on the Sova. Quite frankly, they probably have a pretty condensed version, a little Spark Notes version of their playbook at this point. Just follow the flow chart.
Calling down. Knife deployed.
0 points sent out. Check and see if there's going to be anybody lurking over by Wine. It's clear for now. Inching their way forward.
Nice and steady. Now, retakes very possible with the null command and the Hunter, even with the Waker weaponry here for GE.
Look at Foxy, though. Still sat here in B main, looking ready to try to intercept onto those two players. Here's them starting to rotate out, and there's the first one. Found off screen, Polvi dead. Clean time back here on the side. Russ trying to duke it out against Buzz. Just taking dangerously low. 13 HP remaining there on that jet. As Foxy now just keeping Blaze King completely locked in this B-side prison.
I mean,
you want to help your friend? You want to go to the A site? I don't think so.
You gotta feel for Blaze King, man. That is, oh, this is just the worst.
Okay, well, he will be able to scare Foxy off now.
I mean,
But
sure,
it's just, it's so much time bought, and Blaze King doesn't want to carry that Singer forward.
Exactly. Wow, I mean, I'm impressed by Foxy 9. One of the things that I think everyone around the world agreed on was that he would overheat. He was that typical star potential rookie that used to play Duelist, was a solo queue demon, and then he would overheat. He would overheat again and again and again. Ever since he's become this kind of steady sentinel, not only does he not overheat, but he's gotten even craftier.
Yeah. Very nicely played there. As well, Blaze King, he's able to upgrade his weapon, but he's the only one carrying it forward. Is, you know, Russ getting traded out at the very end. Able to maintain control of that weapon. Well, Global now calling their second timeout here in this first half.
Wow.
Yeah.
I mean, you definitely want more on your defending half. Sure, it's Ascent, but when you go to the attack, at least you have the initiative. You're going to be able to control the tempo a little bit, or at least that's, of course, a little bit more likely. So trying to right the ship before you get there, you'll have halftime to discuss the overarching plan for the second half. If you can get to 4-8, not all hope is lost, but anything less than that on Ascent starts to feel like absolute miracle territory.
Yeah, running it back from here. I mean, we need to see immediate change is the thing. This round, this timeout, it has to lead to something tangible. Because if it's okay, it's, you know, it's into the next one. That's where we get to see the fruits of the labor. Well, the DRX are now at 9.
Yeah, it's
so
already
something to pivot here. So 8-4 already a position that you do not want to be in, but they do have some tools to try to make this work.
It's so unfortunate though, right? You look at the ults. You've got the Hunter's Fury, one away from the lockdown. DRX can just buy time again and again and again, get the orb, and then launch whichever ults they want to crush this timeout's value.
Opening spray, flash, connecting there on the pole. Now they know, yeah, he's pinged. He's got to just make his exit. Quick updraft, will stay sat right in front of market doors here. So a parting shock dart just to try to clear any HA util that might have been lurking forward. Turning sights now back over to mid. Will go ahead and take note of him. Now he's just got to hightail it out of there as Bane watches him escape.
Good adjustments from both sides. A good read from GE on what DRX is going to want to do after B main was shut down. But immediately DRX, they go for an early rotate through mid.
Oh, well, Ross able to turn away from that one, able to find a second kill. Buzz and Stacks take it down. Bane finds that one, but Foxy pushing forward. Knowing lightning fast position.
You should run.
Let's take him out. His lockdown now going to be invested.
Spike planted.
No health here on Bane, but so much space bought by this ult as well as time. Mako, a rare look with him having an Odin in his hands. Just going to stay tucked here at Hell.
Oh no, he's going to become an Odin user. He's going to feel the thrill, man.
Start out, repositions. Paranoia now sent. There comes the spray.
Oh boy.
Yep, it's immediately rewarded for it. 30 bullets remaining. I mean, even the ult just to try to fish him out of here. But it's just impossible. The Global, they'll be sent packing once again. As DRX will now move up to 9.
Yeah, again, the immediate reactions. The calls from us are pretty good, I have to admit, right? You shut them down on B, you're still holding with the off. Polvi tries to retake control of it. So now you smoke off mid, you drone it, you reposition Polvi towards mid. They drone it, but you still think that you're able to slow it down, and that's when DRX throws a curveball. Sure, you shut down the initial part of it, but then Foxy 9, the late delayed push from main. And we saw it in the back of that screen. Mako still shrouded stepping in as well, just to be able to trade should things go awry. There's just too many layers to DRX right now.
This is how you know the Mocker's an honest person. He closed things out with that Odin, didn't take it forward. Not carrying it forward into the next round. Says, okay, this is just the best tool for the opportunity that I have right now, but I'm not that kind of gamer.
You know, one day he'll see the light.
That's the darkness. You are the Sith, whispering into his ear. Buzz on the entry, though, turns back, finds lightning fast, swings back Jen. Benkai in hell is able to find one. Russ with a great approach, though. Swings out, Benkai getting one. He gets the other. It's looking like a decent chance now at that 9-3 half here for Global. Benkai at 5 HP, but just Foxy and Bane now remaining. All the veterans have been eliminated. Thrown to check. Benkai spotted. Try to see if they can flush him out. Shock Dart would certainly do the trick.
Yeah, they're thinking about it. Wants to figure out which lineup to use here.
They kind of whiff on him though, but it's going to be the Nano Swarm actually that does take him down. Still, a 2v3 with an operator on the opposite side, as well as that Odin up in heaven. Closer and closer, getting ready for the peak. There's the flash. Setup is good. Bane now with everything to do, with no tools with which to do it. A double stack Odin on heaven with Russ down in front. It's just not quite possible. Will get taken down. Global finally able to break that win streak here in the very last round of the half, but 9-3. The DRX are in firm control here on Ascent.
9 rounds in a row since DRX bought rifles. I mean, that is just insane, no matter what you think about the relative strength of each team. So all the credit to DRX, especially once again, considering that the initial reads from GE seemed really solid. A lot of teams would fold under that, right? You start to think that you're getting red. They're always prepared for you. Starts to shake things up, but not DRX. I mean, for one, they've played on this map so many times. They are the protagonists of so many impossible map wins on Ascent, going back and forth. So,
oh yeah, I mean, you think about 2022 champs alone.
Yes.
The number of overtime performances there.
Yeah, I mean, everyone in Korea on the verge of having a heart attack during that event. But
it wasn't just those of us in Korea, my friend. There was palpitations in Istanbul that evening.
I'm sure. Well, it's been a while since we've seen that.
A dab, yeah.
Yeah, lots of fans here. I'm sure a lot of fans also kind of just happy to see a rejuvenated DRX despite the circumstances.
Yeah, I mean, I think they certainly had caught a lot of people off guard with the way that they were looking. Fans very much still rallied up there in the audience. Just considering the changes, you know, flashback, this young, incredible-looking prospect, not being able to play for, you know, we don't really know how long.
But Bane, I mean, he's doing exactly what he needs to for this team to be able to play to their comfort. And I think that's the most he could have hoped for now. Bane will still have plenty more chances for him to shine all the way through. I mean, once again, you have to remember, if you haven't been following, Bane was the original guy that DRX said, this is one of the people that we want to grow to be the future of DRX Valorant. He was on the OG training squad. Now finally given his chance on the big stage.
Oh, the flash recon timing is looking good, but Benkai find Buzz, good covering fire there as Polby will be able to take out Foxy 9. Bane a little bit of whippy, trying to tuck back inside of the smoke, get himself around the corner, but cannot do so. Does end up falling. Benkai with 2 here in this pistol round. It seems like Global may just be carrying forward the success of the squad from last year when it comes down to pistols. They look for that 2-0. Snacks now rotating back around, Ghost in hand, smoke blooms, clears out on the dart, pushes in, gets the dink, but cannot confirm the kill. Plenty of damage dealt, but Polby pushing forward in mid will intercept Mako before he can activate his clutch powers. And that will be Global picking up a second pistol round win for themselves, rather.
Now, like you said, all things as they should be. GE winning the pistols. DRX still in the lead on Ascent. But we'll see. I mean, GE last time, they obviously smooth sailing up through the anti-eco and then 9 rounds in a row. See if they can do it. The trading, you know, the comms seem to be on point that time in mid. Povey able to kind of hide out and trust his teammates to cover enough time for him to re-peak.
No investment here from DRX. Never really a team that tries to go for any kind of forced buys, as Buzz does try to take some very aggressive early space. It's punished for it. A very small amount of damage there on the Lightning Fast, who is still going to be sitting pretty there outside of A. Polvy with that Outlaw, able to take it down to Bane. So already key advantages found here is, looks like the call is just made to say like, okay, rush him down, see if we can get any value here. Reload from Foxy9, tucks back around the corners, trying to get these right clicks woven in. Had he been able to connect on the lightning fast, they may have been able to find themselves a second kill, but that's going to be global. Picking up 2 in a row once more. But this is where things started going wrong for them in the opening half. The rifle purchase here for DRX.
Yep, and it's once again going to be all full armor, so that Outlaw not going to have as much value. Obviously, still going to be good if you get the headshots. We'll see if he's able to do that. Now on the attacking side, sometimes it's going to be up to Polvi to get those peaks.
Quick placing swarm grenade.
See what the call's going to be, but right now, 3-2 split.
Scanning ahead.
Benkai and Polvi off over near B lobby. Smoke down, taking a peek in towards tree. Nothing really going to be spotted though. Polvi looking like he's still going to try to lead the charge with that Outlaw in hand. Drone in the meantime coming through. Mako just back really quickly, clearing that one out. Sends down the smoke to try to get some delay. His fragment will land there. Forces him off the angle for the time being.
Yeah, the paranoia a little bit early. It didn't allow them to get all the way through tree. The window is broken.
Gonna have to use that like a shotgun if you want to try to find value, but as he tries to swing in, Buzz will get on top of him. So finds those 2 kills. TP to the side, lightning fast around the corner, but a little bit late to pull the trigger. Buzz able to back away.
Yeah, the wide angle, now the double as well. Here in tree. Lightning Fast just waiting for them to come through, but the thing is the main force can't get in unless Lightning Fast can do something about it.
There's the reveal, just pinged down, trying to go ahead and get him through the corner, and eventually Bane will be able to do so with that wall bang, forcing him out into the open. The 5-member strong here versus Russ, he will be able to get one to deny it flawless, but DRX, once again, get rifles in hand, get themselves around wind, and now are up to 10.
All right, GE, still just enough room for them to try to go for a comeback here. Buy up the rifles, we'll see what they can do. Now a lot of focus has been spent taking over mid control early on, both in the pistol, and once again here on the bonus. Eventually striking for that pinch, but not enough to really pressure that. Wow.
Into the unknown.
The op for Polvi.
Yeah, this is a very bold attempt here. Right now,
I mean,
like,
it's
okay, 3-man
surely
push out.
unexpected, that's for sure.
They're just looking to clear some of that KJ util. It's like, are we just going to have a 3-man main push tiles crunch attempts from DRX?
Hello.
The answer's no. They don't identify that this op is in play. They might still suspect it.
Take flight.
Yeah, I'm curious if they do suspect it. That'd be
Hello.
incredible.
Ships in the night. A little bit of added info for Bane. He does get the spot there on the pad. What is that?
What? What?
Excuse me?
No, he had to have seen him jump. He had to have seen him jump peek and then shot him through the wall. There's just no way.
We'll have to see that one on a replay. Either way, what an opener here. As Russ is trying to comp this one over, gets a dink across onto Buzz as well, down to 42 HP.
One suppressed.
Alarm bot will remain standing, but I don't think that Global are going to be too bothered by it. Foxy now, just a Guardian in hand. The only one on this A side of the map. Mako rotating all the way back across. Up that smoke
30
there.
seconds left.
These
in
nano
B
swarms,
main.
they might be by just enough time though.
Clear out there on that. Even yeah, the nano swarm's not going to come into play now. Polvi able to find the shot. Foxy9 going to be taken out.
Scanning ahead.
Global in such a good position where DRX now make the call that they're going to have to just hold on to these weapons. Everybody getting tucked back here in B site. Benkai spreading across, I think. Spotted, but they're just like, just don't do anything.
Yeah, I mean,
let's hold on to the weapons. Don't shoot at them.
Yeah, DRX just happy to let that pass by if you're not going to hit the first shot. And Benkai probably at a certain point will be scratching his head because it just doesn't make sense that he hasn't run into him yet. But all in all, definitely a desperate round win that G wanted. A flawless, like you said, and the op really paying off. I mean, again, even if he did spot the jump,
I have
an
to see that
incredible
back.
shot.
That's just nutty. For some reason, I'm like, I feel like it was just a read.
Could have been.
It feels impossible for it to just have been a read.
I mean, it's a very, the thing is you hit the op for so long, right? So I can't imagine that it's a blind shot, but hopefully we get it in the replay. Either way, a very impressive opener that allows GE to stay on the board and keep the operator. Now that DRX knows the element of surprise, the tempo, it's not really going to catch them off guard too much, but
Oh.
no way!
What? I mean, okay, he saw him jump, but he just fully
Wow.
expected that he was going to continue strafing.
Absolutely fucking slapped.
Oh man, I mean, yeah, like you said, it's not like he was scoped in and he just goes for the flick. He just remembers where the jump was. And these are the moments that the fans of Polvi have been clamoring for. You know that the talent is there.
That is nasty. Buzz now trying to keep himself covered. He's able to find one. Russ quick to trade it back. Silva for a jet. Polvi still in play, Omp still in hand. Tailwind going to be expiring though. Mobility cut down. And it's Foxy looking to take some forward space here in B.
Doesn't need to greet it too much. He's got his util to fall back on. So for now, just having an off angle, given the timing, but surely at a certain point, I expect
I don't think
go
Stax
back.
is not going to do it again, Polvi. He's watching and waiting for it.
The thing is GE hasn't cleared the alarm bot. They saw it that last round. They never really cleared it. So they'll have to pressure that if they want to force someone to watch for mid.
Bane with a drone. Doesn't get the hit there. He spots out one. Is Russ wary about a potential aggro push out towards Gelato here. But Mako, for now, just playing this patiently, still tucked away inside of Wine. As there's the creep up, alarm bot spotted, cleared. Benkai
30 seconds left.
adding to the chaos and ambiguity here as DRX is trying to assess what's happening. But yet, like you say, 23 seconds now remaining in the clock. And they very much suspect Mako's position, and they will be able to drive him out very easily.
Right, tree's been cleared out. Double gets tagged, but they filled the site already. Only 12 seconds.
12 seconds. Spike still needing to be brought forward. Foxy9 able to find Benkai. Spike just now getting closer. Odin in play. Swing out. Op shot gonna go a little bit wide, but lightning fast finds the headshot. Just less than a second to spare. They managed to get the plant down, and now Foxy with 10 HP has to deal with 3 players. He can't even deal with the first. Polvi will get the headshot. Global Esports, they start running things back.
And it all started with this operator. I mean, it sounded like one of the craziest buys we've seen, but it allows him to get into absolute reach. We'll see. It looked like the timer might have stopped. We'll see if it's going to be a timeout. Of course, GE doesn't have any more, so DRX will have to be a little wary of if they want to use it or not, because it gives the opponents an opportunity as well.
Let's go, guys. Come on.
Here the vibes getting built up here on the side of Global Esports, but yeah, we do have a timeout called from the DRX camp. Termi and Glow wanting to get involved, seeing how these last couple of rounds have been getting away from them, because, I mean, you know, at the start, yeah, it was the beginning of that 9-round streak for them in the first half. This one, they got the bonus, and that's been it.
Yeah.
The follow-up 2 rounds, so Global now with a way back into this game, just 3 rounds separating.
And we'll see. My curiosity is what's Global's adjustment right after the timeout? What do you expect their answer is going to be to the attacking operator? Because DRX, they're not one to just hang back with no information. They'll have to get information one way or another. But what it's going to be? Is it going to be something like that tiles crunch? Some form of aggression just to try to shut things down. And then make sure that they erase half of the map. And if that's the case, where does GE expect it to happen? Because right now, obviously, the value not quite there for a full buy. So DRX, if they're going to do it, it's going to be a bit of a hodgepodge version of whatever play. So it won't be this round, but perhaps something they're keeping in the pocket for the next.
Hero rifle handed over to Buzz from Foxy, who's just playing pretty much naked, doesn't have anything to work with here. As Polvi will take a bit of damage. Tailwind forward. Yeah, he's still looking to take space, and he will be able to find him. Ross and lightning pass over, getting involved, find Mako, Bane, and Buzz all gone. Off the back of that aggression, the opening pick is good, but the follow-up significantly lacking. And now it's just the aforementioned Foxy9 with the classic in hand to see if he can do any additional damage. Benkai low, was tagged up a bit. The drone chasing forward, force him back onto the site as they have no idea where this Killjoy is.
Yeah, but they'll just keep the main forces in mid. If they get spotted here, they can always go around the other way. Now this is give a Vandal.
He finds the kill, doesn't take any damage either.
I mean, it makes the plant safe, that's for sure. And your creds are fine. That's not the problem. The problem is this just enough that Foxy9 needed to do something about it this round?
Trying to figure out what position he's going to come from. He's trying to jump over top of the turret. I appreciate that effort.
Yeah, but do they know that he's already passed it because the turret activated? Not sure if they would have heard the drop for clear.
Well, he finds one. Gets tagged down to 20 though. And he's got to be wary about those market stairs. So he does a little bit more damage, but cannot find the round win. It would have been an absolutely monstrous clutch there. Instead, it is Global continuing to run this back. Now 3 consecutive, 5 in this half, 10-8, and the ult economy in their favor.
I mean, still very well prepped here on the side of GE. Sure, Polvi gets stuck a little bit, but they don't panic. They still understand that they have better control of mid, that they can still trade out. And now another op, but this time on both sides. Buzz looking to combat it.
Here.
Pushing up behind the drone. You know the turret's going to be situated. Polvi just holding a hard line. Who strikes first? It's Polvi. Sees enough. The elbow sticking out. Buzz taken down through the corner.
I mean, Buzz kind of going for the idea that they're not going to expect me to be here, but I also don't want to trigger the turret. But Polvi definitely the advantageous angle there, given the distance. Spots his elbow first.
Bane getting flashed in. Widely, Global. Maybe just pivot over towards the A site, as it will be Blaze King rotating back through attacker spawn to join in with the rest. DRX have already adjusted a bit by positioning 3 players on this site. Foxy with a lockdown, trying to slow things up, but there's the pop on the ult as Fury opened up. Blaze King fishing for any kind of tags he could get. Polvi in the meantime, though, finding stacks out on site. Knives now pulled.
30 seconds left.
And there's the TP. The pump fake is lightning
It's
fast.
good.
Ships it right back over to B. Knives drawn, but Foxy with a headshot, able to find one. Plant coming in. Snapping from Bane. Locks in onto Benkai's head. Swing around the corner. Bane finds the headshot on the lightning fast, and now somebody's got to defuse this spike.
Oh,
Is they
no.
going to make it happen? And Russ, I don't know if he's going to be able to get there in time. He cannot. Mako guns him down from market. And oh, the crumble there. I like the idea from Global, but they're just not ready for Bane to be in this position to win out on those fights. And without having anybody in position to try and deny that spike defusal, it just ends up falling apart.
This is one of those things where, I mean, you wonder if GE had to do that, because you hear the rotate out, and sure, now you know that they're going to have some fair numbers on the side of A. Foxy and I just saying, holy crap, you were damn good, Bane. But with a little bit more flair.
A little bit more
language.
spice on top of it.
But, man, again, the idea is cool, but it's like, do you always have to go for the cool idea? You would have still had the numbers advantage. Benkai still could have cut off the rotate. And it's one of those things where you wonder, if you were confident that you can win the fights no matter what, just by having equal or one extra person, then is there ever a need for that over-rotate? Does that become when you start to overcook?
Cost them dearly. DRX now one step closer to closing out this map, but Global still very much with a fighting chance. Buzz pulling off the angle here in mid. Repeats it. Oh, instantly does find Benkai.
Blaze King pushes them back, though, and they've already crept in all the way. No noise made.
Still suspicious here at DRX. Smoke thrown down from Mako. As Buzz finds another. Blaze King now dead. Trying to linger his way up. Injury being made. Well, the tension tied over towards Heaven. Foxy9 able to easily strike. Cleanup will come through as Mako gets 2 on the back end. It's a flawless now as DRX finding their footing once more. They take this up to map point.
Match point.
Man, all it took, one incredible round from Bane. And then GE, this time they tried to take the fight, but it's just not there in time. I mean, of course, Buzz picking off 2 people already makes it a lot harder.
Yeah, and I think Benkai might have been fishing to try to clear out AJ utility that sat there in mid. But just having those tracer rounds come across, Buzz knows the general direction to look in, knows that there's going to be someone there. Just follows the bullets, finds the kill. Now he's looking to try to hold things back as this time Polvi going to be at a major disadvantage.
Yeah.
Buzz, he's able to capitalize.
And this time it was kind of the reverse situation. Polvi trying to find the off timing, but the angle advantageous for Buzz. The drone clear immediately in mid to see if there's any reaction. They know that they haven't exactly committed to one side or the other. Now you still got the Killjoy setups on A and mid. You've still got all the ultimates you would want, quite frankly, for a retake. So DRX, one of those rounds, classic Ascent round, where there is literally no reason for them to do anything about the information. You can just wait.
Benkai with the op, looking like he wants to move in and challenge. And that he does, but he's going to be taken down. Tailwind up and over the top. Buzz gets himself sat back here in the sight, lightning fast, now being hounded down as Bane with the Hunter's Fury. He crashes to the cross and he makes him crumble. 2 players left. Try to keep themselves alive in this game, but the odds, the deck, it's all stacked against them at the moment.
Oh,
30 seconds left.
I mean, they got a sprint and Mako's waiting here. The paranoia alone will be enough, I think, to draw out the round.
Spots one. I mean, he knows that they're being ushered towards this side of the map. Lockdown invested. Blaze King is able to find one. Stacks gone. Mako just pulls back over, waiting as they have to break through the door. The time's dwindling. They're blind. They've got nowhere else to go. A fragment forces them back before the moment. Runs with a headshot, finding one, but it's already over. The spike cannot be planted as the cleanup will come through. DRX pushed around a lot more than I think we might have anticipated. So credit where it is due. Global putting up a hell of a fight there in that second half, but DRX still come out with a win on Ascent.
Yeah, I mean, sure, we talk about was it overcooking or not, but at the end of the day, the real truth is if it wasn't for Bane hitting 2, 3 incredibly crispy shots to get there ahead of the entire map, that GE may have gotten ahead. The momentum seemed absolutely in their favor. DRX not really having a clear idea until that round win to regain their confidence, to be able to hold the angles that they want, to throw GE off kilter a little bit. So props to GE, but it's a win for DRX.
That it is, and we have got Lotus on the horizon, but first we'll send it back over to the analyst desk to break down the action.
Well, GE was certainly fighting, but DRX continue to win on Ascent. Was their, I mean, not their map pick, but GE definitely was fighting.
Yeah, I mean, it's historically a pretty good map for DRX. Obviously a slightly different look to the team, but kind of a similar feel to a lot of what we've seen from DRX in the past, where they're able to string together insane amounts of rounds on this map. I can't tell you how many times, you know, casting DRX over the years that I've seen this, so not too surprising to see it go that way necessarily, but I'm really happy that there was a fight back from GE, that they didn't just give up, that they just didn't roll over. So for that, in and of what it is, that's good, but it's the exact same scoreline they had against Zeta, 13-8.
Yeah, I mean, I think they're going to feel a bit bad about the way they lost. You know, giving over so many rounds in a row, as you mentioned, that's kind of DRX's thing, but at the same time as Global Esports, it's like, it felt like there were too many rounds in a row, and then eventually Polvi was just like, okay, I'm going to take the op, and I'm just going to kind of run at them. And it worked for a while, and it got a bunch of rounds back, and definitely got some momentum back for Global Esports. It was actually kind of surprising, because the rounds that DRX were winning were very one-sided. It wasn't, you know, close back and forth, so I was actually a bit surprised to see Global Esports, how well they fought back, but just wasn't enough. I think DRX just the more solid team this time around.
Yeah, there were moments here where Global Esports, I mean, you just saw these rounds slip from their fingers. The ideas were really good, but there was just moments of discoordination that cost them the round. DRX, on the other hand, continued to look great. And Bane, you know, their newest player, only being slotted in maybe 7 to 14 days ago, looking like he's been with the team this entire time.
Yeah, really solid performance on the Sova, that one round where he got the 3K, you know, the recon dart to make sure while he's defusing that he's safe, and that actually reveals the player to give him the kill. Really good stuff. Yeah, the coordination looks really, really solid. I was really impressed with some of the communication, especially on their attacker side for DRX, with the way they were able to spread the map. You know, again, Foxy9, your MVP for this map, had a round where he gets a pick over into B. That opens up that site. They're able to TP Mako over, you know, get the plant over on the other side. So that just shows to me that they're flexible. They're having good ideas. Credit to the whole team there. Stacks as well, kind of maneuvering the map really nicely on that attacker side. So that's really, really good. But yeah, GE, there were a few rounds that didn't look as good. I think particularly the round where Polvi had the Blade Storm and he pushed all the way to a spawn, and then Foxy gets him on the ramp.
Yeah, it was a bit rough. I think there are some rough edges still for the GE lineup. You saw that, yeah, they got the pistol, got the second round, and then it was, I think it was 9 rounds in a row for DRX. I mean, that's just, it's a bit much, and there were some, you know, clutch Mako moments and some, you know, some general DRX moments that you would expect from them. You know, Buzz lighting it up a couple times in a row, and I mean, there were some really insane shots like that one from Polvi through the wall, which just kind of blew everybody's mind, which was also really cool. But again, you know, you can do the cool stuff, but it's really going to be consistency that gets you across the board when you're talking about, you know, potential to go 24 rounds before you go in overtime. So didn't quite see enough of that from Global Esports, and some of the solo pushing wasn't doing it for me either.
There was a particular moment when Foxy9 was the last man standing. There were 3 left up. They gotten that plant down, and even then, you know, I think this is a testament to DRX and maybe even the individual players. It was very feasible and for Foxy9 to take that 1v3.
Yeah, I felt like he could actually win that. I mean, when he gets the gun, right, he kind of tricks the opponent Sova into over-peeking an angle because he dodges the owl drone. And then he's able to just get a gun, and then all of a sudden you're thinking, he's got an opportunity here because they had it planted. They had all this time in the world to plant. Instead, they spent all their time, GE, looking for this last player where they could have planted and then looked and then figured it out. They know they have the numbers advantage. You might as well try to get that plant down and then deal with it after that. That is, like, things like that should, a team like this with these players who are, like, a lot of them have IGL experience, they should have been figured out and should have been dealt with sooner.
Yeah, I agree. And hopefully they figure it out in time for Lotus, which is DRX's pick. And you know what? They're pretty good at it.
Yeah, DRX are quite good at this map. Achilles was talking about it the other day where at first they were not, and it was banned a lot, but eventually they kind of got some learnings in. They had some good results on it, and eventually they just became pretty strong at it, and kind of the DRX way. You see on the other side that Global Esports banned 3 times. The one time they played it was a 13-3, so not the best results. And just hoping that they have this prepared, because I think especially when you're banning binds, you might expect DRX to pick Lotus. So I think coming into this one, you got to be ready to play DRX on this map. Otherwise, you're just not gonna have a good time.
Yeah, definitely not. And looking at these agent compositions here with their double controllers, and if they have that Cypher into, I'd like to see that again, actually. But who knows? It's a fresh new season for Pacific, and both of these teams have been surprising us every single game. Now, I do have a game for you guys. It's game time again. Hopefully, we actually have results this time so we can up rank or D rank and you know.
I just want to rank up, you know,
Yeah.
this is what
I
I'm
don't
all
like
about.
ties. Like, I don't ever vote for ties when I play ranked.
No one likes to draw.
Yeah.
We want the R, or like take the R. So the question is, how many kills will Buzz, DRX Buzz, get on the second map? Is it going to be more than 20 or 20 kills and less?
20 or less.
Do we know how many he got on the last one?
No idea.
I think it was about 20. Not 100%
It's a little bit less
That's really
than
the
that.
question, right? It's.
I know how many he got yesterday, but I don't know if I want to give away my secret knowledge.
Oh.
I know how many he got on Lotus yesterday.
Oh, you're
so.
playing. Yeah,
That's
you're
right.
not going to be a team player. We're
No.
not going to rank up together, kind of thing.
Yeah, no.
Oh, okay. It's going to be like that.
That's right.
All right.
It's going to be like that.
I guess we're playing against each other. We're not on the same rank team.
Why? It could be. It could be great. Okay. Wait. Okay. I'm just gonna. Now I'm nervous. Now I'm nervous. I feel alone. Ready in the reveal in 3, 2, 1.
Ooh.
Oh. Okay.
And here's the thing, 'cause he got 18 kills on Lotus yesterday, so I'm going to say he's going to do better than that. I think he's going to pop off here. I think he started to get angry there at the end, like angry Buzz is best Buzz.
Yeah.
And like he started to get kind of diffed by Polvi a little bit, and then he's like, nope, I'm grabbing the op, and this is over. He did lose one time, but after that, you know, he kind of started to take it over. So I think it's angry Buzz time.
Interesting take, but Valdez, tell
I mean,
Paperthin why he's wrong.
20 is a lot. Also, it's 20 or less. So even if he does get 20, doesn't count. Actually, we win in that case. And I just feel like we talked about this a bit. If it doesn't go to a lot of rounds, it's very difficult to hit that amount of kills. So DRX looking pretty dominant on Ascent. I would imagine that the second map as well is going to go their way pretty heavily.
Well, I'm counting on Foxy9 to take all of Buzz's kills. That's why.
That helps too.
So it's not going to happen. We're going to go to agent picks now. This will help determine a little bit more of what's going on. Okay, this is different. We've got the fade on DRX, which they did not show during kickoff or, the last time that we've seen them play Lotus. Actually, it's just a mirror.
It's mirrors.
matchup.
It's
a mirror
mirrors
matchup.
again.
It's a mirror.
Mirror on the wall.
Mirror on the wall. I like that. You Snow White, you. Or the Queen,
Who's the
rather.
prettiest Lotus of all?
Oh, yeah. I mean, this is interesting for Global, but it is kind of like sort of the expected comp these days. I mean, you know, again, a lot of teams kind of shifted into the fade because it helps you take control of some of that space, especially on A, Rubble and stuff like that, a little bit easier. I think it makes it a little easier to deal with some of the Cypher utility too, so not too surprising at all. I get why everybody does it.
All right. We are going to go into Lotus, our second map of the last series of today. Over to our casters, Achilleos and William.
Alrighty, thank you very much. Yes, here we go into Lotus. As the audience still very much geared up here for a DRX win. Things got very, very close there on Ascent. Now we move forward here into Lotus. Global able to watch DRX play this in the opening series. No changes to be made. Same composition here from DRX. Global looked to match.
Yeah, Global just taking on that, you know, if it becomes a meta comp, it's probably for a reason. It's going to be a fast push out.
Oh
The
my
C's
God.
was good. Oh.
So very aggressive here from Mako in the meantime. Pushing out alongside Foxy9 through B. Find the kill, and now Blaze King turning back and wondering where the hell his team went. Does manage to line them up for a moment, but only able to confirm the kill onto one. 3 members still strong. DRX still take their first pistol of this series.
Yeah, they were playing pretty active once again last time on the Lotus. Doing so same again, right from the pistol for DRX. Now, the thing about the Fade, obviously, they talked about it briefly on the desk. You know, not only does it help with a little bit of the util, you know, synergy on things like Rebel or even Mound, as we just saw with this, but it's a lot of the fact that also the flashes aren't as big as they are on other maps, right? There's just so many nooks and crannies where you can play anti, you can go for the repeat, things like that. So you'd rather have the extra prowlers, the extra drone, basically, to help clear things out.
Well, Foxy gonna get pushed back there. One of his nano swarms taken out by the paint shells. Turret's still situated on that left side entry. Poison orb to try and dissuade as Mako moves over and reinforces this position.
Bring them down.
Next, hearing some classic shots there outside of B. Sends a prowler. Door gonna be tapped. Benkai still lingering around though. Trying to tool around with some information here.
Yeah, just gonna constantly.
Oh, well, Mako able to find Russ. That Spike now spotted outside of the door. Re-peek in. Fast does collect this, but looks like again, still gonna start working their way forward in towards the C site, but the Poison Orb comes back up from Mako. Snake Bite to try and delay.
Oh, as he just lost control of A as well, right? So there's just nowhere really for G to go. Sure, it's an eco, you're not really meant to win it, but you do want to do some damage, even if it's all classics.
He's playing a very aggressive position.
30 seconds
And I
left.
must have caught a brief little glance, or is just playing off that timing on the wall. It's Buzz now tucked in behind the box. Spots 2, catches 1. One comes back up and lightning fast attack low. Looking for the readjust. Benkai is able to find one. Finds himself a second elimination with the classics. It's gonna be a weapon recovered as they shift their way over in towards B. Decent damage dealt now here by GE as they look to hold for this plan, but book it drawn off of it. And I think might have just missed the timing to be able to close this one out. Instead, will look to try to deal damage. Ultimately will fall, but that being said, the damage again, not too bad.
Yeah, I mean, they picked up the Vandal. In some worlds, obviously, taking the Vandal over to the next round also wouldn't have been bad, but they had the opportunity to try to go for the plant. They took it. A little bit extra damage. Drop a Bulldog, drop a Spectre. It's not too shabby. But Bane, it's plays like that that we saw even in their match against Team Secret. Just a little bit more heads up, a little bit more prosto elimination. And Bane also seems to kind of be the vibes guy as well for DRX, even there, you know, just telling everyone it's fine. And he's the newest guy on the team. So you love to see it. I mean,
so is Elsis.
Exactly. I mean, I'm getting similar vibes though, just because Buzz also posted after their win against Team Secret that, you know, they were just all smiles and laughs, and he seemed to infer that it was thanks to Bane. See if that comes into fruition
speaking
again.
of Bane, another catch there on a Blaze King. Lightning fast, wanting to just clear out the turret, but now he's out to the open, and even with just a frenzy up close, Mako will be able to take him down. Another bit of that investment here left on the floor, the side of Global. And Foxy thought he was just going to stay planted in that corner. He's like, I will replace my turret.
Well, 2 members down, and it's both of your smokes. This is an uphill battle for GE.
Bring them.
Oh, and the timing couldn't be more perfect for Stax. Gets the read. You still have the alarm bot as well. It's a little out of range for now, though, so Stax just going to back away as they've decided to double up on C-side.
Buzz able to draw some attention over towards Baby Door, finds one on the entry, but they know where Stax is. Paint Shells keep him at arm's length. Move shot to try and check, and yep, does get a quick tap. Polvy trying to challenge in, and no, Stax swings right back into that crosshair. Does end up falling, but now Polvy on his lonesome. 8 bullets remaining here. In the mag, pushes out. He'll get taken down. DRX is going to be converting this bonus now as they move up 3-0.
Lots of, econ loss here for GE. And the defaults as well. I mean, they're not even really being given a chance to showcase how they want to move around the map. The initial scuffle is really coming out on the short end there for GE. They'll get one more shot.
Pain's 5-0 and 2 at the moment. It's just not giving them any wiggle room towards this A side of the map. And without having that space to work with, freely flow back and forth, makes it a lot easier for the defending team to just really figure out where you're going to end up and what your options are.
Now it's going to be a push out again on the C side. C's combo with the showstopper.
Good for it, nothing spotted. Polvy in the meantime able to find Mako. As that's just going to be them rotating their way in towards the B site.
No idea.
Yeah, nothing spotted, and lightning fast playing and carefully playing it patiently is going to be rewarded with 2 kills. Ends up falling. Foxy in the meantime finds Blaze King. Spike now situated there on B. Orb snatched up. Foxy worry about this push from behind. Alarm bot is set up. Polvy now does trigger that one, so has to back away.
Foxy 9 now wary of his own flank, but he doesn't really have much of a choice. He's just got to pick and choose. Now it's going to be up to Stax to draw a little bit of that attention. It's just enough.
But Foxy somehow gets the entry. Russ backing up far too much. Polvy tucks away. Full HP on him. 60 health between the 2 players. Can he try to get them both? Finds one, but cannot get the second. Foxy 9. Another multi-kill round, a 4K for him to get DRX up to 4. And that is, again, just a gut punch here for Global Esports.
Absolutely. It's these newer guys on DRX that are really continuing to breathe life into them. Not to say that they were in trouble or anything like that, but they're the ones that are really securing the momentum for this Korean squad. And even here, just patiently waiting. Old Foxy 9 might have tried to ego peek one of these first to try to dwindle the numbers. This time Stax forces them to jiggle out with the Prowler. Yeah, just saying that's me.
Yep.
And he's proving it so far here in stage 1.
It has been an insane glow up. I mean, we saw glimmers of it when he first joined the team last year. A couple of those moments. I mean, his debut map, he finished things off with an ace on Ascent. We know that he has that explosive firepower, but then it was just so lacking. It was so inconsistent. And granted, it's only been 2 series so far, but with his seemingly full-time transition into being this Sentinel player, it has just been providing us with an absolute renaissance performance for Foxy 9.
It's very similar, in my opinion, to Meteor as well, right? Someone who felt that.
Sure. Okay. Well, I'll just hold on to this util.
Blaze King. All right, he'll draw out the Paranoia, which isn't bad. That gives him an opportunity to try to retake Rubble if they so choose later on.
Foxy in the meantime, waiting to send this out. Does so. Paint Shell's not available, so can't just try to bank those into Waterfall to get a quick clear on that lockdown. So instead, it's going to have to be a full exit call from Global. Completely forced away, ushered ever closer to Bane's open, welcoming arms.
Oh, and look at the setup from DRX. See, no time is low. The best option is going to be B-side. Otherwise, you just have to play for delay.
Needed that kill. That does draw attention from Mako. He shifts over. Stax now the one who has to try to hold the line here. Sees the blast back forward, but Benkai instantly trading that one out. Finds the kill. Buzz able to get him, but Bane gone. Buzz in a very rocky spot ends up falling as Polvy's able to take him out. Spike gets planted with 7 seconds to spare, and now it's all on Foxy and Mako. The two players that have probably been the most clutch here today for them. But this time at a 2v4.
It's going to be a tough one with only 2 people, though. One of the reasons that it's going to be always so much easier to go for the retake here is just the number of entry points that you have. But now process of elimination in favor of Global Esports.
Want to try to wait out the smoke, but the time is just working against you, so it looks like ultimately the call will be made to back away. Foxy, the most in danger. We'll just wait to see if anybody tries to come through, hunt him out, but we'll just be able to drift back. So Global here in round 5 will be able to get themselves on the board. And overall, it's a relatively clean round as well for them. There's Benkai lost there. They don't have to commit too much else to that. They have some crucial ultimates getting ready to come online, including now that lockdown.
Yeah, that'll be huge. Now kind of taking turns against DRX with the ultimates to try to see if they can climb back in. It's not too late just yet. 4-1 score line. Still plenty of room for Global Esports to try to overcome that lead. Nightfall on top of the lockdown, and then soon after the pit. Hopefully if they can get a couple kills on the way there, the cycle looks very complete. Now, obviously DRX, they're not too far away either, but right now you just gotta focus on your own game. Couldn't get rid of the haunt, so giving up Robo Control once again. Now, Blaze King last time he was succeeding in up 2, drawing out the Paranoia, and things like that have to continue if Global Esports want to feel like they have any semblance of control of this map.
Foxy just waiting out the haunt. Drifts forward, gets himself in a little bit of a less common angle. And now just going to be backing down the ramp around towards Waterside. As quick clear on the Prowler, not given the opportunity to really check over towards Switch, but Stacks, knowing that there's going to be presence just outside of B, probably enough for him to play off of.
This is a much earlier than usual Prowler here, so DRX should be prepped for this.
It's Paranoia through, set up for the haunt reveal, and there it is. Catches them both. Gorgeously done off the back of the Paranoia, and Buzz is able to collect 2. Nick by now thrown down. Stacks does get traded out, but Mako quickly equalizes, and now it is just lightning fast, but doesn't have the spike. Granted, yes, he does have his ultimate, but 1v4, doesn't really want to try to commit to it. Well, after getting a kill on the Foxy 9,
no
a bit more willing to do it. Gonna try to 2-man stack it. I don't know if it works that way. Either way, Mako going in for the challenge does back off.
Yeah, I mean, if he had gotten that second kill, maybe he
work with
tries
2?
for it. Because I think with 2, it's a little iffy.
Well,
it is
either
up against
way.
the wall. It is
10
up against the
seconds
wall,
left.
so we'll see. We'll have to see, but I guess we won't find out.
Yeah, Architecture maybe could have worked as a 3rd man in that one, but not going to get to see the attempt at the tech. Lightning fast. The rest of the team will just make the call to go for the save. So DRX can't fully clean things up, but will continue on their merry way, 5-1.
And the thing is Global Esports, right? They try to draw out the Paranoia, they succeed, and they're expecting the peak off of it. So you had Blaze King past the Paranoia, ready to set up the crossfire. And unbeknownst to them, it was actually the DRX just waiting for the haunt.
Don't leave him hanging.
Oh, Bane.
Don't leave him hanging.
Bane's just grinning out there. He's like, yeah, I'm having a good game. Heck yeah.
Well, the desk was talking about angry Buzz. Maybe we see a little bit more anger in his play after not getting the fist bump there from his teammate.
Imagine that's what Buzz says immediately in a timeout. He's like, Termy, Bane just won't fist bump me back.
Now Termy's calling, and it's just like, Bane, you need to fist bump your teammates.
It's the first step to becoming a pro Valor player.
Yeah, it's a team game. I'll bench you if you don't do it. Well, Global looking to pump the brakes here and see what they can do to try to get themselves back into this one. Because, I mean, while yes, we do typically see somewhat more success on the defender's side in Pacific, or at least that was the case in the past.
Weirdly so.
You still need to have a relatively strong attacker side. And I mean, even at kickoff, the times that we did see Lotus, which was quite frequently, it actually had started trending into more of an attacker's map.
Yeah. And the thing is you might, sure, maybe it comes down to a couple of those fights, a couple of those trades, but if it feels like you're not able to take control of the map on a 3-site map as the attackers, that spells trouble. Sure, it's DRX's pick, and they looked pretty solid on it, even against Team Secret, knowing that they didn't have too many days to practice together. But GE, of course, no strangers to the map, sure. Changing their comp to the meta one.
Away at the ready. What's the call here? No showstopper available. Polvi still 4 charges away from that one. Already used one of his blast packs as well to try to clear out some of this KJ util. Buzz in the meantime. Trying to chase forward, seeing if he can find anything. Looks like Polvi just going to go dashing forward. Tiny amount of damage taken there as Mako. Ramsey's not finding anything, but Benkai comes away with an elimination. Mako now pulling off the angle. Spots him though. Knows that Polvi's going to be playing close, but his attention being pulled in a couple different directions. Tap now onto the door. The swing out. Bane taking it aggressively. He's able to find that one, but Buzz here inside the site knows where Russ is approaching from. Sends in the paint shells, but can't quite get himself situated on the platform fast enough. Does end up getting taken out. A 1v2.
Oh, wow.
The ult's still going to be committed here, but Mako gets out in front of it.
Yeah, he notices it's still not planted, so already the movements from Bane as well, all the way to the A site. Can Russ pick and choose to isolate the 1v1s? Tree seems a little too obvious. He's going to go for the heaven fight first.
He's trying to make up his mind. Unavailable, but doesn't want to expose his position, but it doesn't matter because Mako dropping down has already spotted him out. That is going to be now 6-1. Timeout
this
for GE, not enough.
Round was a good example of DRX trying to get ahead of GE, right? Because the biggest problem for GE was they just can't retake that rebel control. So after a little bit of pressure on Mount, things go silent, and they want to make sure that they have no option but to eventually go to C. So instead of giving them the opportunity to set up for something on Rebel, it's an early showstopper to really push them out, force them towards it. There you go, Bane. He's picked up on it. The fist bump comes out right away.
That's what Termi was saying in the timeout.
And now, I would love to see, some early blast packs, things like that to take control. Now, this may not be the round 4, though, with the paint shells.
And Nate in a decent position gets some damage across there as Buzz swings the corner. He's able to find one. Prowlers chasing. Now the swing in. Buzz catching Blaze King on the attempted exit. Just mows him down. Well, yeah. Bane does get traded out. It is still such a monstrous advantage here for DRX. Players now completely trapped. Locked over here towards their spawn. With not much other recourse other than to try to once again maybe just push out in towards A.
I mean, yeah. It's one of those where none of the choices feel great, but you got to do it. Either way, you're already too far behind.
Seas does miss. Benkai staying safe. Swing on the corner. Benkai will be able to take him down. Can use up that Odin, which still could very much come up the works here for DRX. I think get closer to the site. Clear out on the turret now. Yeah, suspecting, okay, we're being pressured from behind. We have to just keep pushing forward. Realistically, how do they make that happen?
30 seconds left.
Just throwing the C's into Baby Door to try to distract him towards the B side, but DRX does not bite. They still hold on to B with Voxy9 there.
Oh, man, out, not able to get that deep enough into stairs. Bounces off the top there. As Stacks just repositioning, says, you know what, I don't want to get wall banged. Benkai will just have to hold on to this one. Be the last one remaining. Fortunate for him, given the weapon, no one really is going to come hunting to try to take him down, so we'll be able to retain this into the next round, but that's about the only silver lining there is Global continue to bleed rounds.
Well, Bleed's not playing today, but it's looking rough. It's looking rough is really the best way to put it, because this time they tried to get aggressive early on into Rubble, and I like that they did it. Even though it didn't work out, that's more credit to DRX. I like that Global did that. It's just that just because it doesn't work, if you shy away from it, now you're constantly giving DRX more opportunities to stay one step ahead of you. And with the Stingers, again, Global feels like their hand is forced a little bit.
Oh, TP to the side, landing fast, not gonna get red there. Just find one, but no one bullets. Sends out the Paranoid, trying to buy himself some space. He's back around and also is able to get himself an upgrade. So overall, probably the best start to a round that we've seen for Global. See if he's gonna be able to put that to use.
Yeah, but look at DRX immediately, right? The one way to make sure that they maintain a little bit extra time on mound control, they're not gonna check for it, but they're just trying to delay. They know the weaponry is still weak for Global, even with one rifle upgraded. And the only other thing they still have no information about is going to be this B side.
Colby kind of getting a sense of that there with the jiggle, but Stacks does find him in the end. Prowler to check. The rest of the team now working their way up past Mound towards the C site, but Smoke looks to try to deter them even further. Fast considering the teleport there for a brief little moment as Benkai now going to be dropping that lockdown in. Looks like King's coming in. Pain. Oh, hear it.
It.
Yep, taking some damage there through the corner, but cannot clear it out. Push forward now here onto the site. Mako desperately trying to find a kill before that lockdown comes through, but he cannot. Softens up a couple players, but that is about it. Hit now comes through, and this is completely to just cut off access to Waterfall. Cover this plant at all. Stacks lurking forward, finds one. Cannot get the kill there onto Blaze King. Foxy now on the hunt though. Does go in, drops the pit. Noted on the opposite side. Swing through, tries to set up for it, finds the headshot, and Russ has 5 HP. Spots him, and he cannot get the adjustment. Oh, man. Russ narrowly coming away with it. Gets them their second round victory, but by just a hair.
Absolutely needed round victory for GE if they want to have any chance in the second half. It all starts with Lightning Fast being able to take down an early kill, pick up a rifle. And sure, B main gets shut down, but they still held down control. So again, that's one of the biggest kind of MOs of Lotus on attack, right? You always want to have an extra backup. It's 3 sites. You should always have at least one more area to go to. And this time, they were able to make that happen.
Attack off here from Colby. Once again, going to be looking to try to work this in for the team. Heading now over towards C. Very forward, aggressive space taken here by Russ. Full mount control here in the hands of Global. They're still very much assessing where they want to go with this. Bane's hit some early damage here.
I mean, especially with that kind of weaponry, Mako surely not going to show himself. So GE, they're spending a lot of time, but they've regained control of B main, and they're starting to pressure A rubble. An option to rotate to B site is very available in this round.
Good timing there on the jump from Mako to get himself away from the paint shells. A showstopper now. Coming through here from Colby, but he's taking so much damage. Spots Mako, he's going to be able to find him. Down to 11, but the rest of the team are coming up with the goods. Stacks and Foxy9 now eliminated Buzz. Intercepting, trying to challenge against Blaze King, but ends up losing out on the fight. And that means that Bane is all on his lonesome in a 1v5.
30 seconds left.
And Bane's done some incredible things before, but a 1v5 ace clutch would be
with
the absolute best thing in his career. Now, we talked about, Colby perhaps needing a little bit more support, whether it's because of his teammates or whether it's him slowing things down, but this time it's perfect, right? Even though the nanoswarms, etc., keep him at bay, the showstopper gets the kill, and immediately the Shroud step from Lightning Fast to refill the top of the box so that they still have the high-low setup. Things like that, the tempo starting to come together, albeit a couple rounds late for Global Esports.
This is a hell of a hunt that is happening here right now. And Polvi does need to be careful. If he dies out here, which, okay, he won't. I was going to say, if he dies there, they lose the operator.
Yeah,
he is good for the shot. That's going to be a flawless for Global to get themselves a 3rd round win.
Out of charges.
A lot of these rounds, all day or all night tonight for GE, coming from that attacker operator. Yeah, really fast backup from Lightning Fast there to make sure that they hold control of the site.
Well, a Bucky for Buzz.
Ooh. Oh, well, considers the upgrade, but just wants to make sure that they have enough money in the next rounds.
Let's have a showstopper to go alongside that. That ends up coming into play, but for now he's looking to just get pushed up right outside of A main here.
I mean, this is a situation where if they, get any type of contact, could lead to an immediate showstopper for Buzz. Help push out, help force them into C site.
Right in alongside that toxic screen. Starting to get brought back around, but looks like Blaze King gonna go ahead and investigate outside of B a little bit more. Stacks and Bane are set up, but just 2 sheriffs in their hands. Prowler from Russ, the check would be huge and would definitely help confirm the Bucky. But Buzz dodges it. But absolutely dodges it now. Sheriff shots. Not quite able to find the line up there for the second one, but Polvi now Russ taken down. Bane trying his damnedest, can't quite find it, but Showstopper out. Lightning Pass going to be taken down. Mako finds Benkai, and this round is completely out of Global's control. Buzz now has the operator in his hands. They know that Blaze King is in deep.
Left.
Now just trying to group up for the two members here. The Op, meanwhile, on Rubble, just going to make sure that he finds the other potential exits. Now Blaze King should have an opportunity to get the plant down on A.
But the rest of the players, Foxy and Mako, they could just go ahead and divert, grab these weapons for themselves outside of B main.
Spike planted.
It's like Mako will just stick with the Stinger. Foxy now, though, Vandal in his hands. Just around the corner is Buzz. That Op at the ready. Blaze King inching closer towards him. Corner and Buzz. Stoic holds it. Gets himself a third kill here in the round. As DRX will go ahead and wrest control away from Global once more.
I mean, a lot of things kind of went poorly here, but it's got to be. I want to see the moment before that, but I imagine it's the one-way that messes up the Prowler just a bit. Buzz probably dancing back and forth in between it, and the Prowler goes right by him. The surprise Bagi gets the value, immediately upgraded, and of course leads to a Showstopper.
Out of the toxic screen, whichever one.
Sure.
Just dancing around that, just having the timing perfect to avoid that Prowler.
Well, all rifles. GE, one more. They could try to continue, try to bring back the pistol wins here. Bit of a backup there for Buzz to help hold the long sight lines.
Oh, Buzz decides to go for the Op in the end. He scoops that up, and Mako. Quick shot, quick early start here. It's going to be Polvi taken down. TP in, spotted, has to be canceled. And what do? We'll send scrambling back over towards A, where they just haven't been able to establish much control across this map so far. Bane again in a very forward position. Unspotted, Buzz there to back him up. Toxic screen gets raised, but Buzz is out in front of this one. We'll be able to catch them early. Nearly finds himself a collapse. Oh, TP across. They're not ready for Bane. Paranoia now send Prowler in. Benkai gets taken down, and it's all on Russ. Knocked down to 83. Stacks scoops up the Op, and he puts it to good use. 9-3 at the half once more.
Bane just plays at such a high tempo on this Omen, on Lotus especially. And I don't think that's a lot of people, something that a lot of people are used to from DRX. But Bane is honestly one of the core reasons why GE just could not wrest a rebel control from the grasps of DRX. We'll see if it's different on the defender side, but it's a little easier, sure, because you can throw the initial util, stop them at the choke point, and at least be the one who's holding it. And you gotta imagine DRX won't let them get off that easy.
Certainly not. I mean, nothing about this has been easy so far here for the side of Global. Another 9-3 half for this squad. We saw the rally back attempt. They got themselves up to 8 on Ascent. Can they do it here on Lotus as well? And work cut out for them right now here in the coaching booth.
Yeah, you can see Spin really racking his brain here, trying to make sure that all of their eggs are in order for GE. You had to have expected this draft for sure, just given how they looked against Team Secret, right? You came in with the meta composition. You were aware that you might have to play it, but surely this wasn't the scoreline you expected at the half.
DRX fans leading the chant once again. Buzz up to 14. See if he can hit that 20 mark for the analyst desk's minigame or not.
It's really a matter of how fast do they get to 13 at this point. Only 4 rounds away from it. But if GE, if they can start to climb back, if they can maybe even overtake them. In fact, Buzz might get the 20 kills, but maybe lose them out.
In a loss, yeah. Definitely. That would certainly lead to angry Buzz. It's Polvi back across, paint shells out, but Buzz hot on his heels, sends the nade in. He's got 2 players contained, and Blaze being spotted there on the swing in, but Russ managed to push out, finds him, but solid trade back out of bullets. So as Foxy 9 gets up on top of Blaze King, taking him down after lose out on their IGL. Suddenly, it is just Benkai. He's just sat here within the nano. Foxy will be able to clean up 3 in the pistol. 2-2 across the series in that regard as DRX now move to double digits.
This is one of those score lines where it's rough, but you're on the defense. You just got to let it go to 11. Surely you just stick with the eco here. Then you throw everything you got on the buy round. And I want to give props. Holy.
Oh.
Nice.
Man, yo, Buzz has got something to do tonight.
Just that explosive hype and then Bane just not being there for the fist bump. Oh, the irony.
Well, forward position's taken here. Polvi, quite a bit of damage there on the exit. Lightning fast trying to play lurk, play around that Viper wall. And he just gets flushed out, spotted, killed off.
Now, what I was going to say before Buzz rudely interrupted me was that I actually did want to give the credit to Buzz on that entry, right? He doesn't chase for the kill. He makes sure he spams out Heaven so they can't get a peek either. So he makes sure that they hold control of the site. Sure, he goes out eventually, but that gives enough time and space for his teammates to trade.
A quick jiggle from Russ, spotting him, but it's away. Polvi now trying to hold the line. Does get some solid headshots. Think across on the Bane as well to knock him down to 47, but kill cannot be found. Maybe door broken. Dominated there by Mako as he finds Blaze King. It's on Benkai and Russ to see if they can deal some additional damage. Sheriff in the hands here of this fade. Benkai just with a classic.
Yeah, sure, Benkai gets around, but he's not going to be able to do too much. And Mako's position right now, wrapping all the way around, knowing he has all the time in the round.
He's playing it quietly, playing it patiently. You can tell they suspect that there's going to be someone there. But maybe not necessarily here in stairs. Russ watching for it though, never mind. Does have the read, and now that he grabs that Vandal, could just opt to save this one and send Benkai into the spike.
Placing sentry.
Yeah, trying to see if they go for the exits. Russ actually just wants the kills, it looks like.
See if he's ready for him. As Benkai will just get engulfed by the explosion. Foxy will take that Vandal away from him. Now recovered by Stacks. 11-3. No force up, like you said, just opting for the save. But this has to be the turning point.
Absolutely, it has to be everything. They have to go on a streak here. Ooh, a little bit unbeknownst. Right under the rock. See if they can go for that streak. All right, everybody matching up to rifles. Meanwhile, the Odin comes online as well for Benkai. But GE, I mean, they're taking mountain control with the one-way, but absolute free control of Rubble. The Odin pushes him back.
Bane lucky to get away with his life there. 23 health remaining on the Omen. Haunt out, not going to be spotting much of anything.
Yeah, just a bit of a delayed there after the Odin to see if they've hidden in any of the corners that you could help spam a little bit further. So just holding them off on Rubble, you've got mountain control. There's the gunshots in B main. The thing about this mountain control from GE, right? You're not entirely that safe. If you want to go for a pinch under the door, you still have to worry about the entrance from C main, and vice versa. So they'll go for it, and this is Foxy 9's cue.
And it is. Nade out. Mako swinging, just lets the nade bounce right off of him. Does manage to find Polvi, but an advantage to trade up there, but now equalizes. Bane is able to find Blaze King with that low HP, and fast trying to take down Foxy 9. Cannot get that a limb. Spike dropped here outside of B.
30 seconds left.
They're just setting the poison orb to try to grab this for themselves, but C's goes in. But a further delay found. Prowler on the chase. Mako makes his way across. Now hanging back, rotation. Benkai trying to get himself into position to intercept these players, working their way over onto C. The potential for the wall bang. There's the spam, and Mako gets taken down. Very little time remaining. The spray just a hair off, and eventually is found, and that will be the round taken here by Global. Benkai, well aware of their limitations, of their HP bars, and he uses that Odin to absolute perfection.
And I mean, especially also now that you get to keep it, that's the big thing. That alone helps you control whether it's Rubble, whether it's the C site from inside. A lot of control now from one person. The anchor truly coming alive here for the defensive team of Global Esports. For now, it's still going to be the A setup, so they still want to pressure C a little bit aggressively with the one-way.
Quickly on the haunt. No reveals found. Triple stack now, drifted away from, just going to be leaving Bane.
Toxin screen down.
Looks like everybody just going to get collected up towards this A site. See if they can try and displace Benkai.
Toxin screen down.
A little bit of reinforcement. Blaze King joining him over on this side of the map. Russ not too far off either.
Overall, the hold so far on A, the positions are good. And you still have C mound control. So GE should feel comfy. Right, the alarm bot's still alive. The nanoswarms are still alive as well. The problem is obviously this nanoswarm close to tree. That one may not actually find the value if Benkai gets swarmed upon. The reload can't stick that.
Plenty of bullets to work with here for the moment. As Braz just jumping. Quick little hop right in front of Blaze King. Finds the kill. Stacks got Benkai in the meantime, so now the Odin left on the floor. Mako lurking forward, lightning fast, not ready for it. Russ is able to go ahead and trade that one back. Man advantage here for the side of DRX on this post-plant setup.
I'll find you.
Try to see if he can get any tags. Won't be happening. Only one, so sure, you expect that. Now they're suspecting the crossfire as well. Polvi.
Okay. Good swing in, but Russ takes an immense amount of damage, now down to 11.
No util.
Just has to wait
for contact.
Blossom, but this puts that much more pressure here on the Polvi. He swings in, but now he's going to be taken down, and now there's a paint shell available as well. Lobs it in right on top of the spike, and there's just no time left. And Russ can't really get himself out of this situation either. Fully committed, down on side of the site. Stacks will get the final kill, avoids the spike eruption. That is now match point in the hands of DRX.
Just, again, one of those maps where it's a result of a really rough first half. GE not even being given much of a chance to try to catch on to things. I mean, it's not over till it's over in VCT, but right now it's looking rough.
What is with these delayed screams? It's so quiet. He was building that one up.
Charging up, yeah.
Just DBZ'd that thing.
Oh, man. That's funny.
You got to charge up for the scream rather than scream the charge up.
Yeah, there you go. The smile is wiped away from the faces of GE. It's unfortunate, because you think back to that Ascent, they started off so strong. They started off with so many good ideas, even in the rounds they lost. But then they come to Lotus after trying to catch up on the map 1. This time, couldn't even find the ideas. Quite frankly, felt like they couldn't even find the pages to start writing. DRX just keeps shutting it down.
They do. And I think just given what we've seen from Global across these last 2 series, with the now necessity that they feel of banning Bind, it just works them into such a tight corner. It's very reminiscent of RRQ last year, where they were really going for Lotus. Those first couple times they played it, it did not work out. And they were forced to ban it the whole, basically rest of the season until they had reworked it. And then it really limited what they could do with the map pool.
Now, hopefully we don't see that extend all the way through. Granted, each stage is relatively short.
Okay, well, not cleared, but damage also not found there on that spray. Play back behind Architecture, keep himself protected from these wall bang attempts. It's going to be all 100 bullets expended. Reload now coming through. Nightfall going to be committed here. Answering one does come out. Gets the catch on to 3 players on the side of DRX. As it was for now, just staying talked to Blaze King in the corner. Finds Mako trying to look forward, gets that kill. Upgrades the weapon. Bulldog now in his hands. Russ as well, catching Foxy9, swinging out onto the site.
A huge flood, and they still have control of a link right by Baby Door. So if there is a fast rotate, they'll know about it. If there's a slow rotate, they'll have the numbers advantage. So GE should be content. As long as they don't get antsy, could be a start to a bit of a comeback. Obviously, it's a long way to go, so can't fathom that would go all the way.
Taking their time with this one, just keeping that door rotating
30 seconds
constantly. Everybody hearing that noise in my sleep.
Honestly, I should make that my alarm. Probably effective.
Oh, well, okay. Break through the door, and Polvi just going to be absolutely decimated there.
I mean, that opens up a bit of a chance. If Buzz, sure, only 9 HP, but if he's able to get a kill here, that really limits the retake.
Buzz trying to swing out, not much HP to try to work with. This is now all on his stacks. And, well, there was a millisecond where I was like, oh God, he's going to mow them all down. And gets the one. Global will hold on by a thread as they pick up their 5th round victory here in round 17. So more yet to be played. 3 players still alive, a couple ults on the way. How long they're going to be able to stretch this, but nice little lurk from Blaze Kings, what really started this off.
Yeah, they seem to have really good understandings of how to hold these angles around smokes. Saw that on Ascent as well. The G fans aren't done yet. Haven't given up hope just yet, but of course, and we'll have to see how much further they can go. It's a long haul up. The econ is good enough. Showstopper available for that outlaw.
Jump across. Oh, Polvi just swings right into it. I guess maybe not registering what weapon he had in his hand. Either way, does get traded back swiftly as Lightning Fast wants to take a very forward aggressive position. Stacks rotating back. No prowlers to use. It's not like this is going to go scouted either way. So Lightning Fast will be able to just go ahead. Himself back over towards C.
Yeah, that was so risky because there's no further backup. So if he dies there, then it's an extra rifle on the way.
Well, that's him at 10 HP now. And that should be enough encouragement, I think, for DRX to continue pushing towards C site, especially if they get the read that he's going to be the only player here trying to defend this. Russ now joins in. Let's have a seize to try to slow things up, but
lockdown online, though, with that orb.
He's available, and it certainly could come into play. And it will. Now invested. Nanoswarm cleared. Lightning Fast. Trying to get tucked over to the side, but has to take a shot. Oh, a blind fishing shot from Stacks. Finishes the job.
So quick on that.
30 seconds
I mean,
left.
from the shadows was the plan. I actually liked it from Lightning Fast.
Well, Russ, with a nice angle, does delay, finds Mako. Now Benkai trying to get himself into position where he can once again utilize this Odin. Bind thrown in, Bane, TPing back across. Himself to safety. All from Stacks, needing to deliver. Bane needing to find some headshots. They're both so very low. There's a swing in, and Russ this time will be able to win it out. Bane trying to get an angle, thinking maybe Benkai was going to interrupt that spray. He does not. He continues to hold M1, and once again with 3 players left alive, Global clean up another round victory.
They're staying in it. Lockdown comes online for Benkai as well, so a couple more options. Pit for Blaze King. But again, Lotus is one of those maps where an early pit doesn't always feel so great. We'll have to wait and see what the call is.
Just the leg spotted before the smoke bloom. More than enough to be able to find Stacks with that low health bar. 4v3 in ult count. Showstopper still available from Buzz. Still 3 away from hitting 20.
They are mine.
Once again, same default for GE. Fight for mound control. A little bit of extra support with the Tojo util to block off Bane.
Oh, Buzz taken down. No clear on the haunt. And a bit reminiscent of DRX versus Secret, where they're just not clearing those recon arrows. The haunt goes ignored, and Plus gets picked off first and foremost. So another solid beginning to the round here for the side of Global as shots through the wall. Bane just getting tagged up a bit.
So all the util still alive despite all the spray. Sure, baby door being broken, but you've already given up B main control. You still have C mound. You basically have a way back in through 3, if not 4.
Foxy breaks things open a bit here for them. Spike now ushered forward, getting planted by Stacks. Lockdown invested. Is through. Hit now, drop, Polvi on the flank, Showstopper at the ready. Taps the door, looks to jump the corner, sends it in too deep, then gets hounded down. Oh, it went cruising right past Stacks and Foxy9. Snakebite to try to hold them at bay. Sees out looking for the grab, not found. But Foxy now on the lurk, spotted, immediately dealt with as Russ finds the kill. Pit invested, there on the Prowler. They look for the hold here.
Bane
on this defuse, but the cleanup is there. The Pit now dropped, it is all on Russ. Time is ticking, he just hasn't have it anymore. That'll be it. Stacks will swing back in, he'll give him the fair fight, and he'll be able to win it out. 13-6, DRX close out the series with a win on Lotus.
Yeah, very clean map overall. Sure, GE, they fight back a couple of the rounds, so I think obviously GE, they still have the mental endurance to try to stay in the fight, try to course correct no matter the scoreline. But honestly, it feels like they should have been able to try to do a bit more on Ascent. Maybe that would have taken us at least to a third map. But Lotus continues to be a strong suit. Any of these maps with 3 sites, DRX is going to come prepared with how they want to operate it.
Yeah, I think, again, some decent ideas, especially on Ascent, put on display there from the side of Global Esports, but just couldn't quite connect all of the dots. We can see the outline of what the picture's supposed to be, but it's just not all fully fleshed out quite just yet.
Yeah, I mean, again, if you're a GE fan, you have to give credit that things look a lot better, right? We're seeing the picture, and honestly, some of the rounds, the execution is good, but of course, right now, DRX looking just as strong as ever.
They do a solid victory here for the side of DRX. We'll go ahead and send it over to the analyst desk now to break down the action from that series.
DRX continues to be undefeated this week 1 of stage 1, looking solid, looking like the DRX we know and love.
Yeah, no doubt about it. This is mostly pretty clean. I mean, other than probably the second half of Ascent, this was all DRX all the time. Really handling their opponents very nicely. Really just kind of out-skilling their opponents, in my opinion. A lot of this just kind of came down to raw mechanics, it felt like.
It absolutely did. I mean, even in the end of Lotus here, there were a lot of moments where we saw very aggressive plays from the defensive side, from the attacker side, from the side of DRX. I think they knew at a certain point, like Foxy9 was going absolutely ham in this map as well. Sometimes almost too ham, but it didn't really matter because he was getting away with it over and over. And he had a fantastic map alongside the rest of his guys on DRX. So, yeah, definitely one of the more close, or not close, I should say, maps here we've had so far.
Sorry, I was just watching Foxy react there. There's some really funny reactions as well, with Buzz like popping off and then Bane just being really confused as to who was popping off during it. But I mean, yeah, it was overall really good here. Buzz taking a lot of space, being really aggressive at times, something we kind of saw the last time they played Lotus, but at this time it wasn't. It was even more aggressive. Like, he was pushing into their spawn, but Lightning Fast had a good game today, I thought. He did a good job handling some of that aggression, so credit where credit's due. He played pretty well.
We had, yeah, I mean, Global Esports, this has always been a tough opponent. I don't care what team you are. If you're going against DRX, it's always going to be a bit tough. And this is exactly why. Even with these last-minute swap outs, Bane coming in only like a week or 2 ago, they're looking really solid, and I think this is a really good sign for them to contend for that crown once more. Take it back from Gen G as the Korea Kings.
Yeah, we didn't really know what to expect from Bane and even, Foxy9, but it seems like so far it's all good. I would say that it's a good look. I don't think they've really been challenged too much just yet, so we'll have to wait and see if that can stick, that kind of power, that kind of confidence once they do go up against some of the really strong teams in Pacific. But for now, looking good, building up that confidence. This is the perfect spot to be in as a newer player in VCT Pacific.
Yeah, very promising. And I have to talk about our game, our rank.
Yeah.
So, the buzzkill. Sorry, the buzzkill for
Look,
Paper.
I think he ended up being the top fragger for the team.
Yeah.
Just wasn't enough.
It wasn't.
It went a little too quickly.
These games make it a little bit different when we're watching and reviewing it. It suddenly
what we cheer for becomes very different.
Yeah.
And the Korean casters are playing this too. So because there was no
Thrifty.
Thrifty, thank you. So we get to double rank.
Oh, good.
Production
Yeah.
made these rules. I did not make these rules, but I like the rules. All right, so do we want to up rank first, or do you want to?
Let's downrank
No,
first.
just downrank me. Just get the bad news out of the way.
All right. Oh, straight down.
Oh, that feels
I'm gonna make
wrong.
sure I get on Buzz, and I'm gonna tell him that I believed in him.
You know, they just won too
And he
fast,
hurt me.
right?
He hurt me. Yeah, they went too fast. That was really the issue.
Yeah.
Straight
Look at that,
up.
diamonds.
Wow.
Look at that.
I feel like this is
Shine
cheating.
bright. Well, that was great. I love the games, and you know what? Buzz was well on his way there, and those last couple rounds that Global Esports had, he kept getting Odin down, right? There were these moments where we're like, okay, maybe there's a little hope for Paper Thin.
He also had that one round where he got a Bucky kill, then he got the Showstopper kill, and then he picked up an Operator and got an Operator kill. So that was kind of, trading up a little bit too much in that one round.
That's like
my
an escalation. in
Yeah, my
one
hopium
round.
was at an all-time high during that round, and then it just quickly crashed. He was still quite good. It just wasn't enough. But I mean, I think there's good ideas here for GE. When they get the power weapons in their hand, they do really well with them. Polvy does play kind of a unique style. He's not like as up in your face as like something with the Operator, but he plays really aggressive with it. He likes to get it on the attack side. The Odins went well for them once they could get into them. It's just getting there sometimes has been kind of an issue.
Yeah, absolutely. They definitely struggle a bit on Lotus, but Ascent was great. Good ideas there, and I don't know what to say. Even I'm still kind of on Buzz's kills, but it doesn't matter because DRX won Lotus. And they were well prepared for it.
Everybody played good on DRX today, by the way. Like, it wasn't just a one player kind of like running things over. Like, everybody had really strong performances.
Yeah, you can take a look at some of the stats here. I mean, even some of the top guys on the side of Global Esports also having a pretty good performance when it does come to numbers. Like, even Blaze King with 11-5, definitely much better than the first map. Like, there are some good notes here on the side of Global Esports. It's just, it's DRX. They're a really strong opponent. It's difficult. And, I'm looking forward to seeing more of what Global Esports have in store. But just going to have to wait until next week.
Yeah, that's right. I mean, DRX does still have its core roster that's been there since the beginning of time. And Global Esports' roster.
Prehistoric roster.
Yeah.
So, good sign for Global Esports. I know we keep saying this, and honestly, it's not just, it'll be okay, Global Esports. I truly see the potential of what they're doing here, and I like it. I like it overall for Pacific. We want all the teams to level up, and they are, and they're proving it.
I think a lot of fans at home probably have been watching GE this year with some frustration, and I get it, and I'm with you. Because I would like to see them do better, but I think something that is kind of going amiss here is that they are reading their opponents pretty well. They're making some pretty good decisions sometimes. It's just, right now, it seems like they're not quite up to the same pace of play and some other things that the other teams are. Like, frankly, they just got gun diffed by Foxy9 a couple rounds that really swung things in DRX's favor. So, you got to look at some of the good ideas that they're doing where they're hiding in places where nobody's expecting it. They're getting into positions with their operator and stuff like that nobody's expecting. So the ideas are good. It's just, taking that next step, improving on kind of your overall skill level behind some of the good ideas.
Yeah, I think that's a great way to put it. These solid ideas, you can see what they're trying to do, but the coordination isn't at 100%. It's like they need a couple more reps of this to really get it down solid. But I like it for Global Esports, and DRX, I'm very happy for them as well. I think a lot of us are a bit worried in the direction that they were going in since last year. So now we're starting to see the rise of them, and even we mentioned this before, the DRX CEO Ken Yang was concerned about Global Esports and their ideas being not a little bit, but very much out of the box, hard to predict, hard to prepare against.
Yeah, and that's why I think, once DRX get challenged a little bit more in the future, it is going to be interesting to see how some of those younger players do step up to the plate. They have played up against Team Secret and Global Esports so far, but, Gen G And T1, a couple of the teams definitely on the opposite side that they will have to play up against, and so I'm going to be very curious to see how those matches are going to go for sure.
Do you think it's going to be unstoppable for week 1 for Omega Group? We're finally going to see DFM play. They're the last team from the Omega Group we haven't seen, and Gen G, the last team from the Alpha Group we haven't seen yet. Do you think it's going to be a full Omega week 1? Do we want to play a rank up game with
No.
this?
No, A, no. B, no. My answer is no to both of those questions. I mean, I hate to say it, but I think DFM's probably going to lose tomorrow. I did pick them once in kickoff because I thought maybe they could turn it around and get a win, but I'm still not convinced with this new DFM roster that they have what it takes. Even with some of the changes they've made, I thought were positive changes, still isn't enough. At least, who knows? We'll see. Maybe they figured it out.
Yeah, over
I
the
love
last
it.
couple weeks.
I'd be so happy.
Yeah, a lot can happen in a few weeks.
It's not an easy match, though. I'm kind of with paper thin on this one. I think if you're looking for hope on the side of DFM, it's probably not tomorrow, but it's going to be nice, regardless of if they win or not, to see kind of how the roster shakes up and how they do play, what they've done over the last couple of months. And hopefully they have something good for us, and they can show us and give us a nice upset. Otherwise, it might just be what we expect.
And we can do more predictions then. But that, we're going to go to the stage, talk to our winners from DRX. Jen is on standby with our MVP right now.
Another W on the board for DRX. I'm currently standing down here on stage with DRX's Foxy9 for a quick post-match interview. Now, massive congrats, Foxy. But Ascent, I'm going to be honest, closer than we expected. So, were you kind of caught off guard? And how much did GE surprise you with their anti-strats and, how much they were challenging you today on Ascent?
오늘 어센트에서 상당한 접전이 예상 외로 펼쳐졌던 것 같은데요. 좀 깜짝 놀랐을 것 같기도 하고 준비 잘 해왔다 이런 느낌이 들 것 같기도 하거든요. 경기 치르면서 어떤 느낌이었나요?
저희는 이제 지희한테 솔직히 말해서 카운터 잘 가져왔다라고는 솔직히 생각 안 했고 저는 솔직히 그 정도까지 생각을 잘 못하는 사람이라서 잘 솔직히 그냥 그런 느낌 잘 안 들었어요. 근데 그냥 저희 할 거 하는 대로 하던 대로 하니까 이겼던 것 같습니다.
지희를 우리가 카운터를 준비를 좀 안 해온 것 같다? 아니면 지희가 그만큼 안 해온 것 같다? 그만큼이라고 못 느꼈다?
그만큼 했는데 근데 잘 못 느꼈다.
I did notice that they came in heavily prepped with a lot of anti-strats, but it didn't really throw us off guard, or it didn't really make us sweat. I just feel like us playing our own game was the secret to walking away with the win on Ascent. Now, I kind of want to talk to you about your strats in terms of Ascent, because you had the other 4 players stacked on one side, and you were kind of isolated in B all by yourself, but you were able to, pop off and have your key moments as well. So what was the game plan overall? Was it just, your teammates kind of having that full faith in you for being able to have your pop-off moments and have a monster match, shut people down on B by yourself? 이제 어센트에서 1사 운영이 보였단 말이죠. 또 폭시나인 선수가 굉장히 좀 상대 선수를 잘 드리블 해주고 또 폭발적으로 막아주는 느낌도 받을 수 있었는데 어떤 전략이었을까요?
그냥 저희가 솔직히 뭐 딱히 맞추긴 했지만 그냥 그저 하는 대로 하던 것 같아요. 그냥 하던 대로 해서 잘 막았다. 뭐 딱히 막 잘 준비해왔고 막 그런 거 저는 없었던 것 같아요.
No, it was just us playing our regular game just like any other day, and I think it came down to us performing very well, really feeling it on the day as well. Now, Paulvy's operator, starting from that glass cannon in the second half, it really gave you guys a tough time, but it was you and Bane who were able to shut that down. So what were the reactions from Buzz, Mako, and Stax? They were pretty happy, right? 이제 막내 라인에서 또 폴비 선수의 오퍼레이터 운영을 잘 막아줬습니다. 형들의 반응은 어땠나요?
이제 그냥 재성아 뭐 평소대로 잘하고 있다라는 반응이었고 솔직히 그리고 이제 폴비 선수 오퍼레이터나 아웃로 정말 잘 사용하는 선수거든요. 개인적으로 폴비 선수 쓰나 엄청 잘 쓴다고 생각하기 때문에 개인적으로 리스펙하는 편입니다.
Well, they were just saying Foxy9, always being Foxy9 today as well, just having a really great game. So a lot of compliments from them. But I really do want to mention Polly in the sniper rifles with the operator and also Outlaw. I would like to give him a shout out and show him so much respect for being able to pop off on those operator and Outlaw.
And lastly, next Saturday, you guys are facing T1. So anything you want to say to T1? 이제 T1을 상대하게 됐거든요. 한마디 해주시죠.
그러니까 이제 같은 한국팀이기 때문에 솔직히 저 개인적으로 자존심상 이기고 싶고 그리고 이제 저희가 연습을 한 기간은 좀 많진 않지만 그래도 저희는 주어진 상황에서 최선을 다해서 꼭 좋은 결과 보여드릴 수 있도록 노력하겠습니다.
Well, it's a Korean team versus Korean team. Of course, it has something to do with ego. So we really do want the win. I don't think there's plenty of time to prepare for that matchup, but we would like to try our best and make sure that we walk away with a win next Saturday as well. Well, thank you, Foxy, for the interview, and good luck next Saturday. We'll see you back here next week. Thank you. And that's all we have for day 3 of VCT Pacific Stage 1. And tomorrow we have the last day of week 1 coming up with Gen G taking on Talent and T1 versus DFM. So we'll see you soon.
Oke guys, sampai sini live kita hari ini dan match kita hari ini. Kita ketemu lagi di live stream selanjutnya. Kita libur dulu kayaknya gua live-nya. Karena mau persiapan lebaran juga kan. So thank you buat teman-teman semua yang udah nemenin gua live sampai malam ini. Insya Allah kita ketemu lagi di live stream selanjutnya setelah lebaran kali ya guys ya. So enjoy my live stream. Kalian tetap jaga kesehatan. And I'll see you again in the next live stream. Goodbye guys.